There's a hole in the house, no fairground ride will fill. No time can kill since you went away. And if I don't climb it, maybe no one will. I could hide until there's nothing left to say. But I won't let it go, I won't, I let it go. I won't let it go, I won't, I let it go. I won't let it go, I won't, I let it go. But the whippoorwill, 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 whippoorwill knows. There's a hole in the house, no holiday can change. No wood can frame since you went away. Like a conversation scrubbed out on the page, on an unlit stage, nothing left to say. But I won't let it go, I won't, I let it go. I won't let it go, I won't, I let it go. I won't let it go, I won't, I let it go. But the whippoorwill, 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 whippoorwill knows. I can feel it hands around my neck, I can feel it kiss on my arm, I can feel it egg across my leg, I can feel it anywhere I hide. There's a hole in the house, no fairground ride will fit. But the whippoorwill, whippoorwill, whippoorwill. There's a hole in the house, no fairground ride will fit. No fairground ride will fit. There's a hole in the house, no fairground ride will fit. No fairground ride will fit. There's a hole in the house, feels like a lung held still, like an unpaid bill since you went away. And your face is frozen, but I hear you still, hidden in a whippoorwill, calling out again. But I won't let it go, I won't, I let it go. I won't let it go, I won't, I let it go. I won't let it go, I won't, I let it go. But the whippoorwill, 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 whippoorwill knows. I can feel it hands around my neck, I can feel it kiss on my arm, I can feel it egg across my leg, I can feel it anywhere I hide. There's a hole in the house, no fairground ride will fit. But the whippoorwill, whippoorwill, whippoorwill. I can feel it hands around my neck, I can feel it kiss on my arm, I can feel it egg across my leg, I can feel it anywhere I hide. There's a hole in the house, no fairground ride will fit. But the whippoorwill, whippoorwill, whippoorwill. But the whippoorwill, whippoorwill, whippoorwill. But the whippoorwill, whippoorwill, whippoorwill. Dancing like a dervish in a Moscow real pie. Hope I'm gonna see you again. As long as it's a reconstruction, as long as it's pretend. Hope I'm gonna find my friends. As long as you lay flowers down upon the monument. We're a movement of life, not a plot for TV. You are not on your own, barricaded
Hey folks, hello, hello. Real sad to turn that off. Hi, how's it going everyone? Hope you guys are doing well. That was Clock Opera Ven. I am really like that album at the moment. So we are, wait, what? Hold on a sec, I got a thing I have to take care of apparently. Oh no. Okay, Twitch is bugging me about something real quick, which I have to take care of, which means I have to go back to the screen for a moment. We'll be right back, guys. So sorry, we're almost ready to start. So let me just go ahead and fix this up, and we'll get it all set up. Okay, so I'll move you back to the screen. Sorry. Sorry about that, folks. So I was hoping to make a special announcement today, Sunday, and we're still going to make that announcement, but unfortunately, it's not all the paperwork is not through yet, and Twitch just sent me back a thing saying I have to do another document again. But all right, you ready for the exciting news? I made Twitch partner. I am now a Twitch partner, and I will have a subscriber button very soon, and we'll also be able to do higher quality streams. I'll be able to get some custom emotes, probably using some art from Naomi Yaki, but also like some pictures and other things like that. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that we're excited to set up, and yeah, I'm real excited about it. So yeah, that's my awesome good news for everything. So I think you guys are, yeah. I'm really excited about it. Hopefully we'll have something up soon. Okay, so anyways, we just had to like fill out the tax information again because I don't know, for some reason it said that it expired and it wasn't actually, it was past the date. I'm not sure what happened there. But anyways, did it again, and yeah, if there are any further problems, I'll get in touch with Twitch and see what's going on. But yeah, that means that I don't have a subscriber button today, which was certainly what I was hoping for. Anyways, yeah, this is pretty great, and we're really excited about it, and I can't wait to like actually have an official stream. I was hoping it would be today because this is, you know, going to be a big day. We're going to be doing our Deck Doctor stream again, and we already have somebody's list up. Should be up on the thing, and I forgot to name it. This is Mondumon's deck. I am going to have to start like actually naming these decks, but yeah, okay. So before we even get to that, however, we have one other thing to be talking about, and that is the new card that was announced on RNG Eternal yesterday and also on the stream. I was pretty excited about it. I wanted to talk about it a little bit more, but I ended up not streaming on account of the fact that I actually thought that I wasn't supposed to be streaming because RNG Eternal was doing things. You guys can submit decks, by the way, if you would like to. There are currently 33 of them. I'm on number 10 or so, and I'm going to try to get all of them done today. But if you're asking about submitting decks, it's in the announcements on my Twitch channel, and I believe those are up right now. So there's a link down there, and I'll also add a link later on as a Nightbot submit command, because we're going to do more of these. Definitely going to do more of these. Okay, so yes, the card, let's get it off of Reddit since I'm lazy. No, wait, RNG Eternal will work fine. That's actually the fastest link. So click there. No, that's the tier list. We had everything ready, and then we kind of just messed up. Okay, so here's the card, and that is Shadowlands Feaster. And I'll just add this as a source for now. Add image. Shadowlands. We'll just remove this when we're done. Pictures. Cards. Shogun Scepter. Shadowlands Feaster. Got it. All right. That's pretty low quality, but that's okay. Nah, good enough. Yeah, a little bit fuzzy, but mostly there. That art is still pretty sweet. Just like awesome little dragonfly thing with everything going on. So, if you guys haven't seen this on RNG Eternal stream, this is Shadowlands Feaster, and this is one of the 16 cards that is coming out, I'm guessing Wednesday? Probably Wednesday or Thursday, would be my educated guess. I am not certain, but as part of Jek's bounty, which will be a 20,000 coin or 1,000 gem, basically eternal adventure type situation. And yeah, like basically the idea behind it is that you're gonna play a campaign. The campaign should be more interesting than the tutorial. I have a friend who worked very hard on it, and I'm sure it's gonna be good. Yeah, like this is one of the cards that you get out of it. You'll get a full play set of these just for beating whatever particular mission it is that you get there. Shadowlands Feaster is a 5/6 flying ambush, and that's actually the most important thing about it. Like, you have the when an enemy unit dies, it goes to your void thing, and that is actually really relevant, but the thing you want to evaluate first is this stat line, because it is a very large flying ambush unit, and that's pretty relevant for a couple of different reasons. The first of these is that because it is a 7-cost 5/6, it eats Ikaria. And that is actually something that, like, I missed the first time that I looked at it, but it just makes Ikaria decks cry. It's so disgusting. If you have 7 power up and you're playing against Ikaria blue and you're in shadow and your opponent is considering playing Ikaria down, he's going to have to think very, very hard about what he wants to do here. This is a pretty good control bomb. This is a pretty good slow to mid-range bomb. That ambush is pretty relevant. The body itself is quite decent. It's mono-colored, so it gets killed by Annihilate which is usually not great. Like, monocolored versus hybrid colored is kind of a big deal. It's not that big a deal, but being monocolored does make your card a little bit more fragile, which is something you want to consider for large 7-drops like this. This is like a reason why you often don't see Rhymescale Draconis or other things like that, because things that can be killed by Annihilate in addition to a bevy of other removal spells can be kind of scary. But overall, like, the stat line's pretty decent. It dies to Obliterate, it dies to a couple of other things, but it's mostly just like a really good meaty body for 7. And that Flying Ambush means that it usually eats at least 1 unit before it dies. So that's really, really crucial. And yeah, the ambush is, of course, extremely relevant. Ambush is like the most important part of this card. You can use it to sneak across 5 damage for lethal, which is pretty good. You can use it to just eat a unit and then sneak across 5 damage for lethal. It kills a lot of different things, and that's pretty great. It doesn't have any sort of interaction with Sandstorm Titan, but, you know, that's pretty much par for the course. And since it is an ambush unit, there's actually very few moments where your opponent can respond to this. So, like, because you will get essentially... Ordinarily, the problem with this card would be that you would play it down, and then your opponent would have a turn, and your opponent would remove it, and then you'd never get to the fun, cool text at the bottom, which is that when an enemy unit dies, it returns to your void. But what this card does is, because you can play it at the end of your turn, and you're pretty much always going to be wanting to play it at the end of your opponent's turn, rather. Not the end of your turn, the end of your opponent's turn. If you play it at the end of your opponent's turn, then you get to drop it down, possibly eat something, like, you know, as part of combat. So, like, if you know that your opponent has played something out, then, you know, then you can do that then. But more likely you play it at end of turn, and then you just throw out a bunch of removal spells, and you steal some of their stuff and put it into your void, at which point you can Smuggler Stash it, you can Dark Return it, you can Grasping at Shadows it, you can Shadowlands Guide. Basically, like, there are a ton of options for shadow cards to remove these cards and, like, basically, yeah, get things set up. Yeah, this is RNGs from yesterday. There will be more spoilers. I don't have any of them personally, I don't think. But we will be talking about all of them. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited to share some of them. Yeah, so this will be one of the new cards in the 16 set. So now we know about 4 of them. We know about Combre Emissary, the 2/2 that gives you the ability to play an extra power for 3 in Time and Justice. We know about Cabal Mastermind, which I think is a 7-drop 3/3, where your units can infiltrate any number of times. It might actually be 5. I forgot how much Cabal Infiltrator costs. These card designs might have changed a little bit since we spoiled them. And then, of course, we finally have Jek, who is a 6/4 with a Rebuke in Rakano colors for 6. So, yeah, pretty good stuff. Just a lot of good things going on. And yeah, the art for this card is obviously sweet. You've got like the cool little feaster eating Ronins, and then you have the Ronins like clearly visible inside the feaster's body. That's a nice bit of flavor. It's a pretty card. It's really, really nice looking. I love that it's flying. It's just like a creepy big. You want to call it a spider, but it's kind of like it's a flying spider. So, you know, there's something about that. More of like a dragonfly. I don't know. I don't know what you'd call a winged spider. Anyways. This is pretty cool. Yeah, Jek and Co. might very well be being changed. We might see some differences. It's gonna be hard to tell. We certainly don't know what changes they have, but anyways. Yeah, so that is the new card. Really happy to, like, say stuff about this card. Really, so look for that. That'll be probably Wednesday or Thursday. It'll be next week sometime, is basically what I know. Like, my guess would be... The earliest is probably going to be Tuesday. I'm sure it'll probably take until Wednesday or Thursday. So, yeah. Anyways, so there's that card, and there's the partner announcement. And from there, let's just go into our Deck Doctor stream. We're going to be really excited about that. All right. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Okay, so let's extend this list. There we go. Make it nice and big. Oh, that's beautiful. And we had a follow from somebody. Let's see who that was. Streamlabs, please. Casey Bandit and Tony K88. Welcome to the stream, guys. Glad to see you. Oh. This is cool times. Okay, so it's gonna be like three days. They said 3 business days from like when tax doc stuff goes through. So and depending on whether or not they got it on Friday or whether or not the weird thing that I got just now was to like it not going through. It'll be either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. So, yeah, I'll probably be partnered by the time Jack's Bounty comes out. Anyways, yes, subscriptions and stuff. That's pretty great. So today we are doing a deck doctor stream. We have 23 decks, rather. I already finished the first 10. I'm going to have to like redo the document or start deleting entries or figure out some way to like actually get these going because I don't want to skip anybody. But anyways, we're all set up. Om Nom Grobby and Arnold What, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. All the new folks. Okay, so today, the basic plan of attack, or, well, we're not attacking anything. We're pretty happy with these decks. I encourage everyone to be nice. Some of these people are submitting new decks. Some of these people are new players. Some of these people are submitting bad decks on purpose, or, like, fun stuff that they want to, like, have alternations for. So, as always, I want people to, like, actually be good about this. Don't be mean. And we're going to endeavor to do exactly the same. We're going to be talking about these decks, talking about things that we'd change, what we'd do differently, and we will play around with the deck, and then we may alter it, and after we alter it, we will play another round if we decide to alter it. We might just, go through it, list what kind of changes we would make, and then move on, because we do have a lot of decks to go through. Lagio 517, Rubicon Beer, and Swag Machine 228. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. So many new folks. The sub button is not here yet, Carl. I am afraid, I don't have it yet. But we'll have it soon. We'll get it this week. You can submit decks below in the Twitch announcements. I'm just gonna go ahead and create a Nightbot thing. Actually, we're gonna make a exclamation point deck list. Oh wait, first things first, I have to make a new form. So maybe we won't do that right away. But it's below in the Twitch announcements. So if you should be able to see it. If you can't see it, let me know. But let me go ahead and check my own stream and make sure that that's visible. Yeah, going to do a Deck Doctor stream. There's a Google form link down there. Okay, cool. All right, so today we have a Puppykins deck, or yeah, a lot of things going on here. So we got Combre deck that caps out at 5, which is kind of important. You'll notice it's got twin brood sauropods in it, which I like. I actually really like twin brood sauropods like as sort of alternatives to Sandstorm Titan. If you don't have enough Sandstorm Titans, twin brood sauropod tends to be a pretty good substitution, because even though it costs 5, that extra value it gives you, it is a significant meat machine. And it's really, really good for that particular setup. We have 2 harsh rules in here, which, yeah, seems like a decent number if you're more of an aggro deck. And you do see a decent aggro archetype down here. You have Awakened Student, you have Crown Watch Paladin, you have 4 Desert Marshals, so that's 12 2-drops. And then you have Initiative the Sand moving things up so that you can play Amber Acolytes, Combre Healers, Scorpion Wasps, and the like. This deck probably should be running Xenon Obelisk. I think if you're running Initiate and you're running Amber Acolyte both, then Xenon Obelisk is a pretty solid include. But the Puppykins staff are really strong here, and they work well on the Copper Hall Elite and the Sandstorm Titan as well. I think overall, I'm pretty pleased with how this deck looks. There's a lot of good things about it. We cap at 5, but we also have Amber Monuments here. There's Diplomatic Seals instead of... the overall power base has 8 Justice and 8 Time and Diplomatic Seals. I would run Seats as well. I think, especially if you're trying to get double time for Twin Brood Sauropod and Sandstorm Titan, having Seats is pretty important here, and you're going to have some issues getting to that power. You're not running Seek power, you've got Diplomatic Seal here instead, and that's okay. This is a very aggro deck, so it wants to basically not miss beats. And that's the reason I assume why the Seats aren't here as well, but I think that overall the reliability provided by the Seats is probably going to be better than occasionally missing or drawing a depleted power with Diplomatic Seal. Or so, something like that. Like, yeah, you actually want to hit your power, and you have Valkyrie, Enforcer, and Sandstorm Titan, so you have double green and double yellow to make. So I would say seats would be a really good idea here. There's not too many things that I'd change about this deck at the moment. Like, just looking at it, it looks like it's mostly in good shape. You got Finest Hour here at 3. You got Vanquish at 3. This is pretty meta-dependent. Like, what you want to run here is based on what it is that you're seeing. I often run 4 Vanquishes because I don't have very good ways to deal with big units, but this deck has plenty of good ways to deal with big units. It has Silences, it has Scorpion Wasp, so should be fine. The numbers look pretty good. All right, let's go ahead. And there's a second page that should be seats. Fair enough. Yep. All right, my bad. Anyways, let's give this a run. Yeah, so you're running 27 power with seats, no seeks. Yeah, seems right. And it's probably a second page because of the way that import deck works, how it automatically gives you premiums in the best colors. Would be nice to have a toggle of some kind. Okay, so Initiative of the Sands allows me to play Combre Healer early, but I'd actually prefer to play Crownwatch Paladin. So, but otherwise this is a really good hand. You have your obvious 3-turn plan. You have Initiate into Crownwatch into Combre. If Initiate dies, that's unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world, and Crownwatch Paladin can be protected by Finest Hour, which is really cool. So, we go ahead and keep that. Being able to play Initiate and have Finest Hour up, or being able to play Crownwatch Paladin and have Finest Hour up on 3 is actually like a really underlooked part of why Initiative of the Sands is so valuable in decks like these. It can really work well with Protect, it can really work well with Finest Hour, because the 2-drop that you play, even if, you know, you'd rather have played something else, like a 3-drop. Like, if you don't have a good 3-drop, which Combre doesn't have, like, really aggressive 3-drops, you still get to play a 2-drop and then have a Protect or a Finest Hour up, which is cool. I'll go ahead and swing here. And we'll play Crownwatch Paladin first. We always play Crownwatch Paladin first because of the Warcry, and also because Awakened Student gets its Empower regardless of when we play it. We can play it down and then play a Power next turn, and it'll get exactly the same as if we played it this turn. Is the submitter here? I'm not sure. It's possible. This was submitted for last Sunday's Deck Doctor stream. I'm sure we'll get to a lot of decks today. We're going to do as long a stream as I can. I don't have anything planned this time around, I'm quite certain. So we should actually be able to go ahead and do our full stream. All right. Swing for 2 and 1. This is an Elysian deck, so putting Combre Healer on Crownwatch Paladin might be good. But it also might be Scorpion Wasp territory. I might just want to make my Combre Healer a 2/5. And I don't want to play Awakened Student down here because that makes me too vulnerable to Lightning Storm. Okay, we've got green here. That's pretty whatever. We attack in, we get our Finest Hour. Everything looks fine here. Play a 3/3 Awakened Student. And I don't want to play anything more here. The Awakened Student is kind of a thing where you really do want to play it as much as you can, but I think this deck runs Harsh Rolls, so running more than 4 units that is pretty greedy. Crownwatch Paladin is a maybe? I actually think Crownwatch Paladin will probably do fine. Okay, Desert Marshal Silence is there for no particularly good reason. Okay, we'll play Crownwatch Paladin because Harsh Rule here, we still get to attack with Crownwatch Paladin. He's signaling very heavily that he has the Harsh Rule. But he didn't have the power for it this turn. He got unlucky. Alright, so he goes for the Paladin there. Pretty straightforward. Okay, and I can't really do much here except just wait for the Harsh Rule. Stand Together does go well in this deck, same as Xenon Obelisk. You could consider either Stand Together or Xenon Obelisk. They're both really good cards for when you're playing down as many units as this deck is. I don't remember if there was actually a Stand Together in the initial list. Let's go ahead and play Awakened Student. Desert Marshal to push would have been an okay play at the end of my turn. And I'm still down to like only 3 power here, so that's unfortunate. We need to draw some power. Okay. Might as well attack here. I'm gonna hold on to the Finest Hour, because Desert Marshal Finest Hour is actually like a pretty decent push. Primal Sigil into Obelisk. We don't care too much about that. We do want Awaken Student. I'm gonna vanquish anything big, and we just need to push, like, basically... Yeah, basically what I need to see here is... 3 damage. Probably a Scorpion Wasp here, so we'll attack first, and then we'll play Combre Healer second. Oh, fair enough. That's gonna be a problem if I don't find a Stour here, so we'll do that. Well, unfortunate. I'll have to vanquish. That's a heck of a card to vanquish. Alright, Combre Healer makes a pretty convincing counter to that 4-3. Hey, thanks for the follow. Who was it? INIBI and Bloodrun and Galden01. Welcome to the stream, guys. Alright, so we attack for 3 here. We get that block. That's really important. Crownwatch Paladin is important as well. We were expecting the Mystic Ascendant, that's why we held back the Valkyrie Enforcer. So let's go ahead and play the Valkyrie Enforcer now. If I swing here, I get a Warcry. I don't think that's good enough. I might play the Amber Monument so that I can get to the Copper Hall Elite. The Initiate gets me there anyways. So we swing for 3. Got the hit, that's good. Play the Initiate down. No blocks here, so... yeah, we just have to go for it. We're gonna push out the Desert Marshal. And we're gonna push every bit of damage we can. Got it. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so Obelisk or Stand Together both make really good options in this deck. I think that the deck actually does have a really solid Combre base. I like the Twin Brood Sauropods for value at the top. I think it's cuter than running Ancient Lore for card draw. If you run something with Echo, that's very similar to running a card draw card because you are still getting card advantage out of that. And Twin Brood Sauropod just means that you'll always have something to play at the top end. Lumen Defender doesn't matter too much to me. It's kind of a nice stall card. It doesn't really do much. I think that's probably the first card that I'd cut for like a Stand Together or a Xenon Obelisk. But I think that like overall this looks pretty solid. Am I using some kind of fancy deck tracker? Yeah, we're using the Bad Guy bot, which is currently updated to everything but the 5 promo cards. And it doesn't show like cards like Find the Way or anything like that. But yeah, that is in the Discord. You can just message Bad Guy bot with ! deck image, and it'll create an image for you. And I think I'm going to ask him for the code to that, because I'd really like to see if I can make something that would actually, like, put in cards that haven't been seen yet. Okay, so that's good. Let's see here. How's Mon Dumont? What are we doing now? Moving on to the next one. That's right. Hey, hey. Okay. So, Dresden is our next deck. Go ahead and go to collection. Oh yeah, I swear that you can't delete from here. All right. So here's our list. This is Combre with a splash of fire. Oh, that's adorable. Okay, I love it. We built this deck. This is fun. So this is Martial Ironthorn, and the objective here is to do big Combre with Martial Ironthorn, but then also play some Fire Sigils so that you can get Flame Blast out. You've got, I think, enough fire sources. Seed of Glory, Seed of Impulse. That's 4, 7, and then Seek Power sort of makes 11. It's a little bit light if you're trying to get 3 fire for Flame Blast. So the chance that you're actually going to hit Flame Blast is pretty slim, but overall it's not too bad. Minotaur Ambassador activates Obelisk if you've got it, which you don't at the moment. What does Minotaur Ambassador do here? Makes it easy to get to a new tomorrow, mainly. I think maybe Minotaur Ambassador is not that great here, although it does function as a second way to get Seraph activated and to trigger Mystic Ascendant. So if you have more ways to trigger Mystic Ascendants, that's always good. At this point, I would probably just increase the number of Mystic Ascendants rather than run Minotaur Ambassadors, because you really want those Mystic Ascendants for extra card draw at the top. Ancient Lore is a good card if you're running low on Mystic Ascendants, so that would work fine. And if you don't have enough Mystic Ascendants, this is actually the right way to build this deck, with the Ancient Lores and without Mystic Ascendant at the top. You've got A New Tomorrow. I love A New Tomorrow. I'm a big fan of that card. It's a really fun way to close out a deck and like just get into a position of significant value. And, you know, this is mostly for fun, but I also think that that card has some potential if the meta is slow. You'll pretty much only ever want one of them. You can run 2 in very, very specific circumstances, but it's usually not a good idea. All right, what else we got? Overall power sources. We're running 28 with 2 Amber Acolytes and 4 Seek Power. That's interesting. I think that I would probably cut a Justice and a Time and run 2 more Amber Acolytes here, since you're still trying to get that triple red, and you're also trying to get double green and double yellow. So like getting more fixers here is always good, and you can probably afford to do it with Amber Acolyte. So that would be 26 power. Yeah, maybe this is right, but I think that in general, Amber Acolyte is probably something that you want to be running, or Taler's Favored, or something like that. Just getting like extra ways to have sources in here. If you're running a big slow Combre deck, pulling power out of your deck can be very, very useful. This is probably fine. It's not a big deal either way. I think that that should be okay. You've got 4 Scorpion Wasps for removal, 2 Vanquishes. I would go 3 Wasp and 3 Vanquish in just sort of an average build here, but I think that you're mostly looking good. Overall, the deck looks pretty solid. Ancient Lore at 3 worries me a little bit, because Ancient Lore is a card that doesn't really do much and is very, very expensive. But I would put it at least 2, so that seems right. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Am I reading chat? Yes, I am, Horrorkind. No, Find the Way is potentially questionable, yes. Typically, I mean, I'm not going to read chat here to just like get opinions on the deck, because we are talking about it sort of from our own personal perspective. So typically I will look away from the chat while we are actually talking about my first impression of the deck. But yes, I do think that Find the Way in particular is maybe a good card in this deck. But you can do just as well with Amber Acolyte. And Depleted Power may not actually be your bag here. Depends on what you're trying to get to. You've got Ancient Lore, so you've got a lot of slowdown in the deck. Playing no Find the Way means that your deck is faster, which means bigger Copper Conduits, means Ancient Lore is on time as opposed to like a slow turn 5 Ancient Lore where you're just getting mashed by Geodo decks. Like, that's the reason why I would actually increase the Amber Acolytes here, is because you don't really have a lot in the early game. In fact, you have nothing in the early game. You have Desert Marshal and you have Amber Acolyte. Putting Find a Way in here would be sort of doubling down on that extreme early game weakness. You need Initiates or Amber Acolytes or some sort of small unit here to hold down the fort, because you need to get to these harsh rolls at some point. And this is a little bit slim on that front. So we'll give it a run. I think it'll play fine. If we get into a fight with the Geodo deck, then it will die. That's just sort of what you need. Temple Scribes. Yeah, Temple Scribes are definitely a solid choice, Iliac. Alright. So, we've got both the Amber Acolytes, and those are some of the earliest drops we can get. So I think I keep this hand. I get a yellow off of Seek. I get 2 red off of Flame Blast, or I probably go for a second yellow first. I might want to go for 2 red. Alright, we'll keep this hand. Are we on the draw? That would be even more helpful, because it would give us a chance to draw another time. Alright, we drew a time, which means that we can, in fact, search for red. And then Amber Acolytes will happen on 3. My opponent's playing Ikaria blue, so a nice slow deck. It is fairly difficult to deal with Ikaria, but we'll hold on to that Scorpion Wasp and things should be fine. Hide the fact that I have fire for the moment. We'll probably want to start playing it once we have Amber Acolyte. Ah, good, we got our second time, so we don't need to search up a time with Amber Acolyte. Just grab that 3rd fire, or that 2nd fire, and then that 3rd fire. We're gonna see an Auric Runehammer here. Rise to the challenge, okay. So it's probably best to play another Amber Acolyte here. If he does have an Auric Runehammer, he might also have a Harsh Rule. Oh, he drew the 3rd Fire Sigil. Okay, so let's just grab... doesn't really matter now. Time Sigil. Voda combo with Splash. Well, that's not really where I would take this deck, but it's an option, I guess. Borderlands Waykeeper is pretty whatever. Don't really care about it one way or the other. Minotaur Ambassador is cute. I'd like to play it, but I think I'd also prefer to stay put, have Scorpion Wasp up. Interesting, no attacks here. We got an Ikaria? No Ikaria. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that there is in fact a... There is a Auric Runehammer here. Not much we can do about that right now, except for draw our card. We'll force him to play it out. Yeah, wasn't really gonna go any other way. There's Ikaria. So let's do this... Sandstorm Titan or Scorpion Wasp? Sandstorm Titan should be fine. Play that down. Play our time. We've still got Scorpion Wasp up in case of like a problem. Plop that down in front, I think. So I've got Scorpion Wasp for Ikaria as well. Okay, going all in. Cute. Minotaur Ambassador blocks up the board a little bit. And I think I do need to Flame Blast to get rid of this weapon here. Auric Runehammer. Yeah, when you draw all your cards, you lose at the end of turn. You got the full Auric Runehammer out of that. So that's probably too much for this deck to handle. Oh well. We did most of what we wanted to do. I like this deck a lot. We'll be building a deck like this very soon. I'm a big fan of like red Ironthorn. Yeah, this is cool. I don't think that I'd change too much about it. Just make sure that you have like enough fixers and early game stuff to actually make not a little bit of pressure, but enough to defend yourself. And running decays is always nice. But I mean, that's just sort of a sideboard thing. I'm not honestly sure that you need 3 Flame Blasts here, or need 4 Flame Blasts here. You might only need like 3. But yeah, it's decent. All right. So that was Dresden. Thanks for the deck, Dresden. We appreciate the submissions and stuff. Okay, so we got Captain Jack and Nightmare SY have followed, as well as INIBI. Welcome to the stream, guys. Glad to see you. How good is Borderlands Waykeeper compared to Thunderbird? It's significantly better than Thunderbird, I think. Let's see here. Thunderbird's the 3-cost 2/2 flyer. Yeah, no, Waykeeper's a little bit more flexible. Thunderbird has some aggression stuff going on, but it was never really a very good card. Waykeeper, on the other hand, just kind of has some of the right stuff going on as far as like actually getting out at the right time. So, yeah, I would say that Waykeeper is a better card than Thunderbird. That could change. There could be a situation where you really, really, really want a 3-cost 2/2 flyer, but in most of those situations, you usually are just fine going for the 1/1, which is Silverwing Familiar. That's right. Okay, so yes. Obelix J is our next deck. Go ahead and import that. Oh, we forgot to update the bad guy bot last time. Export, get the deck image up. Now maybe we did. No, that's a Great Parliament deck. Great Parliament would be good in that deck. If you're running so much Ironthorn and Minotaur Ambassador, then Great Parliament would have been okay in Dresden's deck. Yeah. Okay. No, not as a card. I want to save that as deck list. Okay, so what are we looking at here? We're looking at 3 colors again. Rakano plus Stone Scar, always a good series. Ah, yeah, okay. This is Funtime, Sansari Brigand Fevered Scout. And I like this deck because I've been touting this deck for a while now. We run Huru Envoy in this deck when we run it, but this version is a little bit safer. It doesn't need the double greens. You get to be a little lighter on the Justice Splash, which is nice. That means that your colors are a little more reliable, and since you have like sort of a red-purple thing going on, that's really nice. Early aggro with Rakano Outlaw is interesting. I might actually go for an Argenport Instigator here as well, if you can fit it in, because these 3 Ghost Forms, while nice... yeah, I guess you're just going straight for the combo with the Ghost Forms. That's a lot of Ghost Forms. That's a lot of Ghost Forms and a lot of Protects. And if you're running that many Ghost Forms and Protects, that makes sense if you're running Huru Envoy as well, but it might be a little difficult to actually get anything down here. You've only got 1 2-drop. You've got 11 3-drops. Only 3 Champion of Chaos, which is interesting. I think I'd definitely up that to 4 Champion of Chaos. And maybe cut a Ghost Form for that. I just don't like Ghost Form that much. I like it as like a splash card. As a 3 of or a 4 of, it's pretty questionable. I think that you're probably going to have some problems there. Rampage is okay here. I think what he's currently got going on, he's vying for a lot of different space. So yeah, there's some things that could be fine here. Soulfire Drake and Obliterate, sharing spaces. Soulfire Drake is nice because it gives you that split where you can give charge to Fevered Scout or Champion of Chaos. We've got 2 Rise to the Challenge. I think 2 is right. Overall, the numbers are pretty okay. The unit count's a little bit too low, and the overall spell count is a little bit high, and you sort of want that for Fevered Scout, but I might cut like a Death Strike or cut something here to just get that a little bit closer to what you need. Overall, the deck seems pretty unreliable, but really fun. I love the thing you're doing here with Righteous Fury and other things, Rapid Shot, Suffocate, Torches, and Annihilates. Yeah, so Righteous Fury and Rapid Shot. If you didn't know, Righteous Fury applies double damage to the keyword, and Sensari Brigand doesn't have double damage to the keyword, which means that if you give double damage to Sensari Brigand, it has double damage and deals double damage to players, and that does add up to a multiplicative 4x damage to players. So it's pretty crazy. It's a really fun combo. We've built a lot of decks around this, and I like the only thing that I'd do about this deck is I'd put Huru Envoy in there, and I'd try to move a couple of things around so that I could get that going as well, because that level of card draw is really fun. But again, I think this is maybe the safer deck, and this might actually go okay. Overall, pretty solid. Let's give it a run. Oh, sigils. Yeah, we actually didn't look at power. How is the power? 25, 3 Seeks. That's 28. You're capping at 5. You might want to cut the Obliterates, but you're mostly okay. You could... you really can't not play Seek Power if you're going for Sensari Brigand in double red, and Champion of Chaos, of course. Maybe if you ran Stone Scar Stranger, you could go for no Seek Powers and just have power, but you'd have to like find some other places to fit stuff. Yeah, this deck's crazy fun. We featured decks like this before. This is a variant on our Huru Sensari list, which I don't remember what it's called, but we did an Eternal Bruise on this once before. And it was, yeah, very similar, probably even sillier, because once I go into a silly deck like this, I tend to just make it as silly as possible. This is not keepable because we don't have double red, and we don't have really any way to play these cards. Alright, already into an awkward spot where we don't quite have our power set up correctly. We might have to give this one like 1 or 2 tries to actually get it going. I'd like this deck to actually do the things that it wants to do, so we might try one more time, or like fix it up and see if we can get more Seeks in there, or something like that. You actually should probably be running 4 Seeks, I just realized. Like, I was talking about like cutting the Seeks out, but you're running Fevered Scout, so 4 Seeks is totally right. Yikes. And we want to just concede this and give it another shot. Seed of Chaos, okay. That's getting somewhere. Rakano Outlaw probably eats a Lightning Storm or a Static Bolt or something, but the more power we can accumulate, the better. Yeah, I think definitely 1 Seek Power would be very, very good in this deck. Well, nothing we can do for it. We don't have our Protects available, so Death Strikes are going to happen. If we had our green here, then life would be fun and simple, but we don't, so. Brigand happens. Let's just swing for 4. Okay, willing to block there. That's good to know. I don't really want to play Fevered Scout until I have some better access. And also, like, until I know that I'm not going to just get wrecked by Lightning Storm. So we need a green before we can play Fevered Scout. Feldscar deck like this should be pretty hard to push through, especially since we're like just really hurting. We need more power. Okay, not ideal. Get our war cry on. Death Strike happens. Play another Outlaw. And we'll play Fevered Scout after a Lightning Storm. This is looking like a Black Sky Harbinger is going to come out of somewhere and wreck us. Okay. Got a little bit out of that. Let's go ahead and go for Fevered Scout. If I can get a green, I can rise to the challenge and Fevered Scout becomes decent. No Black Sky Harbinger in his hand. That's good. Oh, still can't quite make that. Oh, yeah, I can. Never mind. Suffocate here. Plus Sensari Brigand. 8 damage. So we got there. Lightning Storm is definitely a possibility. Can't really do much about that. If we'd had our Protect, we could have just sloughed that off, and that would have been fine, but again, we're hurting for green. It's going to be pretty hard to make this work from here on out. That's probably game. Let's see, are there any outs here? Fevered Scout doesn't really do much. He's only got 2 cards left in hand, so I guess if he plays how he's currently playing. That's not good. That's a blocker, not ideal. Go ahead and kill that. Yeah, as far as things go, I think we're probably dead. Draw a lot of power here. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, the Soulfire Drakes would have been okay. They get Annihilator or something, that's bad, but I don't think there's a real out there. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to up the Seek Power. They're down a Ghost form. We're going to up a Champion of Chaos because Champion of Chaos is our BA, and that's pretty important to have. Do I go down another Ghost form? Maybe. Righteous Fury is at 3, that's probably fine. We cut a unit, we can cut a Rise. Might just cut the Rises entirely. Like, the thing about these cards is that they're all interchangeable. Fevered Scout and Sensari Brigand are very similar cards for what they do. You can, like, Rise and get something decent, but I think it's probably worth it to just cut the Rises so that we have more room for Seek Power for other power. Got banners and seats and Stone Scar stuff. Yeah, okay. Just making sure that you have a lot of influence. I think that's fine. Banners are good. I might add another Suffocate in. Get a little more removal in here, or get another unit of some kind. Any sort of extra aggression would be nice. Pyro Knight, not so much. Brazen Daredevil. Alright, we're trying to make the deck better, not worse. Quartermaster, no. I mean, if I'm being really goofy, it's gotta be Huru Envoy, right? Let's just go for the Suffocate. We're not gonna alter the deck's basic outline. But Huru Envoy is definitely the other card that I consider here as a 3-drop. Could roll Crownwatch Paladin, more Warcry stuff. Warcries are generally good in this deck. Icaria? No. No, the deck needs to stay lower to the ground. And we'll run one more game with this, give it a shot. If we don't make the combo, then we'll move on to the next deck. That was a bit of a pause. Here we go. Oh, yay. This is pretty good hand if we had power, but beyond that, not really all that usable. Okay. Rakano Banner, seek power for red. That plays Sensori Brigand out. Might just want to hold on to Sensori Brigand for a bit, depending on what the deck is. Bell. Yeah, if we could hold on to Sensori Brigand for one turn. Rather not let him get a look at my hand. Okay, at this point... yeah, let's go ahead and hold on for a turn. Perfect. So this is a Champion of Chaos deck. Let's get all the damage in we can. From here, an Annihilate probably happens, and then we're just sort of out of cards. That's fine. Don't need to Death Strike that just yet. I want to get some more removal out of his hand before I play Soulfire Drake. Okay. Perfect, exactly what I'm looking for. Let's Rapid Shot again. Do we? 9? Nah. It's not like I have a Flame Blast or anything. We want the Rapid Shot for the Sensori Brigand. Seems wise. Okay. Midnight Gale's a problem. But that is the solution. I believe that's lethal right there. Got him. Yeah, Premium Champion of Chaos is a fun card. Cool, so we got that to work, just barely. Just scraped it across. I think it needs a few more units. Obviously there's just like a lot of stuff vying for space in this deck, but overall it's pretty cool. Fun archetype, a lot of good stuff going on there. Alright. So... export here. Oh, we don't export here. We're done with this deck. Yeah, okay. Thanks for the submission, Obelix. That was excellent. And next up, who do we have next? Let's find out. Oh, we had more follows, didn't we? Captain Jack 42 followed. Thanks for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Where is the form? Here we are. Got it. Who's next? Who's next? Deet Basil. All right, so let's go ahead and get this exported. What are we looking at? Valkyrie Enforcer. Valkyrie Enforcer. Oh, okay. Huh, interesting. So let's go ahead and get this in deck image. All right, so this is 3-color Scream, or at least it appears to be at the moment. Once we get a closer look at the deck, we'll figure out what's going on, but pretty sure it's 3-color Scream, yeah? Yeah, we got 3-color Scream. There's Subverts, there's Eyes of Winter. Gorgon Fanatic is... Oh, there's only 6 units in here. Gorgon Fanatic, Permafrost. Okay. What's your win con? What's your win con here? There's 6 units but 4 Devours, so I think I disagree with that on principle. Like, I agree that the Devour is a good idea if you're just trying to protect the Gorgon Fanatic. And the basic idea behind this deck appears to be lock down the opponent completely, play harsh rules and vanquishes and make sure that everything's set up, silence threats with Valkyrie Enforcer, and then, like, basically Gorgon Fanatic for the win over and over and over again. There's not a win condition at the moment, apart from Fanatic. And while there is enough for Fanatic to win, maybe... Oh, wait, hang on a sec. How many times can Fanatic come across? There are 4 Fanatics, each one deals 3 damage, that's 12. There are Dark Returns, that's like another... It's close to 25. You could maybe do that. We also have Subverts to steal your opponent's win cons, so that's always good. A lot of card advantage, a lot of control archetypes. I think this deck is a little too ham. And by a little too ham, I mean a lot too ham. I'm okay with that. I'm just saying that, like, this is definitely maybe a little bit in there. And, you know, if you're going to run just Gorgon Fanatics, I would probably run Protects in addition to Devours. Since you are... If your Gorgon Fanatics get silenced or, like, get hit by a Steward of the Past, you're just dead. Like, that's it. That's game. So, Islands and Protects would both be good ideas here. Island to block Steward and Protect to block Fanatic from getting silenced by any sort of Valkyrie Enforcer or Combre. I like the harsh rules. Valkyrie Enforcer is a really tricky splash, so you have to be careful about that. I would probably just run Feeding Time instead, since you have Death Strikes here. But Feeding Time allows you to silence a unit as well, so... you don't really need to splash into double green for Valkyrie Enforcer, because that's a 3-cost card that you're usually not going to hit early. Oh, you do have Madness Devour, so you get to steal other people's stuff and then devour it. Okay, that was actually something that I was missing that's pretty key. Madness Devour is fairly important. If you have another Sacrifice Outlet, that's really good. This might be a situation where you want to go into red, but... or figure out something like Thorn Beast, for example. Thorn Beast would be a good Sacrifice Outlet. You're a little short on Sacrifice Outlets to have 4 Madnesses in here. But it's solid, yeah. Madness Devour and Dark Return is always nice. This is a deck that's going to want Shadowlands Feaster when it comes out. That'll be pretty cool. Actually, I think once this deck has Shadowlands Feaster, it looks a lot better for a lot of different reasons. Devouring your own Gorgon Fanatics, protect them is good. Eye of Winter is pretty good for locking down the board, making harsh rules happen. I think you just need 4 harsh rules. I would probably go 4 harsh rules and 2 subverts, or 4 harsh rules and 3 subverts, but cut something else. Like, the overall removal suite seems surprisingly light for how much stuff you have. There are a lot of cards here that are 3-ofs that I think should be 4-ofs. Haunting Scream should probably be a 4-of because you have Gorgon Fanatics and Valkyrie Enforcers. Oh, I guess you're Haunting Screaming Valkyrie Enforcers. That's kind of cute. Yeah, I actually really would recommend Ravenous Thornbeast in this deck, because another fun thing you can do is you can Madness something, then Haunting Scream Ravenous Thornbeast to eat it. It's pretty goofy. But yeah, you need some other Sacrifice Outlet to make the Madness work. Overall, like this is fun. This is unique. I like how you're basically just like playing control, and then you have fanatics and Valkyrie enforcers in the top. I want to see a finisher, like even just like a single channel of the Tempest, or like a Sword of the Sky King at the top. A Sword of the Sky King at the top would actually be really helpful here. You're at 28 power and 2 Seeks. And unless you're doing something on one that's super important, permafrosts, you have 2 permafrosts, you should probably just be running 25 power or 26 power and 4 Seeks. Other than that, it's interesting. We'll go ahead and give it a shot, and then we'll probably reorganize it a little bit. Icebreaker, Eye of Winter. Pretty cute. Where did I get the side deck list image? I used Bad Guy Bot's side thing. Oh, you know that, Bad Guy Tie. Okay. Yeah. I was going to ask you, actually, if I could get your code for that, because I want to see about, like, adding in something so that, like, if we get a new card added and we don't have it updated yet, we can just, like, put it at the bottom or something. Because, like, right now we just don't show the 5 promo cards. But yeah, your bot is super useful, Bad Guy Tie. All right. Yeah, so this is fun. We'll give it a shot, see how it goes. Chill a little bit, Ilyak. It's not that bad. Control decks are viable in many situations. Alright, the question of whether to permafrost that right away is an interesting one. This is a Rakano deck, so permafrosting something with Warcry might be better. But I'm not sure if I get an option to kill this later. Does this deck have Lightning Storms? If not, that might be a bit of an oversight. Yeah, alright, let's permafrost it. We're okay with Warcries for the most part because we have Vanquish, and against Rakano decks we actually want some Warcries to happen so we can vanquish a card. Okay. Shadow here. And we got Wisdom. We're quickly gonna get into a situation where we don't really have... Okay. Oh, Fanatic, cool. Well, that seems like a good play. If he doesn't have a torch, then it definitely, like, sets him into a position where he really needs a torch. The next turn I can Dark Return if I draw a power, which I didn't. Draw that Justice Sigil. Let's just Dark Return it. We're going to need to be very efficient here in order to survive, so do the best we can. That's pretty gross. Vanquish here. Vanquish here and I'm dead? Not quite. So if I draw a power, I can Madness Devour, and that's really the key. Haunting Scream, unfortunately, not quite doing it. Alright, we are dead. Oh, thanks so much. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so here's the changes I'd make. What do we want to do here? I'm going to cut 2 Devours. Oh, well, hang on a sec. We've got Madness Devour, right? That's the plan. We might make a big overhaul here. Alright, I'm going to cut a Subvert, up the Harsh Rules, probably keep Valkyrie Enforcer as like a 1 of, just because Haunting Scream Valkyrie Enforcer is cute. Go to 4 Haunting Screams. You want Lightning Storm in this deck. And you want 4 Seek Power. And less power. Okay. So that's a start. Seriously considering Thorn Beast. Like I said, you do need sacrifice outlets. Privilege of Rank might be an option. Getting up to 5 is sort of a key issue. Only got 3 Wisdom of Elders. Maybe we don't need them? We kind of need them to actually get Gorgon Fanatic out. Okay. Actually, I'd cut the Wisdoms and I'd run Scheme instead. You're going to be getting all of your value out of Gorgon Fanatic. Let's do it that way. Double Eye of Winter, Haunting Scream, Harsh Rule. You got Vara's Favor for like extra seeking, so we can probably cut a Shadow Sigil. Yeah, that's 25, 29, 32, which is enough for this deck. I'd throw a Sword of the Sky King in the top. Huh. And then you've just got space issues. You want to keep your Madnesses and your Subverts mostly intact. Your Death Strikes and your Feeding Times are pretty much good options. Why don't we just roll Feeding Times? Like, instead of Death Strike, because we don't really need the double purple influence issue. Oh my goodness, that cat is dying. But not actually. Okay. So then you just have the overall problem of cut the Vanquishes entirely. We have Feeding Time at the top. We don't really need Vanquish if we have large unconditional removal. Permafrost at 2 I think is fine. Suffocate at 1 is weird, but probably okay. And you want the Screams. Go to 3 Schemes. Maybe cut an eye? Nah, you really need 2 eyes. So yeah, overall, like, just finding the space in this deck is definitely kind of the issue, isn't it? We do like Valkyrie Enforcer. This Madness Devour thing is, like, I still need sacrifice outlets, so I think Ravenous Thorn Beast would probably be good. Maybe just 2 of them. And then that puts us in a situation where we actually have a decent amount of stuff that we need. Suffocates and Annihilates. Devours. Absolutely have to go Madness Devour, right? That's tricky. Lightning Storm for early, Permafrost for early, Suffocate for early, Annihilate for, like, Sandstorm Titan, basically. You could run Annihilates or Vanquishes, but not both, I think. Go to 2 Schemes. Cut a Dark Return. Maybe cut a Permafrost. And I'd roll like 1 less Vara's Favor, I think. Alright, so let's try that out, see if that's any better. Do I need the Subverts? No, but I'm trying to keep most of the stuff that he's got. And like, also this deck sort of needs the Subverts because it's trying to steal the most important card that your opponent has. Alright, opening hand's not very good. Madness is nice, but we don't have a sacrifice outlet yet. Dark Return doesn't do anything, and Harsh Rule can't be cast, even if we get the 4 power up to 5. So we should redraw here, because there's not only not a 3-turn plan, there's not really a 5-turn plan. Alright, let's go. Okay, this is a much better hand. Suffocate and Lightning Storm early means that we do have some early options. We'll be able to kill quite a few things, though not what I suspect is going to be an on-curve champion. Or not. That was weird. We'll suffocate that. Whatever turn we can play a Gorgon Fanatic is a good turn for us. Definitely need the 4 Haunting Screams, yeah. Didn't update the deck list? Yeah, no. It takes a little bit of time, so we're only going to play this deck one more time. Let's go ahead and Fanatic. And we probably want to Subvert next turn if we can. Ooh. Give me a power. Not that lucky. Annihilate's pretty good. I think I'll go ahead and attack and see if I can get rid of this. Smuggler's Stash, Umbran Reaper, that's fine. Actually actively helps us as long as we can get rid of this, which is not going to be easy. Scheme first. Permafrost is really helpful. Grab a green. That's a good start. Madness this. Swing for 5. And then Lightning Storm. Got Annihilate for the Argenport Instigator, which is good. Seed of Order is pretty solid. Stay put here. Okay. We're just looking for Haunting Screams now. Dark Returning Umbran Reaper's pretty nice, but if he has the second Flame Blast, then that's game. We don't have the Annihilate to kill it this turn. You got it? He does not. Cool. That's good to know. Let's go ahead and just annihilate that one. And we've got a little bit of time now. We can buy a little more with the Sword of the Sky King. Him giving us an Umbran Reaper was exactly what we wanted. Just annihilate that. I still don't have a victory condition, but Haunting Scream will do it at this point. Play out as much power as we can. Ow. Alright, he could still win this with a top-decked Flame Blast. Harsh Roll's so close to killing him. Alright, Obliterate still kills us. Soulfire Drake still kills us. Got closer that time, though. Alright, so yeah. Definitely, like, the Madness Devour combo is always cool. I like the Thorn Beasts in here for that reason. I definitely think Schemes instead of Wisdom is better. And yeah, that's most of the changes I'd make. Probably keep the Annihilates, because the Annihilates are another way to sacrifice units. I forgot about that. Like, you do actually sometimes want them to kill something that you steal. Anything that's kill a unit as opposed to kill an opposing unit is pretty good like that. And that's probably why you got the Vanquishes in there as well. Eye of Winter is kind of the card that you really need here. You might actually want to up the Eye of Winters, just because, like, your deck's so focused on, like, stunning stuff, or, like, getting into a situation where you have everything stunned and locked down, like, actually have everything under control. Eye of Winter is that repeatable control combined with Harsh Roll for value. I might even go up to 3 Eye of Winter. But yeah, this is a cool deck. Alright. Interesting. Thanks so much for submitting it. I think it definitely, like, yeah. Definitely make some of those changes, but it's cool. It's good stuff. Alright, what's up? What's next? Let's see who's up next. We got... Deet was our last one, so we're on to 14 of 38. Chaos KRTR. Feel free to skip if you're not in the viewers list. Alright, we'll check. Alright, sure. We'll skip it. It's alright, Chaos. Puppykins is our next list, it looks like. Delete. Cool deck, though. Alright, next up, next up. Is that a capital K? Yeah, we got Call the Ancients. I like it already. Let's go ahead and get the deck list updated. Don't got a sub button yet, Bad Guy Ty. 2 or 3 days. All right. Deck list, there we go. Okay. Did I post my changes anywhere? No, sorry. We can certainly, like, you can certainly go back and view the VOD if you want to, but I'm probably not gonna do... I'm trying to keep this as streamlined as possible, since we got so many decks to work through. How often do I stream? I stream from 6 p.m. to around 10 or 11, Monday through Friday with Wednesdays off, and then I stream Saturday mornings, and I have a bonus stream for Sunday. If you're wondering, like, overall targets, like, I think it's dependent on a lot of things. Twitch essentially says 500 viewers concurrent, but it helps that I make a lot of stuff and do a lot of things in the community. So, I don't know what their total, like, thing is for getting things set up, but basically just, you have to have a schedule and you have to have a lot of viewers. And you usually have to make stuff. Alright, what are we up to? Okay, so we've got lots of monuments here. Call the Ancients. Ancient Lore for card draw, Wisdom for card draw. Celestial Omen just once. Lumen Defenders for holding the fort. Twinning Ritual for twinning up the Ancients. Alright, so this is like really straightforward. Like this is about as straightforward as you can get with a Call the Ancients deck. You've got 4 Call the Ancients and then you're just trying to get to them, you're trying to stall for them. You have a decent amount of removal while you're setting up in that sense. The removal's a little bit light. We've got... Yeah, this is basically like just Elysian mid-range for the most part. Sauropods, Sandstorm Titans, Marison's Disciples. Okay. And there's 4 Seats of Wisdom and 2 Elysian Banners. I like the 2 banners, I think, since you've got so many monuments, that's probably fine. 28 power, no Seeks. No Seeks I might disagree with. Anything that increases your odds of actually drawing an Ancient is really nice. I would probably just cut 3 power and run 3 Seeks. This deck is slow. It doesn't do anything really all that important on 1. I guess it calls the Ancients on 1, so there's kind of that. But like, you're sure to have at least 1 power open at some point, right? I don't know. I guess there's a lot of everything at 3, 4, 5, and so maybe you don't run Seeks, but it still seems a little bit awkward to me. But yeah, like overall, this deck looks like it's pretty straightforward. I think the numbers are pretty much correct. You got Marison's Disciples at 2, which is interesting. That card I might run a Scorpion Wasp instead, but it depends on like what you're pushing for. You got Xenon Obelisks here, along with the Marison's Disciples, so along with the Amber Acolytes and Temple Scribes, that's actually generating quite a bit of threat on its own. And then you have sort of like a mid-rangey thing with Sandstorm Titan Sauropods and of course the Ancients themselves. So you're generating a lot of big units, you're doing a lot of fun stuff. I kind of want to see like 1 kill spell of some kind, but you've got 2 Crystallizes and that's probably close enough. Like a Shimmer Pack would not be out of place here, obviously. Neither would like a big card like Not Eileen. Would Talir work? Probably not Talir either. You basically just got lots of mid-range beaters with Crystallizes. And that's okay. This actually seems like a pretty solid deck. There's not really anything that I'd change about it like immediately. There's nothing that strikes me as crazy, apart from Call the Ancients, which is always crazy and always fun. So let's go ahead and go for it. Yep, we will definitely make an update or a video when we get the partnership. I was hoping to have it today, but didn't end up happening. The Permafrost Dragon? Yeah, I'm not sure that you want a 7 or 8 cost card with all of the monuments in the deck. I think the Crystallize is the right finisher for this deck. And that's an interesting note there. Like, if you're running so many monuments, then the Crystallize is your finisher, and it's not going to be a Shimmer Pack or anything at 7 or 8. You actually want to be, you know, just hitting 5 regularly. But yeah, good show, Puppykins. The deck looks solid. I don't have a lot of notes to add yet. We'll play with it once and see how it feels. Can't keep this hand no yellow, so we'll redraw. And yeah, again, that's kind of why like I really like the Seek powers here. Like, I think Seek power instead of like 3 of those like actual power would be nice, because it means you can keep more hands. Seek power allows you to keep a lot more hands just because you get the influence that way. So like any sort of flexible stuff like that is really good. All right, this should be fine. We actually get to Call the Ancients on 1. And then Temple Scribe on 2, Amber Acolyte on 3, Ancient Lore on 4. That's a full 4-turn plan. This is a perfect hand. Whether or not this hand actually wins is, you know, something else, but this is a perfect hand to keep. Because you know every card is going to get played, and you also know that those cards are going to draw you new cards so that your board position and hand position are going to be better at the end of the game. Or at the end of your plays. You're not reliant on draws at all. Okay, Amber Acolyte gets us 3rd blue, I guess. Doesn't really matter. If we were running... Actually, this deck can, in fact, run Champion of Wisdom, and probably would not suffer for it. This is a mid-rangey archetype. Alright, that's a problem. I did notice that the deck was a little light on removal. So that's something we have to consider pretty carefully. Okay, so you've got a 4/3 flyer. I guess I'll Wisdom, try and get a Permafrost. Okay, that's a little better. Temple Scribe. Still trying to get a Permafrost or something useful. Twinning Ritual on Sandstorm Titan's pretty good. Obviously there are going to be like Annihilates in this deck, but... I like my opponent's deck too, actually. Midnight Gale plus Xenon Cultist is a pretty solid combo. Like, I think that's a decent place to put your 3-drops, right? Sandstorm Titan. We'll play the small one first. Swing for 2. Admittedly, I can block 2 damage if he annihilates this Sandstorm Titan, so I maybe could have held a Temple Scribe back. But, I don't know, we need to put some pressure on here because this deck is gaining too much health. Okay. No Annihilate, that's really good news. We're gonna Permafrost that one. We're gonna consider swinging for 5. Tough call. I think I'll actually play a Reinarch. I'm gonna try to hold on to our Sandstorm Titans. Because I don't really want to, like, run into this, get it killed, and then still have a bunch of other stuff going on. Okay. Crystallize? Crystallize is what we're looking for. Is this the type of deck that runs Withering Witch, Lightning Storm? Six. 15, 19, 20, 21. Okay. At some point, we're actually going to have to push some damage through. Crystallize might just do it. I think that's the plan here. Wait for Crystallize. Oh, we've got 2 Sandstorm Titans down, so... He's likely just trying to draw into Annihilates. Cultists attack with Steward? Okay. Well, nothing about this is ideal. I don't really want to attack into Steward because I think his hand's full of Dark Returns. All right. Well, we try real hard, Iliac. Okay, so... Dark Return. Gets Midnight Gale back. I guess he discarded a Midnight Gale? Oh, that was weird. Okay. So yeah, we actually got some value out of those Dark Returns, or got him to use those Dark Returns without actually giving him a Steward or anything like that. That's pretty important. Let's Polymorph here. And then just swing like crazy. All right, swing with everything. This is still potentially dangerous territory because of the double cultist, but we've seen him use one of his Dark Returns already, so we're not too afraid of him like throwing too many of them away. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we are going to run into some problems with a very large Midnight Gale. But We got a lot of what we needed done. Ugh, that's gross. Okay. Well, what do we want to do there? Oh, okay. Ghost form. I don't think I care about that, actually. It's gonna hurt if he does it twice. But if he doesn't, it's whatever, right? Swing with everything. Except for the temple scribes, which we're leaving back as blockers. Uh-huh. We let him get his big stuff. That's fine. That's not good. Nothing for it, though. Just gotta keep pushing. Three Stormlinks is in hand. Haven't seen a single one of those ancients, by the way. Just ouch. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, Whelmrun Reaper, I forgot. I'm an idiot. Oh, I threw it. Sorry, guys. That was my bad. I completely forgot about it. I was reminding myself not to kill that for like the first half of the game, but when he played down the second Umbran Reaper, I forgot it existed. Anyways, yeah, deck's pretty solid where it's at. I'm not going to make a lot of changes to it. I think it's pretty good where it's going. You got the Call the Ancients, and the Call the Ancients are fine. I think Champion of Wisdom is definitely something you might want to consider putting in here at some point. Because you don't have a lot in the 4-drop slot. Marison's Disciple's pretty good. Ancient Lore's pretty okay. Got a lot of card draw in there, that's good. The other thing you could consider is, like, consider pushing the removal up just a little bit. The Permafrost and the Polymorphs are pretty solid. Alright. Okay, let's move on to the next one, shall we? Need some more water. Now I went for the Eternal Dex.cards link. That's not as useful. How do I get the export out of this? Copy to clipboard. Here we go. Alright. So this is... Okay. Okay, no, I've got it. Brock Harrison. Okay. Cool. Delete that. Import. Okay, and we'll get the deck list set up. Trouble importing deck. All right, what are we looking at here? Oh, we got crowd favorite. I already love what's going on. Okay, Beast Colors Amulet. What are we getting with crowd favorite, I guess is the question. Hmm. Okay. So crowd favorite gets Beast Color's Amulet. Oh, alright. This is a Stormcaller deck. And the crowd favorite is there to surprise pull Beast Color's Amulet onto the Stormcaller so that Stormcaller can make 5/5s. You got an overall control base. Only 2 Venom Fang Daggers, which is kind of interesting. I think if you're only running 6 units, again, you need ways to protect those units. So I would recommend as many as 4 Backlash in this deck, because what's currently going to happen is you're going to play the Stormcaller down, and like even before you get a Venom Fang Dagger on it, it's going to get killed. You can get it back with Smuggler's Stash and Dark Return, and you got 2 of each of those. But like, there's just not enough ways to make sure that Stormcaller is going to be alive and healthy, and Stormcaller is your only win con. I would also include some sort of alternate win con, something simple and reliable like Channel the Tempest or a Zindil's Gift is a good one. Oh yeah, this deck should absolutely 100% be running a Zindil's Gift. Because if you don't have some way to get control of the game if your strategy fails, like any just one card that'll do that is a good idea. So I would put in a Zindil's Gift in here. I might do that right now, in fact. What are we doing with Plague? Just making sure we don't get ruled by tokens. I'm going to cut a Plague and add in a Zindil's Gift right away. But yeah, there's just not enough finishers in this deck right now. All you're doing is generating 5/5 beasts and making sure that the board is mostly clear. And that's reasonable, but you need more ways to protect that finisher. Flame Blast at the top is a really good thing. That's your other finisher, and that's okay. You have enough like Seats of Fury and Chaos and Cunning, and even like 2 Diplomatic Seals with your Seeks. The 2 Diplomatic Seals are maybe not necessary. You got 4 Seeks, you got a lot of Seats, but you're not really looking for like really heavy influence requirements except for Flame Blast. With Flame Blast, I would say that maybe you just want to take the Diplomatic Seals out and run something else. Plague. Did I say Plaque? I'm pretty sure I said Plague. I think you can say Plague. You say Plague, it's like is that like a British pronunciation? Plague, I'm guessing. Wow, this is a very long YouTube video that hasn't said. Yeah, there you go. It's like 15 seconds for some reason. All right. Vara's favor here. Oh, where are the Withering Witches? Yeah, I'd say cut the Plagues entirely. The schemes are good. You want the schemes to actually get to your thing. And I would throw in Withering Witch. Because man, is Withering Witch good with Stormcallers? And Plague and everything else? Like, actually, if you're running Plague, you should be running Withering Witch then. So you could just, like, cut, like, some of the other removal that way. Let's go for, like, 2 for now, and then, like, keep one of the Plagues in, see how that goes. Yeah, overall, I'm not sure if this deck's going to do a lot of what it wants to do. I do like the crowd favorite to grab Beast Colors or Venom Fang, which is very important for Stormcaller. That's pretty cute. I think that's a good way to like sort of get that aggressive push across. And it also allows you to splash into red for Torch and Flame Blast, which you need for the finishers. So, yeah, seems pretty good. Wow. Okay, so Smuggler's Stash gets back daggers, gets back beast colors. I think it's fine at 2. You probably don't want it at 5. Dark Return is pretty important, but I'm not sure if there's enough of them. Like I said, I just kind of want backlashes in here. Go to like 1 Withering Witch for now. You got all the Vara's favors. No, you need 2 Withering Witches. If you got 4 Vara's favors and 4 Stormcallers, Withering Witch is just crucial in this deck, I think. We'll cut like a Suffocate? Maybe cut both Suffocates and throw one of the Plagues back in. Plague is a hard word to say when your nose is clogged. Alright, here we go. So yeah, let's give this a shot. Obviously this is the fun combo. You've got Stormcolor with Deadly. Stormcolor with Deadly kills stuff. I think you just need more ways to protect Stormcolor with Deadly, because if it gets silenced, if it gets killed by anything, that's just problems for you. If we run into a Combre deck, we're not going to have a good time. This is redrawable. I need double blue for Stormcolor, but I need Shadow more. And I'm still not sure about those Diplomatic Seals. In this case, it was certainly better than having just a Primal. Alright. So we're Elysian right now. Scheme. I've already got Beast Color's Amulet. I don't think I need Death Strike just yet. It would be nice. Let's take the Stormcolor instead. Just in case the first one gets killed. Taking a power would also have been okay, just so that I could get the Stormcolor down on turn. Draw me a power. Oh, drew another Death Strike. Hilarious. Shadow there. Got another Beast Color's Amulet. I think I'd go with that over a power. Do need a Venom Fang Dagger still. And still need red. Maybe I should have actually taken the Seek power out of that scheme. And that's the basic problem you're gonna run into. Okay, got the fire, that's good. Combre decks. Got another one? Or a Valkyrie Enforcer? Because that'll be game. Alright, things I care about and things I don't care about. What do we want to do? Got our 5/5. We have Death Strike. That happens. Vara's favor here. Worth it to throw the Death Strike early just because stand together. Oh, what do you know? A Plague would be useful here. We'll just dash. Zendil's Gift is also nice. Yeah, I think that's game. Stormcaller Deadly is definitely fun stuff, but alright, that's probably game. Any way out? Probably not. Torch. Good show. All right, so that's the Plague Lightning Storm deck. Yeah. Stormcolor, I love this combo. I like Dagger, I like Beast Color's Amulet. I think you might actually need 4 daggers, which is a bit unfortunate. Maybe 3? Running Backlashes is a good idea. Running Devours and Dark Returns. Basically anything you can do to protect this combo is pretty crucial. But you do run into space issues because you also want decent amounts of removal and control. So yeah, there's a lot of tricky things going on here. But I think that overall you can't just pin all of your hopes on Stormcolor. You need to have some other options for pushing the game to a victorious conclusion. Honestly, I think the first thing I'd cut is Flame Blast. I might even cut the entire red setup here. But if you want to keep it in red, lower the Flame Blasts a little. And see if you can find some other synergies with Crowd Favorite. Because getting some decent weapons out of this, like Life Drinker or other like removal out of Crowd Favorite, will actually help you out in just establishing a little bit more tempo, which is something that this deck kind of needs. You can't get a Zindil's Gift. What can you get in red? I think it's just Life Drinker, which is unfortunate. Any other sort of weapon that would be good? Not too many. There's the Quick Draw one, but that's not really very good. Yeah, Backlash, definitely. Run Backlashes. Make sure that you don't get the Stormcolors killed by just basic stuff. Ooh, goodness, I gotta blow my nose. Be right back, guys. Ooh. Ah. Ugh. New card out on the subreddit? Is that RNG's second? Well, hang on a sec. I don't see it. Are we talking about... You're talking about Sir Rhino saying that he's going to be unveiling a new card on Monday? Oh, no, never mind. Okay, RNG did put its second one up. Good. Okay, we get to talk about this. I'm so glad. All right, let's go ahead and do it. Yeah, I knew about this one, actually, and we're pretty excited to set it up. I didn't realize that they were putting that up today. Let me go ahead and check with RNG and see if there were any like plans or anything like that, but I think obviously we have already got that up, so yeah. Okay, so bait, guys. Let's go ahead and put it up. Save image as... let's just save it in cards. Bait. Add image. So this one's a weird one. It's really interesting. Okay, here we go. No, that's not like transparent. I should have given them better visuals. These are a little bit low quality for like card images. But yeah, bait. Entomb, play a 7/7 Steelbound Dragon with flying and Overwhelm. It is a 5-cost 1/1 with 2 red. There's an obvious deck archetype that this fits into, of course, and that's the Madness Sacrifice deck. It's a tricky card to play in that deck because obviously, like, you have that situation where like you play the bait and then you have to like make sure that it doesn't get silenced. So you're usually playing it at around 7, which is when you would play a Steelbound Dragon anyways. But if you are playing a deck that manages to get this card out and you can get it out multiple times, that's pretty useful. I think there's probably gonna be some sort of fun Entomb interactions going on here, where like you'll be able to have double Entombs or triple Entombs at some point. So I'm more excited about bait as a card for like future sets than I am about it right now. It is a shaman. Why is it a shaman? That's such a strange. All right. So this card, just laying it down on 5 is a good way to stall out the board because nobody wants to kill this card. So it is something that you can use to like sort of threaten the board and make it so that your opponent doesn't want to attack into you. Just basically slow down the game. And we already have a deck that really likes that type of situation where you are like madnessing and using Devour and stuff like that, where you're throwing Combust on it. Yeah, like bait is obviously like a decent card for that particular aspect. But you also like could find some interesting things to do with this. The one that I think is really fun would be putting it in like a 4-color Haunting Scream deck with Nesting Avasaur. I'd love to make this card cost 3 so that we can Haunting Scream it over and over again. Yeah, like there are certain synergies that this card has. I am interested to see what ends up happening with it. It's not very good to play just on its own. You have to build the deck around it. You have to build ways in to protect it from having silence. You can, in fact, give it -X, and it will die immediately when you play it, which is nice. It will get the Entomb if that happens. Devour is the obvious option, but even better is to play Bait into Combust. If you play Bait into Combust, then you have, for 6 power and 2 cards, killed one of your opponent's units and summoned a 7/7 Flying Overwhelm Steelbound Dragon. And that's a pretty good deal, right? Ideally, if you're going to be playing this card, you're going to have 4 of them, and you're going to be playing it with 4 Combusts, because Combust is the really big deal there. Devour is nice as well, and you can always just put this card down and then make your opponent just never want to attack you until you Devour it, which is nice, but you do actually like end up baiting out silences as opposed to baiting out kill spells here. So, but yeah, we like this deck in Callous. We like this in any sort of Brimstone Altar type deck. Oh, it's actually very good with Brimstone Altar. This card will go well, and will probably make Brimstone Altar decks an archetype. Right now, Brimstone Altar decks are pretty slim. Like, people are usually running Callous instead. But we've seen some good aggro Brimstone Altar decks that are using Madness and Brimstone Altar and that kind of thing. And if you're just playing Bait for 5, Brimstone Altering it, dealing 2, and then getting a 7/7, that's pretty solid. So, yeah. Like, so Brimstone Altar decks love it. Madness, Devour types decks love it. Anything with Combust loves it. I think this card is really, really interesting. I think it's most powerful in a Brimstone Altar aggro deck, and in other decks it's going to be more silly and fun, but less good. And there's going to be, of course, like other ways to interact with it. We're going to see a lot of new cards that will make this card more and more interesting as time goes on. We might see some in the base 16 that'll make this deck really interesting, because there are a lot of ways to like just get a lot of interesting procs out of it. So yeah, Bait. This is the second spoiler card, and we're really excited about it. Glad to see it. Anything interesting about it? The Entomb effect. Well, we didn't note this before, but the Entomb effects will go off as normal with the other card that we previewed, the flying 5/6 ambush, which for some reason I can't remember the name of. Feaster? Shadowlands Feaster. That's right. So with Shadowlands Feaster, if you like actually get your Entomb off, it goes off on whoever owns the card, and then the card goes into your void. So that's something to note about Feaster. That will also be true about Bait. If Feaster is played down and kills a Bait, then the Bait goes off for you, you get the dragon, and then Feaster gets the Bait, and they can play the Bait themselves if they want to. Womp womp womp. What's this? Okay, that's weird. That card is called Quarry, by the way, Bad Guy Ty. The one that you were just posting the advertisement or the picture for. Don't know anything about it other than that it's called Quarry. So do I get the enemy Umbran proc with the new legendary? No, you do not. You don't get any sort of Entomb proc off of the new legendary. until you basically replay that card. Oh, hey, well that's bait. So let's go ahead. I like put this anywhere on the side. It'd be nice to actually like put these cards somewhere where we could see them. Maybe like right down here-ish for now. Yeah, that'll have to do. Okay. I'm gonna add both images. All right, just cover up my my Twitch channel for now. There we go. Okay, so a list of all the cards that will be released that we know of already. I have it, but we know that there's like 5 so far that we can see. We also know the names of 2 more, Corey and Nyctotraxion. Is that it? Corey and Nyctotraxion? Actually, no, we know the art for 4 more? 3 more, because we also have the art for Cabal Mastermind. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and move on, right? We have a new deck to discover. Yeah. All right. Ooh, we got lots of decks to go through. Contact info. Next up, 17 to 39. We're almost halfway there, guys. Next deck is from Real Sneak 13. Delete Brox. We're gonna import. And here we go. Real Sneak TV. Okay. So let's go ahead and pull that open. Get the deck image. Nope. Save it as deck list, that's right. Oh, okay. What are we up to? What do we got? What do we got? So I broke like 1,500 viewers on my YouTube channel, and YouTube was just like, let me just round that up for you. And now I have 2,000 viewers on my YouTube channel, or at least that's what it says. It's like 2K, and I'm like, no, not quite, but thanks. Okay. So, let's see here. Madness Devourant Gauntlet. Yeah, that would be kind of weird. All right, what have we got? Surprise Beast Colors Amulet, I love it. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, so you got like a decent amount of Overwhelm stuff here and flying units to actually put Beast Colors Amulet on. So that's nice. What we have here is big green Combre with Shadow. No, wait, we're not actually going into the big. We got Sandstorm Titan, Hammer of Might. So it's low to the ground Combre aggro with Shadow. That's interesting. This is a good deck. So Copper Conduits at 2, I actually really like this. I think Copper Conduits are kind of awkward if you're running 4 of them, and 2 of them is a pretty good splash setup. I'm kind of surprised there are no monuments here. I guess with all of like the seats and seals, that That makes monuments a little bit hard to fit in, but you might consider cutting the banners or something like that to actually get the monuments going, because your doubles are, you've only got double green for Valkyrie and double yellow for Sandstorm Titan. So if you could actually make that happen, that would be excellent. Crown Watch Paladin, Desert Marshal, Sandstorm Titan, Steward of the Past, Valkyrie Enforcer, all of these are really low to the ground beefy units with a decent amount of health that are pretty hard to kill. So we like that about the deck. The initial 2-drop slot is a little bit light, I think, especially if you're running 2 Infinite Hourglasses. I might consider putting at least 1 or 2 Awakened Students in here just to make sure that you have a few more plays on 2. Because you've only got Crown Watch at the moment, and this deck doesn't go further than 5. So you really want to establish that early tempo and get things set up together. I do like the V-Scholar's Amulet. I think it works great with both Copper Conduit and Knight Chancellor Sirath. I think that it's also just like fun on Valkyrie Enforcer. It's a decent card here. You're not likely to be in too many situations where the V-Scholar's Amulet as a single one-of isn't like a good idea to just sort of surprise your opponent with. Obviously, don't keep it in like a tournament list where your opponent's just, you know, gonna... Well, I don't know. Maybe you do keep it in a tournament list because your opponent just kind of has to pray you don't have it as a one-of. Steward and Sandstorm Titan, everything's good there. Hammer of Might's really solid. The combination of Hammer of Might and Beastcaller's Amulet is pretty cute because basically, like, the Hammer gives you, like, the war cries and stuff and means that you actually want to kill your opponent's units before they attack. Whereas the Beastcaller's Amulet means you want to kill your units after they attack. I like that sort of, like, meta game for when people actually know what your list is. Dark Returns on 4. Dark Returns on 4 is difficult. You might want to consider Dark Returns on 3. Or 3 Dark Returns, rather. But if you're splashing Shadow, I understand why you want to go for Dark Return here. You could also be rolling things like Impending Doom. You could be rolling a lot of interesting Shadow units to actually get this push across. There are a lot of different Shadow combos. You could look into Xenon Killers for inspiration. You could look into a lot of different other options. The other 2-drop that would be worth considering here, in addition to Awakened Student, is Argenport Instigator, because that card is actually really strong with Stand Together, and it's really strong in general. It's just like a very beefy 2-drop unit that's pretty solid. Find the Way... No? Yeah, just no. Take the Find the Way out, put Seek Power in. You don't need to Find the Way. It doesn't do anything for you. You have nothing above 4 or 5, so yeah, I think that Find the Way is probably just out here, and maybe Seek Power is as well. If you're running this many seats and everything, 27 power. Again, we have this, like, too much power, not enough Seek Power thing going on. I sort of get the half measure here because we've got 4 power at the top, so that makes a little bit of sense, but it's a bit strange to me. Suffocate, Annihilate, and Vanquish are all at 2. I might consider moving any one of those up to 3, just because, like, these are cards that you really want to have at least 3 of in the deck so that you can actually get to them reliably. You don't want to be in any situation where you're like, I'm holding a Suffocate and Annihilate and I wish I had a Vanquish, or I'm holding a Vanquish and Annihilate and I wish I had a Suffocate. Like, you usually want to, like, focus down on some of these removal spells. The widespread is okay, but if you're going as low as 2, then you're not going to get anything reliably on when you want it. Double Infinite Hourglass is probably too much. Yeah, I think it is too much. You probably only need 1 Infinite Hourglass, and there's just not that many units here that benefit heavily from Endurance, especially with Sandstorm Titan. It's not bad, though. We'll give this a second shot. I do think that double Infinite Hourglass is justified in a lot of decks if you are actually, like, trying to get that, like, heavy endurance for your units, like, because it does mean that you actually have a much higher chance of drawing that Infinite Hourglass. So if your goal is to stymie control decks, that's what you do with this. What's the red card next to Feaster? It is Bait, Tiny Sad Robos. Bait is a 1/1 5-cost shaman with 2 red influence that reads Entomb, play a Steelbound Dragon, which is, of course, a 7/7 flying Overwhelm monstrosity. Like, I think the deck that Bait is going into most of all is Brimstone Altar. Let's actually read Neon's article about it as well. Oh yeah, he actually includes a list that uses Brimstone Altar, which is fairly important. And Obsidian Golems, that's cute. Yeah, the Stone Scar Sacrifice strategy needs a couple of variations, so I like this card for that in particular. We'll redraw here, don't have enough power. Okay, Seed of Vengeance. And then Crown Watch Paladin will come out on 2. And we're already short on yellow. Paladin on 2. Oh, I missed the Excavates entirely. I don't think they're a good idea in this deck. I think you probably just want to cut the Excavates. Dark Return Crown Watch Paladin is real fun. Like, this is actually like an element of Argent Import that I really, really like, Dark Returning a Crown Watch Paladin. It's just a good way to push. Alright. It's probably worth killing. It's got Warcry. I mean, I can just Desert Marshal it as soon as I have yellow, so... We'll try not to actually get it killed. Oh, man. That missing yellow is really, really critical. Maybe I should stop playing like I'm the beatdown at this point, because I'm not. I'm stuck. Alright. So we have a turn or two left to just find an answer here. Go ahead and block there. Dark Return the Crown Watch again, get a 4/4. Hey, there's our time. Copper Conduit makes a 5/5. And 5/5 that I can Dark Return for value here, which is nice. Block there. Six, 6. A 9/9 is pretty safe from Finest Hour. But if I make an 8/8, then I can suffocate one of the Oni Ronins. I think I'm gonna have to go for the 9/9 option. Alright, didn't turn out too poorly. So we suffocate a 2/1. And I do understand the need for the infinite hourglasses here. I think I might actually keep both of them. Do we play Seraph or do we hold Desert Marshal? I think I hold Desert Marshal because then I can also excavate Crown Watch Paladin, which is pretty solid. It gives me a lot of life gain options. And it also means that I can leave Stand Together up, which is similarly important. Silence that. Excavate Desert Marshal. Nah, I don't think we excavate anything here. Seraph comes down. End my turn. Still holding tight. Trying to get stand together on top of these guys so that we can avoid vanquishes. Finest Hour. That's totally fine because we're going to excavate it. Sword of Icaria. Knocking some stuff off. Good times. Oh, Sandstorm Titan. Can't really play it here. Could Hammer of Might. It's probably worth it at this point. Let's swing with a 7-8. Leave the 13-13 back. My opponent has to Vanquish and Finest Hour to get across for damage here, and if I start pushing on him this turn, I think I just win. $13.20. Looks pretty good. Especially since we'll probably get a double block on Seraph here, which puts us over the edge with Stand Together. And that should be game. Is this exact lethal? I think it's exact lethal. I know it's 1 over probably. Nope, never mind. Yeah, that excavate was okay. You got some recursive value out of it, but I don't really like it all that much. I don't know that the opponent necessarily had a way to push through and win that game, Magus. We had a decent number of options. Okay, so here's the main things I'd make as changes to the deck. I'd cut 2 excavates. Probably cut 3. They are serious card disadvantage. I'd cut the Find the Way entirely. I'd roll a Seek Power instead. Could I go for 4 Seek Powers? Probably. Maybe cut like one of these Shadow Sigils. Worry about the power a little bit less, but yeah, cut the Find the Way completely. Knight Chancellor Seraph is good for what it's good for. Valkyrie Enforcer is something that we might consider having 4 of. I would throw in 2 Argenport Instigators here. Or 2 more Copper Conduits. You could probably actually go 3 Copper Conduits and then like throw some Argenports in here. Just get the units up a little bit more because you have kind of a tempo aggro list. And you want that to be a little bit more of the focus. You don't need to keep the power too high. I might even consider just tossing out the seals and rolling 4 Seeks and rolling some monuments at the top. But that's sort of personal preference, I think. Since you don't have anything at 5 or higher, Amber Monument would be a really, really good choice here. Yeah, we'd probably keep like 2 of the excavates if you're running Copper Conduits and a lot of recursion. Stand Together's fine. You could run 1 or 2 Protects in addition to the Stand Togethers, or like switch some of the Stand Togethers for Protects, so that you have a bit more of a way to like generate presence, like Hammer of Might and then Protect. Yeah, overall the list looks pretty decent. It's scattered, but it's okay. Don't run the excavates if you're not running 4 Copper Conduits. Like, if you're running 4 Copper Conduits and you're running some other stuff that actually really likes the bonuses, the war cries that you're getting from Crown Watch Paladins, if you're running Inspires. If you have more ways to actually get that recursive value, then the Excavate's okay. Here, I think it's no more than a one of. Like, once we actually got like 4 Inspires into this deck, or we had some more Warcry units in the early game, or we had some more ways like Stand Together to actually give those +1/+1s in, anything that actually like buffs units would make the Excavates more valuable. But right now, it's mostly card disadvantage. It's got a little bit of health gain attached to it. It's probably cute enough, but yeah, I don't know. This is interesting. This is a really cool deck. I like. I think it's pretty creative. It does some cool things, and yeah, good show. Let's go to the next one. The theme behind this deck is, I mean, we saw the theme pretty well in what we were playing. We get to Dark Return Copper Conduits, we get to Dark Return, like, aggressive Warcry units. We get to Dark Return all sorts of stuff. So it's Recursion combined with, like, Aggro Tempo, and that actually works out pretty well, because, like, Recursion Warcry is really interesting. I think a red, green, purple deck with Recursion is also an interesting idea. I think we've seen a few of them, even. So yeah, that was neat. Next up. Advanced deck building. Yep, so here's where it is. It's in gameplay. It's this checkbox right here. Check that, and that will allow you to alter the number of things you have. All right. Yeah, we're definitely going to see new cards with the other 5 combinations in set 2. Oh, more water. More water. Next up, Gorgon. Just a player named Gorgon. And maybe his deck was named Gorgon? This deck has 4 Gorgons in it. Maybe the deck is just called Gorgon. But, yeah. In the name of what I should call him on stream, said Gorgon. So, here's Gorgon's Gorgon deck. Felon Bloodcasters, Gorgon Fanatic, Direwood Beastcaller, Haunting Scream, Gorgon Swiftblade, Argenport Instigator, Impending Doom, Deathstrike. This is really straightforward, really simple, pretty good deck. I disagree with the 4 Ghost forms, but I think that everything else here is pretty solid. I like the Levitates, I like the Gorgon Fanatics, of course. You have like basically a Felon aggro archetype here with Impending Dooms at the top. I'm going to make one change here. I'm going to cut this Ghost form and replace it with an Impending Doom. And that's the only change I'm going to make. Seed of Cunning Felon Banner, that's right. I like the Felon Bloodcasters as like a 3 of. They were a 3 of, right? Oh, and we need to actually export this deck into a deck image. Save that. We got some new follows. DK Fen, Mind Cruiser, welcome to the stream. Some people that I missed. Oh, I missed a lot of people, actually. Hogmeat, Tredegon, Clith, Bark Dogs, Sadrak Hara, Two Money, Amoxen, and Iria, as well as Zephos HS, at Crowy, Q Warlord. I think I've just been like not paying attention to the follow notices, have I? Warlord, JWH28, and Black Dragon 1017. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm really glad that we have like all these new people. I'm really enjoying these bonus Sunday streams. I want to do more of these. We might make this like a regular Wednesday, or not Wednesday thing. Regular like Tuesday thing, regular Friday thing. Friday is not a good day because most people aren't really watching on Friday. Maybe like a Tuesday thing. Friday might actually be a good day because we want to like, we'll think about it. But yeah, and of course we're probably going to do bonus streams for this as well. This is a really good Sunday bonus type stream for like a stretch goal type thing as well. Yeah, Invalung and Yummy the Mummy just followed as well. We got a huge amount of followers right now. So glad to see people. Welcome, welcome to the stream. We are getting partnered, so we'll have like a sub button soon. Yeah, so just go ahead and plug that. That'll be up like Monday to Wednesday or something like that, so will be exciting. I'm very excited. Okay, is the deck list actually updated? Nope, forgot to save it. Open the original. Deck list, good. Yep, there we go. And here we go. So this deck is straightforward and simple. I think it's probably fairly competitive. There might be like some small tweaks that you want to make to it, but if you like were to take this deck out onto the ladder and just play with it yourself, make a few changes where you think like you see a weakness, I think this deck would probably be able to get you up to like diamond at least. That's just a guess, but that's my feeling. It seems to be a very solid Scream deck, apart from the ghost forms, which yeah, I don't know if you ever go full ghost form. Yeah, see right here? 2 ghost forms, Twilight Raptor, Swiftblade. That doesn't work too well. The overall plan's okay, though. I'll pick it up. I like Seed of Cunning into Twilight Raptor on 1. Maybe I should be keeping slightly better hands than this. Like, yeah, those 2 ghost forms are really painful. Okay. Swing for 2, Swiftblade. And it just keeps coming. Holy crow. CZ Method, Devoe, Crimson Spear. Did we miss Felcor TV and Skidzor as well? Oh my goodness, wow. Hi guys, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you. All right, what do we want to do here? I could give one of these like unblockable just for pushing damage purposes, but I'm going to Death Strike next turn, so I think it's fine. If there's a Sandstorm Titan here... Okay. Glad to see 2 of these guys. No blocks. Do we have enough Suffocates in this deck? We do. Swing for 6. Death Strike this one, probably. Ah, never mind that. We'll just Death Strike the Combre Healer and push. Yeah, these 2 ghost forms, just dead weight. Argenport Instigator's cute, though. Most I can push with the ghost forms is 6. Siraf eventually just sort of wrecks me. All right. I need a Gorgon Fanatic right now. Impending Doom's not bad. Card actually gets most of the job I need done. Okay. So now we just need to kill 1 unit. Oh. Wow, that was a lucky pull. That hurts us pretty bad. Did I mention I didn't like the ghost forms? I don't like the ghost forms that much. Okay, Cloud Snake Carrier we don't care about too much. Apart from the fact that it's pushing a lot of damage that we can't really deal with at the moment. Oh, this is good. I can just find one more kill spell. Okay, can we live? So all I need to do is kill one of his units and then ghost form. And that'll solve the problem. He has 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 24. So I just have to block something on the ground, I think. I might have to block 2 things on the ground. Good. We do want him to do that. And I'd really like him to attack with something. Alright, we have to ghost form the Direwood Beastcaller. Because we can't actually make lethal happen with the Argenport Instigator, and we need the 5/5s to defend ourselves. The 5/5s are also preventing stuff from happening on the ground, because basically we're in a position now where anything of his that dies could actively kill him. He wants to push in too heavy on me, he's going to die to other stuff. Silence on the Argenport Instigator means that I basically just need to levitate or I lose. Okay, pushing with everything. Three, 4. That actually seems like it might be bad for him. Oh, he's probably got to stand together, though. Let's think about this. Can we avoid a stand together blowing us out? 6, 10, 12. Okay, so that's going to kill me unless I block this. 7. This is 3. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So there's way too much right now. Throwing that in front of the 4/6 is really important. Throwing this in front of like the 4/4 might be a good idea. And blocking here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Both the 3/4s with the Overwhelmer blocked. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I don't think I can do better than that. So if he's got the stand together, I still lose. But it's a damn close thing. Yep. He gets exact lethal, and I do have enough to kill him if I don't die, but... Alright, so yeah, Ghost Form, not a big fan. I'd cut that to 2. Felon Bloodcasters are fine where they're at. Death Strikes are good. Suffocates and Annihilates are at 4 each. Okay. Not a lot that I'd change. Might roll a Permafrost. Might roll a Lightning Storm. Probably not a Lightning Storm. Devour would be okay. This is currently a pauper list, but it could actually use a legendary of some kind. Specifically, actually, I'd probably just go Champion of Cunning at the top. Just one? Maybe two. That's mostly fine, though. Alright, let's throw that one more time. Like I said, this deck's in very good shape for the most part. The Felon Bloodcasters at 3 I really, really like. I like the removal. I like the overall power curve. I think it's pretty well put together. I just don't like the 4 ghost forms. If you're gonna run ghost forms, you might as well run, like, Rapid Shot as well. Midnight Gale is good. Midnight Gale works very well in this deck. Not strictly necessary, but if you're running both the banners and the seats, then you can support it. Alright. But yeah, like, this is currently the pauper version, so I would probably just go with that. Twilight Raptor, Dark Return Fanatic. Play one more round with this and then we'll call it. What are you playing? Something blue. I think we can deal with something blue. So Raptor on 1. You need double purple or double blue? Double purple for Death Strike. I don't think double blue is necessary. Glad to see that permafrost so early. Hopefully we won't see another one. Suffocate would be bad. At this point I could suffocate my own Gorgon Fanatic. Seems unnecessary. Especially since it's pretty likely to get Lightning Stormed. At some point. This deck does run Lightning Storms. And it might be the deck's only available option with Beast Color out. Alright, that tells us some good things about this deck. Let's get Fanatic back. Fanatic is now a Death Strike target. Well, I don't like that much. Not much we can do about it. Double permafrosts into staff. Vara's Lightning Storm. Need a Haunting Scream. Mountain Banner's not going to do it. But it's close. Play it again. That champion's on point. Unfortunate. Just stole a march on us. He's outside of Suffocate range, so that's it. Still, pretty solid deck. Overall, pretty well put together. We'll set up the next deck, and I have to step away for a second. We'll be back within moments after that. All right, so delete here. Altogether not bad. Very, very strong deck. Next up, Delim. DLEMM. Import. I'll give you guys a chance to look at this one while I set up. Export deck image. Yeah, that oops BM was not particularly nice of him. Whatever. Sometimes people are jerks. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. What do we got? Ah, Vault of the Praxis fun. Cool. Well, I'll be right back. 1 second, guys. Sit ourselves down. Keyboard stream. What? Okay. So, we've got Claw of the First Dragon. Claw of the First Dragon that Knifejack takes controller to death. That's very rare. Knifejack's not a particularly good chance to hit, and it also is very rare to get like more than one of them. I use Claw of the First Dragon all the time, and I very rarely even hit Knifejack. There are a lot of better cards that you can get out of Claw than worse. So this is a variation on the Praxis of Evil, Praxis of Awesome decks that we've discussed before. It's a Praxis Tokens deck. The thing you usually want to look at when we look at these decks is how many Vault of the Praxis and how many Obelisks it's running, because that determines whether or not it's a control archetype or an aggro archetype or both. And this one is running the full 4 and 4, which is pretty common of Rhino's Praxis of Evil list. In fact, if I were to pull up Rhino's Praxis of Evil list, I think I'd see a lot of the same things except for the Claw of the First Dragon, because Rhino doesn't run one of those. Although I think that it is an improvement over the deck in general, because it gives you a nice finisher that actually like pushes some ways to, you know, just get more stuff going on. I like the 3 Ephemeral Wisps instead of the 4. I think that's one of those cards that you can usually afford to take down a little bit. This, of course, does enable Volt of the Praxis. It's a fun card for the list. You're running Marison's Disciple, Assembly Line, and Grenadin Drone, which are all really important, and you're running Torrent of Spiders as well. So you have a lot of cards that actually activate Volt of the Praxis, which means that it's a good card for Volt of the Praxis to play out. Overall removal list, we got Torch and Annihilate, Devour for card draw, and Combust. We're running Scrap Tank, which is sort of like our big finisher. I think I like that at 2 of. That should be fine. Overall, the numbers look good here. The power base is... I don't know about these 2 ofs. I'm not sure. You've got the banners, and the banners are actually all right as 2 ofs, I think. Seats, however, are a little bit strange here. Seats as 2 ofs are interesting to me. It implies the deck kind of lacks focus, but at the same time, look at the influence breakdown, right? Like it's perfectly even across the board, 33% of everything. Making one of the colors a splash could improve the deck's chances a little bit in terms of reliability, but it depends on what you're wanting to focus in on. If you focus in on time units, that makes Volts of the Praxis easy, and that's nice. Claw of the First Dragon is the only double red, and there's no double Shadow. So you could make Shadow a little bit more of a splash, maybe cut some Devours, something like that. Overall, this one seems to be more oriented around control than aggro. So the thing you really have to be sure of is that there's some way to win the game here. And I'm not sure if we have a way to win the game here. We have a lot of card advantage. We have a lot of other good stuff. Scrap Tank is definitely a solid finisher if it lives. And Claw of the First Dragon is usually good enough to push across enough stuff that you might win. But we don't have a full finish in terms of like Bloodright Callous, or even the Last Word would be okay. Like any sort of option where you just have like a one-of card in this deck where you actually just have a way to definitively end the game is nice. Again, those cards are things like Asindil's Gift, the Last Word. You have Claw, of course. I think Claw is probably gonna do it. Yeah, I think overall this deck seems pretty good. You just have to like actually weigh down and finish them off, and we have to see if the deck actually has the ability to go the distance. So let's give it a shot. No Stonescar Callous? Yeah, the deck doesn't need Stonescar Callous. Callous kind of needs a big support network is the thing. Because while it is like a really good way to finish off the game, you generally have to run both Callous and Smuggler's Stash. The stream started, yeah, uptime, got it. Soulfire Drake, it's okay. It doesn't have any major synergies with the deck, but it's fine. Mystic Ascendant, nah, just absolutely not. Well, I don't know. It's okay. You don't really need a 6-drop in this deck. And, like, the extra card draw, like, at that point, you probably got Vault of the Praxis down, so you don't need the extra card draw. Making a big guy it doesn't matter all that much. Scrap Tank is doing the same job that Ascendant would do, and it has more synergy with the deck. Slumbering Stone, Amber Acolyte. Alright. No, there's no yellow here. That was maybe a mistake, but I do have Slumbering Stone Devour, so I have a lot more chances to draw that yellow or to draw a Seek Power. And that is one thing worth considering. Do we have Seek Power in this deck? Okay. I would add Seek Power to the deck. Even though it is, like, it actually has 1-drops to play, like Grenadin Drone and Slumbering Stone, I would still add Seek Power to the deck. I think what we are doing here probably requires that you have Seek Power and that you're not running like banners and stuff to get there. That's why those banners were a little bit weird to me. They do make some sense, but it's strange. Yeah, overall top end for the deck, there only needs to be like one more top end card, but I think there does need to be one more top end card, and it's got to be something that actually like more definitively finishes the game. All right, Seed of Mystery is a lucky pull. We'll probably Devour at the end of turn just so we have a Slumbering Stone. And we have a few more options for later. I don't have to Devour. Okay, we're not going to Devour at the end of turn. We're going to Devour in response to this. No, okay. He's not even going to attack with it, which is interesting. Well, if he's not going to attack, I think I'll just stay put. Get the second time that we need for Obelisk. We're also going to have to worry about a second fire for Claw, but not anytime soon. Marison's Disciple's a good card here. Xenon Obelisk's crucial. Let's swing for 3. I've got Stones and Devours. I've got a lot of good options here. Okay, Chalice, huh? Let's not give him any options for drawing. This might be a bit of an overreaction, but I don't think it is. I think we're actually mostly okay with this. This gives us a lot more push, and it also means that he has to play down more stuff to actually make it happen with Chalice. And during that time, we get to beat him down. So pushing that damage is pretty crucial. Since we don't have Vault of the Praxis, we have to be the beatdown in this situation. Alright, and that should do it. It's 13, actually, so we're not quite there. But we're getting close. Oh, a Wasp for a draw. That's weird. Thing with everything. Devour the 3/3. Hold the other Devour for if there's a removal spell. I could have held on to the 3/3 as a potential way to win the game, but I don't know. The only thing that like really answers this board is double Lightning Storm, so I think I'm okay. All right, got there. All right. So yeah, I like these decks. I think they're really flexible archetypes. I don't think I'd change anything about this one. The Combusts are right, the Annihilates are pretty good, Torches are good. You could run Suffocates if you wanted to, but it's not particularly important. If I were to cut anything, it would probably be an Ephemeral Wisp just for another removal card. But I think you're mostly there, right? You got everything you need. This deck, you can shift it a lot based on what the meta is. The main things that I'd change are I would consider running Seek Powers instead of Banners. This is a really interesting setup where you have Diplomatic Seals, you have Banners, you have a lot of other stuff going on here. And I do think that the Banners are fine because you have so many 1-drops, but I don't know. I might run like 1 to 2 Seek Power in here. But yeah, no, overall, really solid. Thanks for the deck D-Lee MM. And let's move on to the next one. I have no major changes that I would make there. Just consider moving up the top end and make sure that the power is fixed up. Okay, what are we doing? Deleting decks, that's right. Okay, next up. Kura the dog. Alright, did get it, good. Oh, we got followers too. Hang on a sec. Aptamen, Rouge Seraph, Zio Gengar, Lazy Itachi, CZ Mephit, Devo, Crimson Spear. Welcome to the stream, guys. It's Crimson Spear with a K. Thanks so much for watching. Glad you guys are enjoying this, and let's go ahead and move on to the next one, shall we? Hey, hey. Oh ho. Okay. Deck image. You ever like, you know, when computers have like specific commands and you input the command wrong and then just sound like feel like just kind of silly about it? Like I just sent the bad guy bot like the thing deck image, and then I didn't provide a deck list, so it just sort of stared at me blankly, which is, you know, just how it goes with robots. All right, what are we naming this? This is Kura the Dog's List. And I should have thrown that up so that people could get a look at it. Oh, we got Hero of the People, Renegade Valkyrie, Sensori, Brigand Fevered Scout. Okay, straight up red-green push. I love that it's dual colored. I think Champion of Glory is a pretty solid choice. Righteous Fury is maybe a little low. We got Huru Envoy in here, Hero, Renegade. Okay. Oh, Hero with Champion. Okay, I like it. I like it. 2 drops are a little light. I'd maybe try and get Crown Watch Paladin in here, or a few more 2 drops if I could, because right now we're very heavily dependent on the combo, but overall, not too bad. Okay, is the deck list saved? Yeah, it's on the side. Good, good, good. Oh. All right. So, this is another variation on the Sensori Brigand deck, or on the Huru Envoy deck, or whatever you want to call it. It's a variation on the spell-focused, just Happy Times deck, and it's real solid. I think this is about where you want to be. 3 Vanquish seems like a pretty good include. Finest Hours for the other problems. Rampages are in 3. Yeah, I like Rampage on 3. You don't want 4 Rampages. 3 should be good enough. Torches are on 4, which is... It's nice that you actually found space for 4 torches. I'm probably not the best person to consult on this deck, because I always just go completely ham with it, and I don't care so much as to whether or not it actually works. This is a much more reliable version of this deck. Let's go ahead and give it a shot, see how it plays. I like the double Renegade Valkyrie. The Righteous Fury, of course, you have that same combo with Brigand again. I like all the people submitting me Brigand decks. Alright. They know what I like. They know what I like. So, yeah. Overall, looks pretty solid. Was there Diplomatic Seals in there? There was. I'm always worried about Diplomatic Seals when you're trying to even hit, like, double power, but it's probably right here. Seems like a good fit. All right, here we go. 7 is a start. Seat, Recano Banner, Renegade Valkyrie, redraw. All right, so our play here is fire, grab fire, play fire, and then didn't get a very good opening hand. Just Brigand is real rough against the Stone Scar deck. We don't have that many ways to gain health. Righteous Fury is the only one that I can think of. We don't have Harsh Rule. Could you throw Harsh Rule in here? Clearing the board first and sorry Brigand is not a terrible idea. I'm gonna go ahead and push here. No torch, that's nice. Suffocate happens. This looks like it's going to be a torch. No? He does have rapid shot. I think if we get rallied, we just die. Yeah, if it's not a torch, it's definitely a rapid shot, so we shouldn't block here. Under basically any circumstances. Second suffocate probably means it's game. Yeah, Huru Envoy might have saved us, but I think we're dead now. That's 4 plus 5, 6 plus rapid shot is 10. So that's the game. Like I said, we're going really, really hard for the combo here. So I think it might be ideal to try and push a little bit more in the 2-drop slot. Something like Crown Watch Paladin. And maybe you don't even need that many of them. But like a few War Cries could really help out early on. You've already got the Inspires, right? So maybe I'd even cut 2 Inspires. Just so that I could push more stuff. We cut, what, a Rampage and a Vanquish? A Torch and a Vanquish? Let's try a Rampage and a Vanquish. We'll give this one more shot. But I think that there's just not quite enough units there, so you're not actually generating enough pressure on like the tempo side. The other option is to go wider, like to cut the Crown Watch Paladins entirely and to go for like some harsh rolls at the top, so that you have your combo later in the game. People mad about cutting torch? I don't know. I don't think you always need 4 torches. Sometimes you can manage with 3. Yeah, and this is nice because we can play hero and then get Crown Watch after, which is always good. I probably play Crown Watch first here, though. Maybe not. If I want to spend the next turn, like, just... No, I think Crown Watch is right. No blocks. Search out a red. Swing. See if he wants to block. Okay, so we're hoping for a 4th power here. If we don't get a 4th power, I think I play hero instead of Huru. Maybe not. Huru Envoy is like a really hard card to just be targeted. Alright, we can stay put here and block. Use Finest Hour. Probably you got a Finest Hour of your own. Cool. So he trade blows. Not my ideal. Block some damage there. This is much better. Righteous Fury makes it into a 3-3 with lifesteal and health gain stuff. Should be okay. Alright, so I'm gonna protect here. I'm gonna Righteous Fury that myself. Go for 8. We're trading 8 back and forth here, but I've got Rampage as well. Oh, Torch into Vanquish, really? Alright, looks like he has all the right answers. So yeah, overall not too bad. Like I said, like there is some early game that you want to like take care of. Oh, maybe you'd even go 3 Hero the People. Just getting the unit count up a little bit more. 24 is about right. Rise to the Challenge you could just cut out entirely. I don't really like Rise to the Challenge in this deck all this much because you've already got 3 different seek options, right? Like, you've already got a ton of different ways to actually, like, combo with this stuff. All of this synergy works with all of these different units, so you don't need to Rise to the Challenge because it's not actually getting you anywhere. No, yeah, you could just cut the Rises, raise the Hero and the Sansari up, and then you just have more stuff to play. Get like a better early game going on. If you're going for the Rises, you're going for like a more late game strategy, you run harsh rules and the like. But yeah, I think this is probably a little bit more what to my taste. Okay. All right. Those are interesting emotes. I like them. Okay. What's next? What's next? Cool list. Thanks for submitting it, Kura the dog. Number 21. Ah, we got one from Wodar. Wodar is a pretty well-known name. I've still got him on my friends list somewhere. All right. What do we got? Ooh, straight Rakano with Sandstorm Titan. So many decks. So many fun decks. Okay. Once again, we got the Righteous Fury combo with Hero of the People. Crown Watch Paladins in here. 29 sources of power. I'm not sure about Ornate Katana. I guess it's good with Karmic Guardian, which is kind of nice. I have to get that. Be right back. It's Girl Scout cookie season. They're so delicious, but I have no money. All right. What was I doing? Okay. Thoughts on how to build a power base. Yeah, we've written some things on it. I think that in general, like 25 is way too little for anything but the most aggro. And if you want like the big expensive stuff, it's like 32 or more. And you can go as high as 36, 39. When half of your deck is power, that's a little intense, but if you're trying to get like a dozen 7-drops, then maybe. Okay, so yeah, so Righteous Fury here on the Hero of the People I like. It's good on, it's not really good on Karmic Guardian, but it's good on Night Chancellor Seraph and Navani Warsinger and Sandstorm Titan, so it's decent enough. Hero of the People right now is taking the place of Valkyrie Enforcer. which I don't mind because this deck is 3 colors, and when you are 3 colors, you kind of have some difficulty supporting Valkyrie Enforcer. This is a problem that I often see in sort of 3-color decks, where people, like, they really, really want to keep that Valkyrie Enforcer, but their deck just can't really support it, because you're not going to be able to play it on curve, and you maybe don't actually want to. Here are the People's a weird choice here, but it works with Karmic Guardian, it works with Warsinger, and it works with Sandstorm Titan. It works with everything, really. All of this stuff does have a skill on it. Even just one. That's kind of cool. Finding more ways to protect Hero of the People is always nice, but you can at least make it like a 4-3 with Warcry and Charge. Oh, I actually really like that. A 4-3 Hero of the People with Warcry and Charge. That's adorable. Yeah, the Katanas are the only cards I'm sort of iffy about, but I think that I like the overall look of this deck. Let's give it a play and see if there's anything that we feel is really out of place here. The banner situation is... Someone very carefully tuned this, and I'm not sure if it's right or not, but it seems fine. Got 3 seats, got a lot of stuff here. You might be missing some power drops, especially since you only got 1 1-drop and 1 2-drop, so maybe banners aren't really all that important here, but if you really, really need to fix for yellow, which this deck really, really does need to do, I'd probably cut a Rakano banner and go for a Combre banner, just because you want that double time more than anything, and you don't need double green, you don't need double red, so getting a Rakano banner doesn't actually help you at all here. So I'd probably just cut the Rakano banner, up a Combre banner. That's just my gut feeling on that. Oh, thanks so much, Ion Crowns. Let's go ahead and... Sorry, hang on a sec. I need to check something real quick. What was I checking? Oh. Anyways, is this list on the side? That's the first thing to check. Righteous Fury, Hero of the People. No, that's still the Huru Envoy deck. Okay. There are 4 Seek Power in the deck. So I think that's right. Okay, and we've just got a ton of tabs open. That's why it's so hard to figure out what I'm doing. Oh, I never close tabs. I should really like make it more of an effort to like actually close them before they get completely out of hand. Deck image. Save image as. Deck list. All right. Cool, cool, cool. It's not anything like that. It's literally just like 20 deck image tabs and all of my other streaming related stuff. And the spoilers for Jack, like twice. For Jack? Yeah, for Jack's Bounty, that's right. Okay. Is there a maximum amount of decks you can have? Yes, it's like 82. No sane person will hit that amount in less than like 3 months, but I am not a sane person, and I need more deck slots. I need them so badly. Okay, this is tempting. I am on the draw, so I have a couple of extra chances to draw power. I think I'll give this a shot. Got the early aggro. You got sort of a plan early. Okay, good. Now this looks mostly fine. We don't get to play Seraph on 3 necessarily, but probably just block that. This looks like a Jito aggro deck, so just mess it up. Ooh. No, I should have just played the Crown Watch Paladin down. I also should have fetched a yellow? I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry, guys. That was my bad. Oh, you know what this is? This is not a Jito deck. This is the No, it is a Jito deck. I was thinking there's like a red, green, purple one that's flying around right now. That's really interesting. Block there. Gonna get rapid shotted? Nope, just damage. Okay. Yeah, not grabbing that yellow was super bad. Sorry. We'll just play that down. We'll give this deck another shot. I kept a bad hand and then I didn't grab the yellow, so shame on me. Go ahead and block here and here. Well, he's really smashing his stuff into me. Looks like he's out of juice. Alright, so if I had actually picked up a yellow, like I was supposed to, then we would be in a much more commanding position. Okay. I actually think... Nah, that's right, because you don't want to get torched. The problem is if he gets Shadowland's Guide, that thing becomes pretty problematic. I could Warhelm and start getting some war cries going. Yeah, double war cries seems worth it. Let's get some big dudes down. It's all my fault. Alright, definitely just block these guys. Oh, good. These both have 4 health, so I think it's probably better to play Seraph first. Rally's like 9 damage. That's scary as heck, to be sure. We would have just won this game if we'd had yellow. Hero of the People's pretty cute, but I'd probably just go for another Seraph. I'm gonna go hero here because Karmic Guardian and hero have very similar options going on, but 4 health is better than 3 next turn. And he can't kill me this turn. Not unless there's something I'm missing. Bandit Queen's not gonna do it. Cool. Block, block, block. Block 2? Yeah, I gotta block 2. Could we have organized that better? Yes, we could have put the hero in front of the Bandit Queen and we would have had slightly less problems to deal with. Karmic Guardian should answer most of those issues, though. Okay. Yeah, so I'm definitely that Rakano banner that we cut for the Combre banner. We feel good about that. We want more time sources in the deck for exactly that reason. Hey, 1 our 5 casual or ranked games. But obvious mistake with Seek Power where we just kind of blanked it. Don't want to do that. Thunderstrike Dragon. Cute. Alright. Anything I would change here? I'm just not sold on the katanas. I think that's the card I'd most likely change. I'd probably cut 2 katanas for 2 Rakano Outlaws. Or, alternatively, since you're running Hero of the People, 2 Champion of Glory. Since you've got Quick Draw and Endurance on that. And that way you have some more ways to give Hero of the People bonuses, and you have like a little bit better defense. They're a really good target for Righteous Fury. So like that kind of cut there I think is really interesting, and like gives you a bit more pressure in the early game. Those are the only like major changes I'd make. I'd like to play one more game with this where we don't screw it up quite so bad. Cut 2 katanas for Hammer of Might. Aren't there 4 Hammer of Might? I don't know. I probably wouldn't cut it for Hammer of Might. Hammer of Might's nice. Like, it's a really good card, and it's pretty good here. It doesn't have any synergy with Hero of the People. It doesn't have any synergy really with... It's a really, really good card, so it's hard to justify not putting it in. But you also have, like, your 4-drop situation is great, right? You've got 12 4-drops plus Righteous Fury. You're probably fine not including Hammer of Might. Hammer of Might ups the curve on this deck a little bit more than you might want to do. I think it's an interesting justification. Navani buffs everything, Sean Batat. It's not just weapons. Way more consistent as just Rakano, yes, but like most decks are more consistent as just 2 colors. If you're running 3 colors, then yeah. We have talked about the new cards, Eye on the Crown. The new cards are Bait and Shadowlands Feaster. They're in the bottom right corner at the moment. We really like both of them. Bait is kind of a weirder card that I think is going to be better depending on what new cards we see. And Shadowlands Feaster is just a really good card all on its own that has some fun synergies and things going on with it. This is fine. Gotta get green. Have double yellow. Okay. Oh, Seed of Glory is perfect. That fixes all of our problems. Or all of our, like, concerns, anyways. Got Avara's favor? Always an important question. Seek power. Okay. So that means no Vara's favor, which means that it's probably a good idea to just go ahead and play down a banner. Put a katana on this. Swing for 4. Getting this picked off by a Vara's or an Annihilate gets an Annihilate out of the way for Hero of the People, which is good. We could also wait on the Hero of the People. That's always a possibility. Doesn't feel all that important to do that right now, though. If I play Combre Banner, then if I want to play Sandstorm Titan on 4, I actually do have to wait on Hero of the People, so we might as well do that. And plus I've got good 2-drops to play with Hero, so we can draw into those later. Alright, I was hoping for him to play something that I could actually torch into, but this is fine. Let's have some fun. It's pretty glorious. Cool, cool, cool. So that's another, like, solid Annihilate target. Getting Annihilates out of Sandstorm Titan's way is pretty good. Hilariously reverts to a 1-1. And then becomes a 2-2 with Endurance. I guess he's got a torch. How does that interaction work? So here are the people gets War Cry and Charge, which are battle skills. It gets +1/+1 for every battle skill that it has, so that's always solid. Cudgels. I don't like it. I want to push the katana just to draw. Yeah, I need actually more pressure here to make sure that he doesn't, like, just hold back this Statuary Maiden. That thing needs to die. Still, Statuary Maiden's a rough card. Hopefully he's holding onto a bunch of permafrosts. Alright. Karmic Guardian, Warcry Charge. Swing for a bunch. Could hit a Cabal Countess here, that wouldn't be great. But... okay. What are you grabbing? Withering Witch? It's gotta be Withering Witch, right? Yeah, Withering Witch is a hard sell here. Got the Lightning Storm too. Most I can push here is not much. If I play this into Black Sky Harbinger, that really sucks. I imagine he wouldn't have put the Stone Cudgels on that if he had Black Sky Harbinger, though. Okay. And that's probably gonna be game. We could roll Furnace Mages in here, of course, as like a sideboard against this kind of threat. It's whatever, really. Alright, we'll call that good, I think. Wait, well, I don't know. We could always get a Vanquish and then push. How many Vanquishes are in the deck right now? Alright, let's make 8 power happen. Come on. Seraph, yo. More cudgels. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just call it. Alright. Yeah, overall I like this deck a lot. The katanas are the only things that are kind of weird about it for me. They work with Karmic Guardian, but they're just overall unimpressive to me. I think 2 is fine, and probably decent for what you're setting up. Here are the people. I think I want Champion of Glory in here. Banner setup. looking good with Combres and Praxises. Make sure that you have enough time. Sort of the same issue with Seed of Glory. Might even cut like a couple of Seed of Glory and up the Combre or Praxises. But yeah, looks good. Really solid deck, Wardar. Thanks so much. Let's go to the next one. Okay. We are importing a deck from our clipboard. Bleak Hot is next up. All right. And we gotta set it up and get the deck image is the other thing. I think I'm getting hungry. That's what's going on. We're running low on calories. Foodstuffs. The importance of like actually thinking well. Might have to go like make some popcorn or something. Run a deck list. I don't have 20k gold yet, but I'm pretty sure that the thing is not coming out until Wednesday, so. We'll get there. We're only at 14 so far, but shouldn't be too much of a problem. All right. And is this saved? Was this on the side now? Double check. Yeah, we're good. All right, what do we got? Paladin Oathbook, Bright Mace Paladin, Minotaur Grunt, Crown Watch. Okay, okay. Copper Conduits. Run the War Cries to get Paladin better. Minotaur Grunt is sort of the card here that is like, just maybe not good enough. You have Auric Sentry and Crown Watch. You have a lot of good stuff with War Cries here. And you got kind of a fun thing at the top where you're playing Elysian Pathfinder and then you're attacking with all your Warcry units to make sure that whatever the top unit of your deck is, it gets Echo. You've also got Warcry on Ornamental Daggers, and that's the reason why there's so much of a focus on the Warcries. So that's understandable. I can see the reason to keep the Minotaur Grunts in there. I'm not sure I agree, but I think it's fine. If you're trying to run out a bunch of these, sometimes instead of Oathbook, you might want Xenon Obelisk. And that's not always true, but it can be. You've got Hammer of Might here. You've got Copperhall Elite. I think the Oathbook probably suits this plan a little bit better, but I would maybe consider splitting the difference. Go like 2 Oathbook, 1 Xenon Obelisk. Overall, I think it's fine. 3 Inspire's good. The Infinite Hourglass, 1 of is very, very cute. I always love having 1 of those in there. You might have too many Pathfinders here. Like, the Pathfinders are a really good card, but they aren't necessarily finishing the game for you. They're just adding card advantage at the top. And they don't, like, get you into a situation where you can win easily. So, it's a tough top deck to draw. It's okay. I'm probably okay with it being at 5, but if you wanted to cut one of them for another Oathbook or something else, I probably wouldn't feel too bad. 2 or 3 would be just fine. I like the Ornamental Daggers. I don't like the Excavates at all. Especially if you're not running 4 Copper Conduits. At that point, I'd just cut them. Is there anything else worth excavating here? Your Echoed Pathfinder units. Like, at that point, why not just run, like, some Echo units? Yeah, I think I'd cut at least 1 Excavate, maybe 2. Because you don't have any card advantage in here apart from Elysian Pathfinder. So it's not really worth playing the Excavates because they're kind of a trap card. Excavate's a very common card for people to put into their deck because they're like, oh man, I need recursion. But the thing about it is that because it puts it on top of your deck, it's distinct card disadvantage that you're imposing upon yourself. So you really, really need the recursion for it to be worth. Like, and you know, if you're getting like good Oathbook targets, then Excavate can certainly make that kind of useful. But like, I don't know, there's too much building on you getting that good unit into your void that I wouldn't really put it at 3. I'd maybe put it at 2. I'm okay with that if you're running copper conduits and you're running Oathbook and the like. So we're just gonna up the copper conduit by 1 and up the down the excavate by 1, and that's the main change that I'd make here. Seat of Progress is good. Since there's no seats here, I'd probably recommend banners as well, especially since you're trying to hit double time with Sandstorm Titan or Pathfinder. If you're not going to run banners, then you can at least run Diplomatic Seals, because Diplomatic Seals, there's no downside to them in this deck, apart from the fact that you might not hit Sandstorm Titan on time. Just being able to make sure that you get your green or your yellow, it's pretty reliable. So we're going to go ahead and add those in. I'll go with banner. And other than that, there's not any major changes that I'd make here. I have the basic deck idea down. One thing to really consider is running any sort of Echo unit like Twin Brood Sauropod. You could actually run them instead of Sandstorm Titans, or that's maybe a little intense, but it's not too bad. Have I played your deck yet, Thundershot? I don't know. You were in like the first 20. We can check. Arian. When did you submit? Oh, yours is about 4 away. So, yeah, you'll be up in about 4, Thundershot. Okay, so let's see here. Redraw. Throw that back. No Valkyrie Enforcer. That's fine. I don't think decks necessarily need Valkyrie Enforcer to win. It's certainly a strong card to put in. It's never wrong, but it's never strictly... well, it is sometimes strictly right. I think Valkyrie Enforcer would definitely be fine in this deck. It's nice to have a flyer. It's nice to have such a well-costed flyer. This deck is very aggressive, so it can deal with that. Copper Conduit on 2. Once we excavate it, it becomes like a 5/5. And I'm not doing anything on 3 either, so we might as well wait until 3 to play the Copper Conduit. And we got a Bright Mace Paladin instead. Next turn is Sandstorm Titan. Copper Hull Elite is also an option. Probably play Copper Hull Elite first to bait out like Sandstorm Titan. Now that we've got a Sandstorm Titan number 2, that's not really anything that I see the need to do. A 4/4 Conduit. Weird, this deck is like eerily similar to what we're running. I'm gonna make a 5/5 Conduit. There's a case for doing it slightly differently, but if I draw a power here, I can Pathfinder and then Inspire. So that's kind of cute. The problem is that this is a Xenon Killers deck, so eventually it's going to get into a situation where it's just a little bit stronger than us. Let's Vanquish here. Bring with both of these guys. Cool. And I'll probably just Inspire, see if I can draw that power. Hammer of Might, not bad at all. Dark Return. Getting back Conduit, undoubtedly. I think I'm just going to Hammer here rather than Excavate Vanquish. Swings for 9. It's pretty good beating. The risk here is that we then like run into a situation where that gets Death Struck. Okay, that's got Killer now. That sort of doesn't matter though. No. It's not a situation where that's actually bad for us. Oh, intriguing. So if I play Sandstorm Titan, that blocks 6. Yeah, that should be enough. I think for 9. Sandstorm Titan. And that'll block enough damage that we can swing with our own 9/9. The Devour's fine. Okay, that hurts, but not too badly. I excavate Vanquish here, I think I win. Could be an Annihilate. No, I still win if there's an Annihilate. No, well, the Annihilate happens to the 9/9 now. So now we're in trouble if there's a Dark Return. I gotta Pathfinder it up. Now, Dawnwalkers with Killer coming back too. A lot of problems to face. I think I'd rather have a Warcry on an echoed unit than a living 2/2 that's going to get eaten by that 1/4. That's a tough call, though. No blocks. I could have blocked there just to, like, get Dawnwalker out of my hair. I mean, because if he doesn't attack with Dawnwalker, right, that's... Got anything else big? Right on. Okay. That's exactly the kind of thing we want to see out of this deck. 2 5/7 Warcries off of a Elysian Pathfinder. And we're super glad that we stacked that one Warcry on there. Breaking Snake Formation doesn't do anything. Shadowlands Guide gets back nothing? Did he just throw the game? He could have lived a turn. Alright, well, cool. Deck did what it was supposed to do. So yeah, like, keep the Excavates low. They're fine with enough Echoes. I would recommend, like, maybe even considering, like, a few Echo units. Specifically, Twin Brood Sauropod. But I think this is pretty cool. Yeah, it's a fun deck. Paladin Oathbook didn't actually end up being relevant there, but I guess it's fine. Keep the Excavates low, that was good. Initiate's fine. Make sure you got the power base set up, and yeah, pretty solid. Thanks for submitting this deck, Bleakhot. That was really solid. What is Carpet Shuffle? Carpet Shuffle is a list that we run where the idea behind the deck is to basically make static bolts deal a lot of extra damage. So we build up static by shuffling around on the carpet and doing nothing. We play a solid control archetype, and then we get static bolts with Echo. We second sight them multiple times, and then we hit our opponent for like 3 static bolts for 21 damage, or 3 static bolts for 28 damage, or something like that. Not 28, 8 times 3, yeah, 24. So it's based off of that thing you did as a kid, where you would like shuffle around on the carpet with your feet and then zap somebody. All right. So good stuff. Champion of Cunning's done. In the pile. In the pile. Let's go ahead and delete that and move on to the next one. First things first, I might need to get like an apple or something. We might need to take a short break. We've been streaming for about 4 hours now, so I could put on some music or something like that. And then we could go like grab a little bit of food. I do want to continue this. Who's up next? Gaverion is up next. Okay. We got a cool Curiox deck coming up next, but we're going to take a short break. I could run advertisements if I had my sub button, but I don't have my sub button yet. Did I modify my Stone Scar Mauler's deck recently? Nothing too much is new in it. If you saw the ETS Invitational, we put Voprex into it, and we've been running Subvert in it a lot. It's usually called Subverting Expectations right now. So this is the overall list that we're running, and it's also in the exclamation point deck list. It should be down near the bottom at the moment, since we haven't been playing it too much recently. But this is what it's currently at. Got 3 Soulfire Drakes in there because, yeah, I actually want to draw more Soulfire Drakes. Okay, so I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go grab a little bit of food, and then we will be back for more. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, I would say, around 4 p.m. See you guys in just a bit. Cheers. Okay, hang on a sec. We'll be right back. Let me go ahead and set that to say... Cool. Do you guys want like OC remixes or Ven, I guess would be the question. Yeah. Well, we'll just play something. What do we got? We got Ven up. Cool. We'll play that. See you in a bit.
So be First they took the ABC away, and I didn't speak up when the numbers changed. Then they drained the colors that we drew, and when I turned my back, they came for you. I walked away, but then they offered more. Said I was the one that they've been waiting for. But even as I signed upon the page, the letters that I wrote began to fade. Oh, tell me, will there be no witness, no ripples on the surface when we disappear? Oh, are we obsolete and beaten? Is history repeating that ringing in your ears? I saw the side that I'd been fighting for. I realized the uniform I wore, but there was no one standing in between, and there was no one left to speak for me. Oh, tell me, nothing to blame it on. Needed a name and I needed a face. I needed time and I needed space. But when it dawned that it didn't conform to what I know, and that I'd have to let go, then just as it was here, then it disappeared. And then I knew it was you, and I was wrong to fear. And you would hear my prayer, hear my prayer, hear my prayer. So long, no one to sing to. Hear my prayer, hear my prayer, hear my prayer. Might as well be you, might as well be. Hear my prayer, hear my prayer, hear my prayer. So late, no way to cling to. Hear my prayer, hear my prayer, hear my prayer. Might as well be you, might as well be.
Hello, hello. We are back. We are back. Hi, hi. Ooh. Ah, goodness. Yikes. Noises. Anyways. Whoa. We have consumed our foods and we are ready to go again. Let's go ahead and play around. We lost like 50 viewers. Oh, well, like 70 actually. Well, that's fine. Let's go ahead and set up, get everything done. Okay. Contact form. Gavarian is our next list. Let's go ahead and clone that up and set it all, put it all together. Whoa. Oh, hey. No, that's not allowed there. Okay, so go ahead and import our deck. Didn't get voice blasted? Now what's voice blasting? Like overdoing the mic or something like that? Oh, hey, we actually don't have all of the cards necessary to make this work. So that's unfortunate, but we can talk about it and we can look at it. Creating great parliaments. Do I have enough to create the great parliaments? I think I don't have enough Curioxes anyways, so we might have to actually just lower the curve a little bit. Curioxes, you got 4 second sites in here. Yeah, I can only make a vague approximation of this deck at the moment, which is fine. So Gavarian's list runs 2 Levitates, Find the Ways, Lightning Storms and Second Sights, Harsh Rules. We got Jotun Hurlers, which I do love. I'm rather surprised that there aren't any twinnings in here. I feel like Twinning Ritual would be a pretty good include, just on account of the fact that we have Sandstorm Titans, we have Seraphs, we have Curioxes. There are a lot of good targets here for twinnings. The early game has 1 Desert Marshal, and that seems a little bit light to me. The whole 13 unit thing in general seems a little bit light to me. Especially if you're running excavates. Like there are places where you can make space for more units or more ways to get units. I think cutting the excavates is definitely the first thing. Let's go ahead and put in 2 Twinning Rituals. That way we'll be at least the equivalent of having a few more Curioxes and the like. Early removal, we have Permafrost for early removal, we have Vanquish, we have Harsh Rules. If you're running Harsh Rule here, you might actually consider throwing in an Eye of Winter. I think there's just not enough in the early game here. Like, what I'm seeing is 2 Lightning Storms, a Desert Marshal, and 4 Permafrosts. And that's just not enough. You probably need a little bit more to make sure that you can secure this late game with the Curioxes and the Staff of Stories, all of that kind of stuff. I think you generally want to have like a little bit more going on in the early game than just Sandstorm Titans and Great Parliaments at 4 and Night Chancellor Seraph on 3. So to that extent, I would consider upping the Desert Marshals and upping the Lightning Storms, maybe taking the Permafrosts down just a little bit. Levitate does help with, of course, Crown Watch Paladin, so it's fine to keep it at 2. Inspire is not really all that useful here. It doesn't really hit anything that you want it to hit. Like, that... Basically, Sandstorm Titan doesn't need to be any bigger than it already is. Knight Chancellor Seraph actually actively doesn't want to be a 4/5, because that makes it vulnerable to Vanquish, and that's usually like bad news for it. Jotun Hurler becomes a 5/5, and that's just neither here nor there. Curiox the Collector becomes like an 8/8, and that's actually kind of decent, but I just don't think that you need the Inspires. You could probably cut the Inspires completely and go for Levitates and more removal, and that would probably be solid. Let's go ahead and do that. Levitates and, I don't know, up a Desert Marshal. Oh. Yeah, so that's probably like the majority of changes we'd want to make to the deck on the first run. Let's go ahead and give it a shot. Yep. Twinning in a 13-unit deck. Well, I mean, we're always going to have units. It's just a matter of, like, twinning just gives us extra units, which is nice. I don't know. You could definitely just up the unit count, and that'd be fine, but I wanted to get as close to actually having 4 Curioxes as we could, so this is where it's at. Seek Power, Jotun Hurler. Looks good. Alright. Yeah, everybody submitted lists, and we're just going through them. We're talking about like things that we changed, things that we like. Showing off the list in a game or two, just for like everyone's enjoyment. And that's basically where we're at. Alright, whatever you've got at 1, you'll have to play it. Don't have anything at 1, that's fine by me. Play a Time Sigil. I'm going to Twinning Ritual Jotun Hurler. And that'll give us an extra snowball. I don't have the ability to Wisdom of the Elders, which is kind of unfortunate, but... Yep. And that's sort of a problem we figured we'd run into. I didn't actually think that I was going to hit... I could snowball it and then silence it, just so that I don't get Warcry twice again. Yeah, I think that's probably right. Just to give me something to do with my power this turn while we're waiting for Great Parliament. We actually don't care too much about the Warcries because of Harsh Rule. But it's nice to shut this down a little bit. And what I really need to do is get some power here. Blue would be best. But it doesn't matter too much because we're definitely going to play Great Parliament next. Okay. Depleted Seat, that's fine. Go ahead and, like, hold on to the Wisdom, pretend that we have a Lightning Strike. He's obviously not falling for it, or he doesn't care. So we'll go ahead and set that up. Wow, that is a hard play into a Lightning Strike, but we don't have it, so we'll just play. Seraph's not a good play into this. Sandstorm Titan's pretty good, but I still have to worry about, like, just Vanquish. There's nothing for it. We have to play into this. So if he's got Vanquish, then ouch. Plus Torch? Interesting. Alright. Seems like a pretty good Harsh Rule to me. What are other options? Knight Chancellor Seraph's worth considering, but I think without like a Permafrost or something, that would be just death. Because Finest Hour, Torch, those are the real concerns. The other real concern is Soulfire Drake. Great Parliament's okay, but I mean, I'm not going to get Soulfire Drake yet, so... It's probably fine to Harsh Rule. We can bait out Valkyrie Enforcer that way, which would be really nice. We shut the Rakano Warcry machine down. There's not likely to be a third Sword of Ikaria. Navani's definitely pretty scary. Let's go ahead and play a Jotun Hurler. Do I want to levitate that? I guess I can wait in case Elder's Feather. Elder's Feather seems really unlikely, but it is a Navani deck, so, like, it's just a possibility. Gonna trade even. Cool. I'll levitate now. And I got my own Desert Marshal for the next Navani that happens to be butzing along. Let's go ahead and do that now. Oh, I messed that up. I could have levitated instead. Snowball it. And then I'm just gonna draw. I gotta get some power. Find the Way is sort of like power. Should be good enough. Harsh Rule here would not be a bad idea. Yeah, let's push the 2 damage and Harsh Rule. We'll hold on to the Levitates so that we have options against, like, Aegis units, but I just want this Rakano machine to be down for the count. Alright. Find the Way. Play Siraf. Siraf can't be vanquished, so she's in pretty good shape to levitate up and kill this Valkyrie. I got the wrong image on the left. Okay, we'll fix that right now. It's still in our clipboard, so we can just do it. Got a new follow. Pause for a Finest Hour, maybe? I mean, I still have to block. If it's a Righteous Fury, then that's unfortunate, but this is actually still really good. Cool, had a Torch. Seed of Wisdom. Now, even though the power is depleted, Great Parliament does summon 2 owls, so that's totally worth doing. I actually could have found the Way first, even. Okay, deck list on the left should be updated now. Oh, I'm still kind of twitchy. Probably drinking all that caffeine. Entirely my fault. Lightning Storm. What's Wisdom? Permafrost Lightning Storm. Just gonna keep his board clear because we don't want big weapons to ruin our day. Where's he getting all these Warcries from? Oh, right, Navani. Everything in his deck is just bigger. And that's something we're gonna have to live with. Play a Sandstorm Titan. It's not too late. It's not ever too late to submit decks. Definitely, like... That makes me nervous. What? Okay. I must have accidentally clicked that while it was, like, in the air? Sure. I'll just put the snowball on top. Staff of Stories should give me enough health to live through any sort of, like, ridiculous draw. Yeah, so that went pretty much about as well as could be expected. Do I have a link where we can check the new upcoming cards? The 2 new upcoming cards that I have are currently in the bottom right corner. If you are looking for spoilers, go to rngeternal.com. And both of the spoilers have been posted in the last 2 days, so they should be the 2 most recent articles. All right, that was fun. This was a fun deck. I'm probably not going to make any other major alterations to it. Like I said, I do think that Twinning Ritual is pretty strong. A 2 of is just fine. Upping the Desert Marshals was a good idea. Making sure that you have enough early removal is really important. And seats and banners. That one banner is interesting. I guess it's fine since you're really looking for the triple purple, triple blue, triple yellow. It's pretty hard to support these Curioxes, and you gotta be really careful about that, but you got most of what you need to do that, so that's not too big a deal. Great Parliament is just a really good card that's worth playing. The unit count is actually a little higher because of Great Parliament, but it's still kind of low, so be careful with that. And make sure that you have enough stuff early on. Like, I really think these Levitates and Permafrosts, or the 4 Levitates and the extra Desert Marshals are really important here. This deck just doesn't get there otherwise. But thanks so much, Gavarian. Marshall Ironthorn. Your call on that. It works well with Great Parliament and Siref and Curiox. It's not strictly necessary for the deck. Do I have a personal spoiler? No, the 2 from RNG Eternal are the only 2 that are sort of ours. I knew about the RNG Eternal ones, but I was not in charge of releasing them, and I didn't get one myself like Rhino did. I guess because I'm not a streamer, I'm not a, like, setup streamer? Or, I don't know. Not sure why I got passed by. Anyways. But I'm on the RNG Eternal team, so I got to see a bunch of spoilers ahead of time. I'm not too unhappy about it. Okay, what's next? And there's only like 16 here, so we obviously didn't get that many leaks. Yeah, it's entirely possible. Okay. It's true. I do have like a separate brand from RNG Eternal. That was like part of the deal from when I like started writing on them, but it's easy to be considered part of the RNG Eternal team as well, so no big deal. I am not worried about it. Anyways, Gavarian Tredegar is our next. So here we go. Copy that. And we will go ahead and my cards. Gotta delete this deck. Import. I want to save a lot of these, but I just don't have any space. Tredegar. Is that correct? Yep, we're good. Get the deck image set up. All right, overall list. Yeah, it's true. Okay. Open the original. Save image as. Like, I am part of the RNG Eternal team. That's just 100% true. So, there we go. Touch of the Umbran, X2. Touch of the Umbran, X2, and no Ironthorn. Interesting. Okay. Initial thoughts on this deck. I do like Spire Chaplain for getting like up to Touch of the Umbran. That's kind of cute. I think that instead of Throne Warden, you just want to run Marshall Ironthorn. Like, right now Throne Warden isn't doing very much. It's gaining you a little bit of extra health. It's kind of a nifty Aegis unit, and it does sort of buff Auric Runehammer, but this is like, I would cut like 2 of these and add 2 Ironthorns in. And I'm going to do that just because I like Ironthorns a lot and I haven't gotten to play with them too much yet. We've got Subverts in here, which is pretty good. Being able to steal a bunch of their stuff is always nice. No Madness Devour stuff, that's fine. You don't really have the space for it anyways. Crownwatch Paladin and Auric Sentry are buffing Auric Runehammer, I guess. And you have Argentport Instigator as like an early sort of pressure game type thing going on. Spire Chaplains are only at 2. That's fine. Spire Chaplain's probably best as a 2 of. Valkyrie Enforcer at 3. The Scheme at 2 is interesting. Like, that's sort of space filling and also okay. Sometimes I want 4 schemes. I actually don't think that 2 is necessarily bad. You can have pretty much any number of schemes and it's probably fine. It depends on how slow or how fast your deck wants to be. This deck looks like it wants to be fairly fast at first. Like we have Argenport Instigator and Paladin, and then we have Auric Sentry and Spire Chaplain, so we want some early tempo. We set that up. And then we sort of go into like a slower control archetype, but we don't have a finisher. So yeah, like if I were going to make changes to this deck, I'd put in Iron Thorns, I'd put in Touches of the Umbrans, and now I'm just sort of altering it to be my own deck because I'd probably also add the last word in. I really want to run an Argenport deck like that sometime. This one's okay where it's at. The main thing about this is that it does just have good cards throughout, and it's picked very high card quality cards. So Steward of the Past is just tough to deal with. Auric Sentry, tough to deal with. Argenport Instigator, tough to deal with. Crownwatch Paladin, tough to deal with. Throne Warden, pretty tough to deal with. Martial Ironthorn is actually an exception to that rule, and I just want him because I want these Touch of the Umbrans to happen. And I really want to craft this Touch of the Umbran because it's real sad that we don't have a third one. Can we make some space? Yep, my deck contains cards I don't own. That's very unfortunate. Let's go ahead and go into my collection and see if we can find a rare or something to disenchant. Okay. I don't actually have extra Steelfang Chakrams, but I don't need 4 of them. Obliterates I definitely need 4 of. Steelbound Dragons I can probably cut 1. And then anything else that we'd cut for part of a playset. There was a Champion of Cunning we got recently. Oh, we got a Crystallize. Cool. Okay. So now we can actually craft that Touch of the Umbran. Cool. A single Argenport banner is probably wrong. You probably want 4. Or maybe at least 2 or 3. There's such a big focus on like actually getting... There's not really any like heavy green or red stuff. No, there is. You've got Valkyrie Enforcer on 3, and that's really important to get 3 green for, so... I'd probably just go like that. Influence Breakdown, green and purple. Yeah, probably the overall power setup is fine. You could side a little bit more towards green than purple, because you have Valkyrie Enforcer on 3, and that's really important, and you don't have any double purples until you get into like 8. So having the green is more important than having the purple. That distribution is pretty important. Yep, yeah, I mean, we're just working on the premium playsets. I don't really need that many more cards at the moment. It's nice to have a full collection for talking about deck doctor lists, but apart from that, I don't really need it. And did I cut a power by accident? Oh yeah, it's 8 and 9, got it. Okay, so yeah, now you're a little bit more sided towards Justice. Other than that, I don't think I'd really make major changes. Maybe we do just run the Throne Wardens. That's a little bit more true to the spirit of this deck, which is just units that are really difficult to deal with and no fun. But, I'm including the Iron Thorns as a fun of because I want to have some fun, so. That's not my specific recommendation for Tredegon, but I like him. Yeah, thanks so much, Wodar. That deck was a delight. I really liked it. Alright, I still got some popcorn to eat, because I ate an apple and some popcorn and walked around a bunch, but 15 minutes is not quite enough time to eat food. I gotta make more time for myself, but I also just, you know, wanted to get back to this stream. This has been really fun. I've been enjoying it a lot. Alright. Munchies. Hopefully that's not too loud. I got this Arctic, like, this Arctic thermos type thing or whatever. It's just very good at like keeping things cold, but I frequently drink out of it slightly wrong and spill water down the front of my chest. Okay, can't keep this hand. No early game. I think I want a little more early game. Were there only 2 Crownwatch Paladins in the deck? Let me look at that list again. Yeah, there's only 2 Crownwatch Paladins. I would go up to 4. I think there's enough tempo going on here. And Touch of the Umbran's sort of like just your late game finisher. You have to be really careful with Touch of the Umbran, because Touch of the Umbran can be silenced, and silencing the Touch of the Umbran returns it to its owner's hand. Oh, what do we want to do here? Auric Sentry's terrible if it gets silenced, and it's definitely going to get silenced, but I'm not sure if I can bait silences right now. Let's just play the Instigator. Yeah, see that pause for Desert Marshal? This is fine. Okay, that's fine. Would have preferred that it was like a gonna be difficult here and just swing with the 3/3. Not sure if that's correct against Big Combre. I'm never sure what's correct against Big Combre. We need to study this deck a little bit more and think about like how it plays and what we need to beat it. Because I've played on this deck side a lot, but I did it all in closed beta, and the meta was totally different then. So what killed me was always different. So we need to play with this deck quite a bit more and like get a feel for it, get a feel for what its weaknesses are. Now that Desert Marshal's a 2/1, that's really nice. That was a really important nerf to this deck. Yep, Gavarian was playing this deck before. No, he wasn't playing it with Static Bolts, though. Love the Snowball. Alright, swing for 3. Alright, the last time... So when we actually looked at this deck, it only had 1 Desert Marshal in it. So let's use that foreknowledge and just play an Auric Sentry. Alright, that's fine. I've got Finest Hour, so... I think my Suffocates are going to be largely useless, and that's unfortunate. Was this deck running Harsh Rules? I don't think so. I think it was all single target. I could be mistaken, though. So we want to get to Touch of the Umbran. Pretty badly, I would say. Let's play Crown Watch Paladin just because Harsh Rule. Alright. Well, this is a different deck than I was thinking it was. The second Permafrost on the Instigator. Do I have to do that just for... Yeah, I do. Just because it's funny. Alright, here we go. Poor Instigator. He's taking a lot of abuse. He's very cold. And the enforcers keep yelling at him. Are those readable, by the way, in full screen? Oh gosh, no they are not. Okay, fair enough. Let's just... That's a little bit closer. I don't know. Can you read that, guys? If not, we might as well just call it. Okay. Swing with everything. Looks like he's got just enough to live. It's pretty legible? Okay. Then we'll call that good. And I'll put the Deck Doctor stream thing. The nation goal can move over here for now. There we go. Channel. Gets him a lot of cards, but doesn't win him the game. We still have the game. Plus he didn't play a power this turn. Oh, wow, drew a depleted power. Rough. We never once got... Oh no, we did get something with Warcries on it. That Valkyrie Enforcer. Yeah, the 7-drop is definitely a real solid competitive card. I think Bait is going to be a lot harder to make happen, but it could be okay. The 7-drop's very powerful. The 5-drop is not competitive, I would say, but it may make Brimstone Altar decks competitive. Okay. Okay. We good? So what were the changes that I was recommending? Oh yes, Crown Watch Paladins I would take up to 4. You just want more redundancy in this 2 slot, right? Like, you always want to be playing something aggressive on 2. And if you've only got 6 units in the 2 slot, that's just barely enough. You might not actually end up playing anything on 2. So instead you're going to be sitting tight until you play Auric Sentry on 3, and then like Auric Sentry is going to have to face down like 2 different units. That means that Auric Sentry gets double blocked, so that's kind of a problem. If you want to actually like develop your early game at all, I would go Argenport Instigator, Crown Watch Paladin. Spire Chaplain's fine here. Privilege of Rank is an alternate option. If you want to get to these Touch of the Umbrans, that's Spire Chaplain's the card that does it for you, and it also draws cards, which I love. I love these 4 Subverts. I think they're a fun card advantage card in Argenport. I don't know that I would necessarily run 4 of them, but I'm okay with that. Throne Warden and Steward are sticky, so that's fine in the 4 and 5 slot. You're very low to the ground, except for Touch of the Umbran at the top. That's fine. Touch of the Umbran is not really a card that I would say is like amazing at sealing up games, but it's decent enough that you can try it. And you could also do something like Last Word or Auric. No, not Auric. Sword of the Sky King would work just as well in this slot. So you could run like 1 touch and 1 Sword of the Sky King. Overall, like I like the deck just fine. I kind of want to play another round with it. The schemes are okay. Anything that I would cut here for the 77? I mean, we gotta cut something for those 2 Crown Watch Paladins. I don't think it's removal. It's probably the schemes. Like, we're just not looking for any particular card here with scheme. There's no key combo piece we're looking for. We don't care about Auric Runehammer that much. We got some removal cards that we want to find, but it's probably easier just to not have the schemes at all and play much more, like, aggressively. Okay. Do we want to play one more round with that? Yeah, let's play one more round with that. This one's fun. Yeah, you don't want to play Bait out solo. It's very rare that you want to do that. Hey, it's Jonah. Let's redraw. Got Vara's Favor, Auric Sentry. Yeah, it looks good. No 2-drop, but like I said, even 8 is actually a little bit slim if you want to hit your 2-drop on time every time. You want to go up to like 10 or 12. 12 if you're an aggro deck, 10 if you're like sort of okay with going into the mid-range. But yeah, 8 here is fine. Should be okay. And yeah, we did unfortunately miss, so we'll hope that he's a slow control deck as well. Auric Sentry is real good against Elysian. And we even got lucky and saw an Initiate on turn 2. So that's our perfect Vara's Favor target. Interesting. Well, you certainly get to eat one of those, and then he can probably Sandstorm Titan anyways. Oh, what is this? I don't know, but I think I'm willing to delay. Do I want to just silence that? That seems reasonable. You're gonna hit 4 regardless, but like if you're not Sandstorm Titaning this turn. Okay, so you had some on-time cards to play, that's fine. Play Auric Sentry here. Swing for 3. Yeah, we gotta be a little aggressive with this deck. Treat it kind of rough. Throne Warden on 4, seems right. Although Vara's favor Auric Sentry is fine too. I'm guessing this deck is running Rally and also Shimmer Pack. And Shimmer Pack's definitely the big worry, right? Sort of done what we could about Shimmer Pack though. Gunsmith, whatever. Swing for 3 here. Iron Thorn will eventually get up to 15. That's important. Play Throne Warden. Something to resist the Crystallize when it comes. Actually, I've got lots of things to resist the Crystallize when it comes. And we're trying to hit 15 here. Gosh, I love Iron Thorn. Such a goofy card. Oh, wow, somebody's getting spicy. Swing for 4 here. At worst, I'd get a 3-3. Nah, we'll stay put. Got another polymorph in there, Jonah? Alright, he's got to kill the thing in 1 turn now. Block there, block there. Block there, block there. No. Alright, let's think here. I think we're just... yeah, we're good to go. How much is this? 4 across with Rally. Ironthorn lives. Wreck his day. Yeah, I like Ironthorn in there. I don't know if it's necessarily right, but it was certainly the choice there. So fun stuff. Did you miss the news for today? Yeah, the news for today was bait, Aiden. We put it on RNG Eternal. So if you go to rngeternal.com, you can read the spoiler, which was written by Neon. Pretty good stuff. And yeah, all good to go. Okay, so that was Tredegon's deck. Let's delete it. And we will go ahead and look at another one. We are currently on number 25 of 43. And we're up to Thundershot. The importable deck just reads, I'm sorry. All right. So, wait, we actually built this deck, haven't we? Yeah, this is, no, never mind. Deadly Divining Rod. Deadly Divining Rod. Okay. In blue, red, and yellow, which is interesting. Okay. This is unique, so that's nice. Overall, you've got 25 units to hit, and not a lot of them are deadly. Like, I don't think there's quite enough here that the Divining Rods are necessarily going to be great all the time. You have Dire Fang Spiders and Dark Returns, which is nice, and you've got Marison's Disciples as well. I kind of just really, like, my instinct is to put Shadowlands Guide in here to get the Scorpions and Dire Fangs back with Predator's Instinct. I'm not sure if that's correct because there's not any other 1-drops. We ran a deck very similar to this on our latest RNG Eternal list with like Striking Snake Formation and Sand Warriors and the like. I really like Deadly Baton, Deadly Divining Rod with Snow Crush Animist, but this deck is not blue, so it can't run Snow Crushed Animist really, unless we also have some discard outlets or some other ways to cast it that are gonna make it so that it can't just sit dead in our hand. Sandstorm Titan's probably the weirdest card in here. It doesn't really fit the deck archetype all that much. If you had an Infinite Hourglass, then you could get it with Divining Rod, and that would be kind of cool. But otherwise, it's just sort of like, it's a pretty good unit that's in here because people feel like Sandstorm Titan needs to be in here. I don't think it needs to be in here. You could just as easily run more Statuary Maidens or just more deadly units, Marison's Disciple, anything like that. Marison's Disciple is not a deadly unit. It just makes a deadly unit, which allows you to Divining Rod. So total count on deadly units is 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, 12. And Scorpion Wasp, which I guess counts, 16. So there's 16 deadly units. Let's see here. What are the actual odds of hitting that? We can actually look this up. Card draw calculator, is that right? Pearl card calculator page is what I usually use. So this is the link for like people who want to see this same thing. So if we have a total number of cards in deck of 75, that's probably going to be about 60 by the time we get to a Divining Rod would be my guess. The number of target cards in deck is 16. And we have 4 draws to hit any one deadly unit. Let's go ahead and calculate it. There's a 72% chance of hitting 1 unit off of a Divining Rod. And if I had a different calculator, I could probably calculate the odds of hitting 2. But it's like 70 times 2, basically, right? Or we could calculate it for each draw. Calculating it for each draw actually seems like a better idea. 60, number of cards in deck 16, number of cards to be drawn 1. A 25% chance per card, so like 4 times 25. Yeah, it's you know, it's reasonable. It's not great. Your overall odds are fine, but I don't know. You're gonna whiff some Divining Rods. About 1 in 4 Divining Rods, you're gonna totally whiff. So that worries me about the deck. I would definitely up the deadly units. Do I have more Statuary Maidens? I do. Do I have a premium Statuary Maiden? Probably not. What other deadly units do we have? There's not that many in purple. Steward is important. Ashara the Deadshot? I've forgotten Ashara is deadly, actually. Vara the Fate Touched is not bad. Vara is actually pretty solid. Especially with Dire Fang Spiders and Predator's Instinct. I would probably roll Vara's in here. Champion of Chaos. Yeah, I actually have no idea why Champion of Chaos isn't in here. It's a really solid choice for a deadly unit. So I would probably stick that. Let's cut the schemes. Throw in champions. Not the last word. Lumen Defenders are fine at 2. Statuary Maiden's pretty good. Just cut, like, some of the Sandstorm Titans, and let's just give that like a start. But yeah, I think just overall upping the deadly unit count is really nice for those Divining Rods, so getting that done, good idea. Power-wise, we got Seed of Chaos, Seed of Impulse, Seed of Mystery. Gonna up the Seed of Chaos and down a Seed of Mystery because we took some Sandstorm Titans out. Xenon Banner. So again, very big focus on yellow. Got Find the Way in here and Amber Acolyte, so that makes some sense. Probably keep it the way it is. Impulse and Mystery. Alright, what do we need the red for? Torch? Statuary Maiden. Well, that's it. And Smuggler's Stash, which Smuggler's Stash on Divining Rod is nice. So yeah, Smuggler's Stash on Direfang Spiders with Predator's Instinct is pretty cool. Like I said, I'd really consider Shadowlands Guide in here, but this is fine. Let's give this a shot. Yeah, champions are difficult to get on power, to be sure. But, I mean, you're trying to hit 6 right now, right? So Champion of Chaos does work with Rod if you have the power. I didn't know that Strangers didn't work with Rod. I think it's actually like because a keyword ability is different from an in-play ability. So like a Stranger doesn't grant Deadly or doesn't grant Warcry to your units while they're in your hand. But a Champion of Chaos, it just either has it or doesn't have it. I don't know. I feel like Strangers should work. Yeah, Vara the Fate Touched is certainly fine in this deck. Seek Power, yellow. Sure. We got yellow, we got red, we got Scorpion Wasp, we got Marison's Disciple, and then we got Divining Rod. So yeah, we could actually make something happen there. Well, no worries, Thundershot. It's good to have like sort of rushed versions of decks sometimes because it gives us an opportunity to like actually talk about like what we can change. All right, Seek Power out, and a Fire Sigil. Cool. Oh, deck image isn't up. Okay, that's fine. It's still in our clipboard, so we can actually just automatically import it from Discord. Let me just open up a Discord tab. Yeah, no, it's not in our... I have stat in my... Why is that? Oh, because I typed something with... Okay. Well, unfortunate. So I will have to wait to put the deck image in. But we'll probably play 2 games with this, because I'm interested in making it as good as we can. Could play Scorpion Wasp. I think it's actually better to hold on to Scorpion Wasp here, since we're setting up like Deadly. Let's play Steward of the Pass Down. Champion of Chaos is also a good, like, sort of suffocate bait. Or I could just play Marison's Disciple. Nah, Steward. I think Marison's Disciple gives away the game a little bit, and it's nice to pop this Aegis. Aegis still gets popped. Alright. I'm gonna play Marison's Disciple for an Overwhelm unit. That's totally acceptable in this deck. Marison's Disciple is always a Swiss Army knife, so if you don't really feel like you need the Deadly unit, it's fine to play the Overwhelm instead. And I don't need the Deadly unit because whatever this deck is doing is not as crucial. We're gonna have Deadly units eventually. Champion of Chaos first. Hope there isn't a Suffocate in there. I've got 3 Torches in hand, which is not great against Feln. Feln doesn't really care about Torches all that much. And we're not hitting Divining Rods, which might be a problem of the deck's power. Dark Wisp. Sure, that's fine. Good. Seed of Chaos. Now we have a Deadly Champion. And next turn it'll have Divining Rod, which is nice. Even if Champion gets killed this turn, we can Scorpion Wasp out just to have something to Divining Rod. Doing that in speculation of getting a power is pretty iffy, but I might do it anyways if this gets death struck, because this deck just doesn't seem to be doing a lot. It's kind of like cycling, so I want to like actually put pressure on it. All right, got another Divining Rod, didn't get anything else. That was a weird Black Sky Harbinger. Not really all that good. Swing for 4 again. Oh, I should have put Steward down first. I'm sorry, that was entirely my bad. And then I didn't put Steward down. All right, you can tell it's been getting late in the stream, but let's sit up straight, stretch a little bit, and make sure that we're not like making any more dumb mistakes from just kind of spacing out. All right. Yeah, we can get back in this. Bar's Favor's pretty cute. Swing for 4. Withering Witch would be like the scariest thing, but we don't care too much about that. And we'll just Divining Rod. This deck has been dirtling all day. What are you trying to do eventually? I feel like Channel would be pretty bad. Oh, I haven't seen this effect yet. I love it. It's great. All right, Divining Rod. And yeah, see, that didn't really hit a lot, which is sort of a risk of the deck, but we're happy to just sort of go for it. No more Scourge. Scourge is out of our hair. Oh, wow. Film Bloodcaster hits pretty quickly. Go ahead and torch that. Could play a Statuary Maiden first. Yeah, I'm still making mistakes. That's okay. Just swing, push. We have enough damage here that we can actually kill him with double torches. Okay, Wisdom. That's fine. If I double torch this, then he doesn't gain 3 off of it, which is sort of nice. Divining Rod is nice here, but I should actually prevent him from drawing cards. Let's go Statuary Maiden. Torch. Torch. Put the Cudgel on the champion, since it will eventually have Overwhelm. And that's good. Got another Cudgel. Everything's looking good. Digging for Witching Hour. Oh yeah, I can definitely see it. Haven't seen a Witching Hour deck in a long time. Alright, so initial changes, like, even with that, we don't have enough deadly creatures to have really good rods. The rods are okay, and they're nice on Champion of Chaos in particular. I think 4 Champion of Chaos is just required for this deck. If you're going to be running purple-red, I mean, that's the reason to run into red. The only red splash we have here is Torch and Statuary Maiden. And Statuary Maiden is kind of worth it, but, like, it's not enough to just splash into red for that. So let's cut the Sandstorm Titans entirely. And that way we actually like can focus down on this black-red stuff. We can cut the Xenon banners, and we can go for the Stonescar banner. Probably go the same amount, 26. Seat power's at 2. Seek power's at 2. Why is seek power at 2? Probably go up to 4, or 3 at least. Okay, so that increases the number of deadly units in the deck a little bit, and it also increases the overall unit count. That's nice. Amber Acolytes plus Find the Way. Decisions on that, I think it's fine. I like Predator's Instinct here if you have enough recursion. The recursion right now is Dark Return Smuggler's Stash, and there's not really a lot of it. But it's probably fine. I can see why you're running 2 of them, and I think that's okay. Vara's Favor's getting Shadow, so that's good. Might even, like, cut out an Amber Acolyte and go for another Vara's. Yeah, they're both pretty solid choices for what you've got. Statuary Maidens are in. Marison's Disciple's fine. Good, like, sort of mixed unit. Smuggler's Stash is good. Divining Rod's okay. Yeah, of course we want Divining Rods. So up those champions, get the banner set up so that champions are a little bit more supported. Steward comes in, Statuary Maiden comes in. We got lots of Death Strike units. Could up the Lumen Defenders, but it's not really important to the deck. The Stewards and the Statuary Maidens and the champions are the guys who are really pushing through for your lethal. Vara at the top was the other thing that was definitely like an important suggestion. And do we have enough power for it now? 29? I think we can probably afford a Vara or 2. And once you have Champion of Chaoses in here instead of Sandstorm Titan, Vara also becomes a lot more attractive because we're not only getting Direfang Spiders, but we're also getting Champions, we're getting Stewards, we're getting Statuary Maidens. So we have a ton of good purple cards to actually pick out of this. So, Excavates for better rods. I mean, you might as well just use Smuggler's Stash. Like, way good. Striking Snake Formation is pretty solid. We could run 1. I don't see why not. Now, I might see why not. I think it's double time. Double time is, yeah, I mean, sure. We'll throw 1 in. It's a fun finisher. All right, let's play 1 more round with this. I think there are still some improvements that could be made. Just focusing down the deck a little bit more on those deadly units and like making sure that you have the right power set up. But we've made some pretty decent changes, so. Oh, your opponent also sees the effect? Really? That gives them information about your hand. That's new. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Well, we'll have to test that because, yeah, if that's true, I already like Scourge of Frostholm, so. Pretty good hand. Champion of Chaos gets Overwhelm instead of Deadly, and that's totally fine. We don't care about getting Deadly until we're at a much higher power than we're currently at. Let's play Direfang Spider, see if we can draw like a Desert Martial Silence. Seems unlikely, but you never know. Alright, that's fine. Find the way for a Shadow. We're going to play Champion on 3. Maybe I should have sought Power instead. That would allow me to actually play Steward on 4 with what I've got. On the other hand, the longer that I dirtle around, the more likely he is to silence this Direfang Spider. Alright. Okay, maybe this is a Find the Way turn. I really want to play a Deadly Champion in this deck. I'm going to find a way for another Shadow. And then we're going to either play Steward or Champion next. No blocks there. I get that sweet, sweet Valkyrie Enforcer. Seraph, okay. So, go ahead and play Seed of Mystery into Steward of the Past. Champion's not bad either. I guess I'm going to draw the Vanquish no matter what. But it'd be nice to draw a silence first. Difficult decisions. All right. Grab some whatever. Swing for 3, just because we can. Got the silence. But now we get double blocked, yeah. Not an ideal day. We need those instincts or killers. Something to actually give some recursion here would be really nice. Suffocate there, looks fine. I'm guessing that he's just got another Desert Marshal queued up, so we're not going to attack. Yeah, there's definitely that pause for Desert Marshal. Hey, there we go. Whiffed it. You really have to focus down on those deadly units if you want to get it going. Okay, not the card I was expecting, but that's actually fine. We get to silence that, then Varus comes down and plays Steward out. Cool. That seems super aggressive to me. Swing for 5. Still can't deal with this Seraph, so she is going to actually make something. A 6/4 Spire Chaplain, huh? Alright, well, swing with both of these guys. Get what damage we can in. More power we can draw out of our deck, the better. Aura gets silence, that's probably going to be the end of game. Okay, 14/14 Nonsense Machine. Oh good, Smuggler's Stash, exactly what I need. That gets us back a Rod, a Champion, and a Direfang Spider. Oh, I got 2 Rods, actually. Even better. That thing's gonna have Overwhelm on its next turn. So we'll have to block it with, like, a lot of stuff. No other units in my Void, so I guess we can hold off on the Direfang Spider. That's fine. Double block there to only take 4. Sentinel goes in the Void, that's where it belongs. We gotta hope Seraph doesn't hit anything great next turn. Alright, 8/8 Aegis with a little bit of health gain. That's not the worst that we could get. I'm gonna go ahead and equip here. Scorpion Wasp is okay, nothing special. Swing, kill the 8/8. Could actually attack with these other guys too, but eh. Seems unreasonable. Direfang Spider gets back Champion of Chaos. Find the Way helps. More power we draw out of our deck, the better off those Divining Rods are. Sirab actually need Overwhelm. I think it's a nice feature. Huh, weird. Block there, block there. Are you running like Finest Tower? Harsh Roll. What does that pause for, I wonder? And hitting Scorpion Wasp off of Divining Rod isn't really their favorite thing to do, so we're still in some trouble. Oh, I got another one, huh? Alright. That's a bummer. Dark Return, Smuggler Stash. Dark Return's the big card. Direfang Spider's okay. Pull some extra power out. Get it going. Seraph activation should be an ultimate. She's not even as broken as she was before. She's a powerful card, but not as powerful as she used to be. I think she's in a pretty good spot right now. Nutty good, though. That part is true. Hey, Champion of Chaos. Glad to see ya. Alright. So now I've got 5 damage a turn. He's got 3 damage a turn. He's still on a better clock than me. Second Valkyrie Enforcer is a pretty big deal. We never got Predator's Instinct, which would have been really, really key here. And that's game. Eh, well, all the same. Yeah, Sira's fine where she's at. She's obviously a pushed card, but she's decent and she's reasonably well balanced. I think that she's in a pretty good spot right now where she just ends up being a very, very strong Combre card. They might have to nerf her again, but I think there's probably better targets. The old school Siraf never exhausted, so you could just play as many plus bonus units as you wanted. Made her a lot of fun in Ironthorn decks. I kind of actually like... I would have much preferred that they take a stat line off of her than take something off of like the ability to Ironthorn up to 16 and just win games with like double Siraf activations, but you know. That's okay. Okay, so that was fun. Let's go to the next one. Thanks for submitting your deck, Thundershot. Definitely keep working on it. I would say you absolutely need more deadly units in there. Like, just find some more. The Champion of Chaos was definitely a good start, but make sure that you can get as many as you can in there. I would even consider like running something like a Shara. Okay, so we're up to Nod 489. I never updated the list on the side, did I? Alright, we'll remember this time. Save Haven Jazz. Deck list. Okay. Oh, what are we talking about here? Legendaries? Gauntlets are decent for grinding for gold. Forge is better, I would say. And so is Draft, if you're any good at Draft. Rarity mostly matters for Draft, it's true. So like legendaries, like legendary effects are things that are just like usually just atrocious in Draft or do something like really, really silly. I tend to be like a lot more of like a build around me type deck, but I got a Crown of Possibilities deck again. I am unfortunately short the crowns though. Crown Curiox is always fun. Twinning Rituals and Second Sights are right. We've seen this deck a lot. I think upping the Find the Ways is actually like a really good idea. We're currently at 25 power with 3 Seeks and 1 Find the Way. So pushing a little bit more so you can get to those Curioxes is pretty decent. Sandstorm Titan and Abyssor are doing what they need to do. I'm going to add a Seek power in as one of my replacement cards. And throw in a Wisdom, I guess, is another one, so we can actually get to those crowns a little more often. Removal Suite. You got 3 Lightning Strikes. I usually run 2, but I think that's fine. Lightning Storm is pretty good for making sure that you get rid of a lot of threats. Permafrosts, I usually run 3, but 4 is fine. Generally, you're going to run into problems against Sandstorm Titans, which is why you've got 3 Scorpion Wasps, and I think 3 Scorpion Wasps is about right. Like, you know, I'd run like different numbers of these, but only by very slight amounts, so I don't think it's a big deal either way. Crystallize could maybe be a 2 of since it's your finisher, but you also have finisher in Crown of Possibilities and Clockroaches, so at that point you might even run up to 4 crowns. Amber Monument is cute at the top. I actually really like it, especially if you're not running Curioxes. Like 4 or 5 Amber Monuments is 4 Amber Monuments is definitely a decent idea there. Elysian Banner and Seats, make sure you get Curiox. Diplomatic Seal is really, really not a good idea if you're trying to get up to 4 Curioxes. Like, I would cut the Diplomatic Seals entirely. Just so that you can hit those Curioxes later, because if you draw those Diplomatic Seals, they just seal your fate on Curiox. You're never going to get it on 7. So that's 25 power, and what were we going to add? Wisdom? Or are we going to up the Wisdom? Maybe throw in a Twin Brood Sauropod because we're short the right cards. Alright. And those are just substitutions because I'm poor, not because I wanted to make the changes. Alright. Oh, thanks, Iliac. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. It's probably on the bottom of the list, so I don't think we'll get to it tonight, but we'll probably end up on it at some point. Currently at 26 out of 45, and that's like 2 streams, so 2 weeks from now? Goodness. Yeah, I'm gonna, like, with the amount of like actual people who have submitted lists, which is awesome, I am gonna have to like do like some sort of like sorting mechanism, like subs only or something, so that we have like just so that I don't like end up like way behind all the time. Second sights, or like do it like only weekly, like actually set up a different dock for every week. Which would mean that I'd have to like cut off people who didn't make it. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it was just Twinning Ritual. Now, I do need yellow. I actually should have gone for Second Sight first because I want to place Clockroach on 3. Yeah, I think it was a big mistake not to Second Sight first. Got the Time Sigil. So it turns out the Second Sight actually wouldn't have helped me, and this time around we actually did something decent. Could Excavate Twinning Ritual. I actually think that's right. Like, do I want to draw anything other than Twinning Ritual for the next couple of turns? Probably not. Alright, play our first Roach. Torch it! Torch it! Maybe that's greedy. I should probably be trying to draw power. Well, I've just been Caleb's 3 times in a row, so I'm really gonna be glad for these excavates. Just hold on to the 2-2. Since this deck's so aggro, we actually want to play as though we are the defensive deck. Play the Time Sigil. A little second sight here. Elysian Banner's nice. Play a Clockroach. Probably a 4/4 Clockroach. Once they're at 4, they're pretty hard to get rid of. I have so many Clockroaches. And that's why we don't attack with the 2-2. Alright, I'm gonna lose a Clockroach. What a shame. There's a lot of direct burn going down here. I don't know how I feel about that. I think I'm happy to attack for 4 here. Roach, Roach. Permafrost that. Swing for 11. Probably excavate a Roach. Play a Roach. That way we actually get the Roach that we excavated gets a bonus. That certainly hurts, but not as much as actually getting hit by Umbran Reaper. Yep, that's fine. We gain some health, so we're happy about that. Start my turn. Second sight. With the big ones on top, I guess. Seek power is not important here. We just want to attack with everything. And I want to keep Scorpion Wasp up, I think. Alright, so the worry is that there's more Umbran Reapers. We play out Clockroach. What kills us? I think we have to play Clockroach here. There's just not going to be 9 damage, and another Umbran Reaper is like a big enough threat that we actually need to be able to push through. With 2 health from Excavate was very relevant. There we go. Would Excavating Twinning be better? It depends. Like, we were just really focused on playing Clockroaches, not playing spells, but I think Excavating Twinning is also fine. Yeah. Okay. I don't have any major notes for this list. I think it's a really solid Clockroach deck. We've seen a lot of these decks before. The numbers are mostly right. I would up the Crystallizes. I would down the Lightning Strike. I like the Crowns. I think the Curioxes are unnecessary but fun, so keep them in if you want them. Yeah, good deck. Thanks, Nod. We do appreciate it. Alright. Next up, Viper Magus. Oh, hey, Viper Magus donated like $50 to the stream so that we could get a bonus Sunday stream up and actually do this. So Everyone, go ahead and thank him because I would not have even done this otherwise, and it turns out that I really enjoy it. Oh, clipboard contents are not valid. That's because I didn't put anything on the clipboard. Wait, edit number 2, edit number 3. Okay, so there's an edit number 3. Which one of these are we running? Sure, let's go with this. We will import number 3. And we can do both of them by Vermagus, but it looks like this is like an edit on the same deck. So probably we'll just do one. Let's see here. We got Deforged Plate, Stalwart Shield, Righteous Fury, Morning Star, Smuggler's Stash, Champion of Chaos, Champion of... Okay, what? So there was an Instigator in this deck, you were saying, but I don't see it, actually. So there wasn't an Instigator anymore. Alright, what are we doing? We got Weapons, Righteous Fury, Champion of Chaos, Smuggler's Stash, Valkyrie Wings. Okay, so the 4 Righteous Fury plus Champion of Chaos is really fun. We're at 8 units. So, like, again, when you're running, like, 8 units decks, I do recommend that you run Protect, and it looks like there are Protects in here, so I'm real glad of that. We got the 4 Protects. This is still pretty intense. Like, it's going to be real hard to stick this Champion of Chaos, but Champion of Chaos is kind of a naturally sticky unit, so that's nice, as is Champion of Glory. So both of these guys are probably going to have a decent time. I might even run Dark Returns in here just to make sure that you get these champions back. If they get silenced, that's the real risk, right? Like, they become pretty useless, and then, like, you have to, like, do all of your stuff all over again. So silencing is really worrying. The Valkyrie Wings helps. I would probably add a few more ways to protect these units, or add a few more units either way. Umbran Reapers, yes. Like, that would be my immediate recommendation for any red, green, purple deck running 4 Righteous Furies is Umbran Reapers, because Umbran Reapers with Righteous Fury are disgusting. They deal 10 damage apiece. When they die, they deal another 10 damage, lifesteal for 10, and then gain 5. So it's 10 to them, 15 to you. Oh, it's glorious. So yeah, Umbran Reapers might definitely make it into this list, and we might put them in, like, right away. If I were going to do that, what would I cut out? Probably the Inspires? Inspires are getting you to your combo cards, thinning out your deck a little bit, so that's kind of important. Elder's Feather is like a little bit of flying. I just run Valkyrie Wings, actually. Smuggler Stashes are good. You got the Feathers, you got the Rise. Rise the challenge is getting you to Champion of Chaos faster as well. But you might just replace that with units. Like, I really like Rise for actually getting you your unit, but I also think that, like, once you're at 4 and you haven't played anything, maybe you should have played something. So I might cut the Rises and throw in your Argenport Instigators or your Valkyrie. Yeah, you said this was an Instigator deck previously? Yeah, there's a version with 4 Argenport Instigators and some Searas and a bunch of other stuff going on. Oh, this is way different. Okay. So, like, upping the unit count is pretty relevant. If I run this right now, it's not going to get its combo. Like, not necessarily in the first go. We only get 2 games to run this, so let's go ahead and add, like, a couple of units here so that we can play around with that a little bit. We'll throw in the Umbran Reapers and probably cut 2 Inspire and an Elder's Feather for Argenport Instigator, since that was the other thing that you wanted to run. And that way we have just a few more units to actually play. Yeah, wings are super expensive relatively, it's true. Yeah, Feather is certainly nice. The thing about it is that, like, Champion and... yeah, it's fine either way. Joshi. Okay, got Inspire first off. Rapid Shot and Suffocate. It's pretty cute. Love the Umbran Reaper. I want to keep this hand? Sure, it's got the Suffocate. It's got 3 colors. Making 3 colors is pretty important since we are a 3-color deck. Let's go ahead and suffocate that. We don't screw around with Arcano, we try and cut it down as fast as we can. Nice, he missed his 2-drop. Or he doesn't have them, which is different. Might get to Umbran Reaper with Righteous Fury. More likely the Umbran Reaper's gonna die to that. Yeah, Stalwart Shield breaks Permafrost. Morningstar is probably just something you want to toss. I don't think it's particularly important to your plan. And you've already got, like, Champion of Chaos already has Overwhelm, so that's sort of, yeah. Doesn't matter too much. I would really like a torch here. Are there torches in the deck? Oh, we haven't put up the side image, have we? Deck, image, do that thing. Okay, got a Fire Sigil. Watches its Valkyrie Enforcer. Maybe I should have waited. If it is Valkyrie Enforcer, he might not attack. Which would give us a pretty decent field of advantage. Yeah, just Valkyrie Enforcer and don't attack. Nope, okay. And I really want Dark Returns for exactly this reason, but we'll live. Okay. No blocks. Still got the protects, which is nice. So many war cries. Ouch. Stalwart Shield is cute. If I can get Champion of Chaos here, then we're fine. Not fine, but we'll be... No, actually, we're dead either way. Alright. So I like Stalwart Shield just fine, but I do agree about Morningstar. Deep Porch Plate as an alternative to Stalwart Shield is pretty okay. Morningstar can come out, and probably you can cut a Lethrai Falchion as well. That way we can up the Argenport Instigators and we can start running Dark Return, because man, do I want Dark Return in this deck. I would probably go for 3 of them. It seems like a pretty decent deal. That kind of recursion allows you to get your Righteous Fury stuff back, and your Righteous Fury is kind of the most important part of this deck. We have a lot of weapons here, and the weapons are helpful. They're not as important as the overall lifesteal stuff, but it does help with Smuggler Stash, so it does mean that you can do some cool things that way. Inspires, again, still an option. I think I'll just cut those so that I have the recursion. I'm worrying, yeah, it is true that we have slightly less of a chance of hitting these big units that way, but there's enough of them now that it's probably fine. So let's throw in the Dark Returns, play with this a little bit more. We might fiddle with this a lot, actually. It's cool, though. That's a really fun deck. I really like the Righteous Fury, champion type thing. Righteous Fury on either of the champions is pretty brutal. Is Protect a 4 or none type card? No, there are a lot of situations where you want 2. I might even cut 1 here for another Dark Return, because you're often more likely to have a situation where you can Dark Return than a situation where you can Protect. But protects from silences, which is nice. So, okay, can't keep this hand because it doesn't have a playable card. We're looking for playable units. Basically anything. Seed of Glory, Seed of Vengeance, Seed of Chaos. Okay, play Seed of Chaos. Try to get that red and purple secured first. What's more important, Deadly or Overwhelm? I'm gonna say overwhelm. I don't know if that's actually true. Swing for 3. No torch, cool. I should have played the fire sigil there, so I'll actually wait on the champion. Just gonna hold up my protect for the Argent Port. Yep, see, good stuff. Champion of Chaos. And now when I Smuggler Stash, the Argent Port Instigator will have Aegis, which is nice. Annihilate there. Well, we're not exactly playing the deck to its like intended effect, but if we draw a Righteous Fury, we just win, so... Beatdowns. That's a bit of an ouch. Gonna wait on the stash. Just keep hitting for 3. My opponent's on the back foot, so we get to spend a little time just hitting him. Although another steward would be very sad, so Smuggler stashing early actually isn't terrible. Like, I just don't want to see another one of those. Ugh. Alright, suffocate that. There's some good top decks. So now I'm like way not into Smuggler Stash at the moment. Well, pretty straightforward here. We're definitely going to trade. And I'm going to get back a 4/4 Aegis Argent Port. Gonna play that down. If I see another steward, I'm going to scream. Wah! I would actually end up putting some of these rises back in. I don't like them for picking out units, but I realize I do like them for picking out the particular weapon that you want. Oh my goodness, alright. Bonk him on the head. I want to take another 5 here. I think that's fine, because what I want to do here is Smuggler Stash these 2 guys back. And then play Argent Port again. And I can hold up Protect for like a Flame Blast or something scary. Ugh. Alright. That's what you want to do. I'm very glad he took that trade. I'm wondering if I should have saved the Protect for a Flame Blast. Because Flame Blast does kill me here. Alright, definitely shouldn't have saved the Protect for a Flame Blast. Champion of Glory! Glad to see ya. Let's get a Rise, or a Righteous Fury in here. Champion of Chaos, also glad to see you. You're sticky and scary. And we got there. Yeah, I cut the 4 rises. I think I'm gonna put 2 back, but I don't really like them because we just kind of want that like early aggression. We want the deck to actually like have tempo. And if you're using like a bunch of weapons, you're using a very small amount of units, the rises are just a little bit too much. We needed to actually make some space for units. So yeah, I would put 2 back in now for sure. The question of what to cut for those 2 is tricky. Probably a Valkyrie Wings and a Smuggler Stash. And a Rapid Shot. Oh, actually, yeah, I'm not sure if the Rapid Shots are super necessary. Probably run like 2 of those. And then we can run Valkyrie Wings if we want to. Okay. So yeah, that's like my initial impression. Should I do draft 2 as well, Magus? Is that a different deck? I'm actually okay with playing both of yours since you donated so much to the stream and it's like super important. Or it's not super important, but it's like, you know, yeah, like since this seems to be a very different deck. We got Iron Thorn, we got Rise, we got Righteous Fury, Lithrai Falchions, Valkyrie Enforcers, Seraph. That's different. Let's look at the other deck real quick. It's a thing. Okay. Well, a thing is interesting. We'll try it out. Typically, I do not do 2 at a time, guys. Just, you know, this is a fun one. And, it was nice. Okay, this time we got 2 Smuggler Stash. We got Iron Thorn. Valkyrie Enforcers and Seraphs are in here. Export deck. Get the deck image in. Got the Rapid Shots, Argenport Instigator, Seraphs. I'm gonna say Dark Returns. Again. Okay, what are we doing here? We got 9 units again. I'm not sold on the 9 units. I think you just want more stuff. We could go for Champion of Chaos in here, of course. Iron Thorn's fine. Seraph is kind of okay with Righteous Fury, but it's not really important. I think you need some other cards that actually push across Righteous Fury here. So yeah, the Champion of Chaoses would have to go in. Okay, in that case, we end up with a very similar deck to the one we had. So it looks like your draft 2 is sort of moving into your draft 3 in a way that like really makes sense on a progression scale. The time here is only here for Seraph and Stand Together. The Stand Together is nice, but we can just run Dark Returns instead. So I think that your draft 3 is actually a better draft. So let's just go back to that. Or, well, yeah, let's just call it, actually. We'll... Wait, no, I didn't save it. Oopsies. Yeah, Iron Thorns are fun in that deck. They're definitely something that like might be worth considering, but you've got a lot of like slots that are open. So I think just upping the Dark Returns, getting a few more units in there, and then keeping the Rises to a minimum is probably where you want to go with that. I like it. It's really, really fun. I love Rise to the Challenge decks. I love all of that stuff. So yeah, it looks like going from draft 2 to draft 3. Draft 3 was definitely the superior draft, and we made some modifications to that even. Like I was gonna make changes to that one, and then I realized that the changes that I would make would be to make it into draft 3. So you're on the right track. You're doing what you need to do. Let's look at the next one, guys. Thank you so much for submitting your deck, Viper Magus, and for supporting the stream. It's really appreciated. Oh my gosh, we've had a lot of follows happen. Benoxus has followed, L5, Green Flame, Milo444, 44. Welcome to the stream, guys. I also probably missed... Oh, yeah, I missed a lot of people. Dan Tada, Elfin Pogform, Aramis84, Bakweir, Bill Doom, Rufo32, Monto13, Zerauz, No Pancreas, Griegs TV. Oh, goodness. I am D-Dips. Yep, I am way behind, but thanks, everyone, for following. I do appreciate it. It's real nice. Sometimes we just... can't hear that sound. I'm gonna turn that up a little bit on Twitch alerts. I'll bet I can move that up just a little bit and it'll be a little bit more audible to me. Twitch alerts, what are you doing? That's for sending a donation. I'm not trying to manage my pro subscription, I'm trying to manage my Twitch. Just streamlabs.com. Log in. There we go. There we go. All right. And I'm looking for alert box. Alert settings, alert delay, alert moderation, save settings. Yeah. Test follow alert follows. Enabled, fade in, fade out. Default MP3. Sound volume is at like 7%, so we can move that up to like 17%. Yeah, that sounds. Test that real quick. Yeah, it's a little bit more audible without being too impressive. We'll move that up to like 24%. That should be a bit more of something that I can work with. Save the settings. We had another follow while I was doing that. Darkness3827. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome to the stream. Yay. Oh my goodness, we've been streaming for like 6 hours. That's okay. We're gonna do okay. Those are nice headphones. Yeah, the headphones are AKG Q701s, and they're amazing. I picked a pair out of AKG something or others that are slightly below this one. Okay, that is quite a bit louder. That's fine. Louder is good. Carboniferous. Welcome to the stream. And Arctridum as well. If that is too loud for you guys, by the way, we will turn them down a little bit. So yeah, AKG Q701s, they're really, really good headphones. There's like a thing inside them, like a piece of paper or something that you can take out that is just there to like limit the bass. And when you take them out, they sound even better than they already do. And they're kind of super great. I didn't pay for these myself. I paid for a pair that was slightly worse than these, and then I traded them up with a friend of mine. And they're nuts sound quality. They're about as good as you can get, to the point where, like, you know, once you go more expensive than this, it's like it gets into true audiophile territory, and you're usually not going to notice the difference if you're just like a normal human being with regular bad ears. Okay, the follow sound seems fine, then we're good to go. Hey, how's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Razfrost. Welcome, welcome. Good to see ya. All right, our next list is from Kazuja. I've got this mad dream of getting through all of them today, but we've got like 18 left, and it's of course just gonna get larger. But we'll try. We're gonna try, Goran. Should I just go get more caffeine? Tempting. It's tempting, tempting, tempting. Import the deck. All right. So this is Kazuja's. And this is nice. Yeah? Okay. What are we up to? Cobalt Monument. Static Bolt second sight. Trailblazer at the top. Excavates at the bottom. So it's a carpet shuffle deck with false princes and clockroaches and amber monuments. Oh, clockroach carpet shuffle. All right. I'm in. Yeah. That makes sense. Oh, it's been a while. I have done this carpet shuffle modification before, and I think it's actually okay. Like, this is aggro carpet shuffle, or like tempo carpet shuffle, I guess is the idea. It's been a really long time since I built a deck like this, but I think it's pretty solid. Oh. Yeah, there's a link below the stream, so you've got it. Oh. Okay. So, what are my initial thoughts on this deck? I want more Elysian Trailblazers, but I don't think I need them. Nesting Aposaur's good as a 2 of, and since you're working with Clockroaches as well, that's even better. This might just be better than my current Carpet Shuffle list. 2 Channel the Tempest is fine. I like the Monuments because you're really not doing much other than the Channel the Tempest at 2. So, like, you can just roll these Monuments and be okay. I might put Banners in here. Yeah, if you're going to hit False Prince and Stormlinks and the like, you probably want Banners. I don't think I have any other major notes on the deck. It looks solid. Like, I just like to actually hit... If I'm going to hit something early, like False Prince, I want to have more time sources early on, so that's what we're going to go for. False Prince is False Prince is always a little bit risky, so we do have to worry about that. You could easily swap it with Sandstorm Titan and just have something that's a little bit slower. And, you know, that's your call. 2 Twinning Rituals is right. I think that like it's actually pretty good for a Clockroach deck to have just 2 Twinning Rituals because you're not too heavy on the units right now, and you don't usually want to get any like top deck Twinning Ritual at a time when you don't have any power. I got no major concerns with this deck. You could totally run Thunderstrike Dragons, but I think it's pretty low to the ground as it is, and then it just uses the Carpet Shuffle to gain value at the end. So yeah, seems fine. How badly does the Excavate nerf hurt Carpet Shuffle in general? It's very minimal. Like, I don't care about it at all. Like, when I saw that Excavate was getting nerfed, I was not sad. I was sad when Excavate got nerfed the first time. It used to gain health based off of the cost of the card that you brought back. So you could bring back channels with it and get 8 health, and it was 1 cost, 8 health gain. Nonsense. Hot nonsense that I loved. But, you know, yeah. Alright, and this is the risk of putting the banners in as well. Like, just that you might not have... You'll have too many depleted power, but I'm fine with it. Find the Way gets enough power for these monuments to happen. So that's pretty great. Elysian Trailblazer eventually does stuff. Are we short on removal in general? I think we're fairly short on removal. Like, I'll be honest, I think that echoing Excavates most of the time was the wrong play. Like, even when people were doing it like as part of the Echo-Scavate deck, I don't think you were supposed to. I think you really, really, really wanted to be in a situation where you were, like, actually, like, doing something as opposed to just putting stuff on top of your deck. And people would get into this trap where they would Excavate and just over-Excavate constantly, and they'd get into a position where their deck wasn't drawing any cards. They were just, like, playing all the stuff off the top of their deck until eventually their opponent found a way to kill them. Or they found a way to... Or their opponent gave up if he didn't have a way to kill them. And if he didn't have a way to kill them, that was fine. But if he did have a way to kill them and he was just going to sit there, then it wasn't any fun for anybody, because you just sit there and, like, do nothing until your opponent killed you, and you wouldn't necessarily understand that the problem that you were having was that you were not drawing cards. I really did approve of that Excavate change. And I know it makes other people mad, but, you know. Excavate is a weird trap card, and anything you can do to lessen that is a good idea. Alright, Rise to the Challenge. So, we're in trouble. We're up against Ikaria Blue, and it's already got, like, a lot of stuff going on. We didn't end up playing anything out that we wanted to play out. I don't need to play anything other than a depleted time sigil here. And we just put Stormlinks in front of the sword, and that's good enough for us. Between Amber Monument and Cobalt Monument, I think this deck is actually going to have more problems. I don't know. Auric Runehammer kills Cobalt Monument, and Vanquish kills Amber Monument. I guess we play the Storm Dancer first, since it deals with Waykeeper, but there's an Auric Runehammer here, then ouch. Not the card I was thinking was going to get hit. I like it, though. I actually think it's a better card than Auric Runehammer for this deck. How'd you give so many buffs to it? Oh, you didn't. This is just from the sword. Oh, that's gross. Okay. So, take another bunch of damage here. Trailblaze. Oh, he actually got the 4 he needed. Bummer. Alright. Trailblazer before False Prince here. We're hurting pretty bad. Lightning Storm, Permafrost. Pulse Prince dodges Vanquish and then still kills Daisho, which is pretty cute. That's not how that works. Okay. I'm pretty sure that he tried to kill my False Prince with a Lightning Storm and thought it was good game and then just lucked into the other thing, but that's okay. Alright. Yeah, like, it's not a matter of whether it was competitive or not. It's a matter of whether it was toxic or not, and it was definitely toxic. So any changes I would like to make to this deck? I'm really not a fan of the False Princes, I think. I think it's okay that they're in here. So I'm not really, like, willing to change them because they seem like sort of like a fun thing that's in the deck that sort of makes this deck unique from other options. But I'm not sure if they're actually necessary. I think I'd probably just like to give this another shot. There's not, like I said, there's not really that many things that I want to change about this deck. I could take the Cobalt Monuments down a little bit, but yeah, the False Princes are probably the first thing that I'd target if I was sure that I knew what I wanted to change about it, but I think overall, Kazu just put together a pretty solid list. Let's try again. Do I think the toxic part was Copper Hall Blessing? No. No, I don't think the toxic part was Copper Hall Blessing at all. I think the toxic part was the part that I just never drew cards. Like, it didn't matter what you had in the loop. It mattered that you were looping and there was no variance. Like, you were just, like, spending a lot of time doing nothing. And that's, you know, that's rarely even an acceptable thing in Magic to do to someone. People don't like it. It's not fun. And, you know, it is fun to do it to computers. It's fun to just, like, play with your deck in that way. But it's very, you know, it's self-serving. It doesn't really lead to interactive, fun exchanges with other players. So it sucks that it was in there in the first place, because obviously they did give you something that was fun for one side, and so it feels really bad when they have to take that away from you. But I'm not sad it's gone. And a game like this, there's going to be those types of things. That's one of the things that you really have going over like a Magic type setting, is that you don't have to ban cards, you can just change them. And you try to change them as little as you can, but it's still open beta. They get to experiment with things. Okay, so Clockroach on 1. Probably Clockroach 2 too, since I've got Excavate. No reason to hold on to the Clockroaches, especially since we're up against a Stone Scar list. Oh yeah, this is great. We block the 2-1, we Excavate, play the Clockroach. Yeah, should be good. Block here. Thank God no Rapid Shot, that would have been really ugly. Alright. Excavate first, so we buff the Clockroaches on our board, on top of our deck. That way we have a bunch of 3/3 Clockroaches to play. And I might play Trailblazer next, actually. Oh, interesting. Gonna go for the 6 damage. Yep. Seems reasonable. I don't think I want to take 6 damage. I think I'll block there. Static Bolt there. Play a Clockroach. We're fairly low on cards. Trailblazer I should play next, in case I can get my hands on some second sights. Glad I kept the Permafrost for Champion of Chaos. This deck was really trying to convince me it was a Jido deck, but it's not. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, real glad to see that gone. Okay. Permafrost there. False Prince should probably be fine. Might eat a torch, but this is probably the best time to play it. When a torch doesn't really matter that much. That's unfortunate, but not the end of the world. Yeah, I don't know about the False Princes. I'm not saying they're wrong, they're just maybe not right for this meta. Five or 4/4 makes no difference, but 6/6 does. So we should definitely try for the 6/6s. Gross. Alright, and 7/7 is even outside of the range of rapid shot, so let's get as many of those down as we can. Block here, take 6. Could levitate if I wanted to. I think just playing more cockroaches is right. We want to keep these mostly even. We don't need a really big one or anything. And I can attack for 7 here pretty much unimpeded. Let's levitate and see if we can get a power drop. Got it. Got him. Yeah, I mean, Clockroach Shuffle is real solid. I kind of forgot about this list, but it's actually a pretty solid way to like make up for the fact that you're missing Push Onwards. And now that we have Secret Pages back, this deck is totally viable. We might play some more with this deck sometime soon. I would not run the False Princes, but that's just me. Yep, Bait is a new card. Oh, we're never going to be able to avoid the jokes, are we? No. No, we're just not. It's just not going to happen. Using bait to get to master. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna put a moratorium on those jokes. Please don't make them. I will point out that they are obvious, and that is all. Carnive. Does Steward of the Past block bait? Yes, it blocks Entombs. Rate? Carnive. Alright. Deck image. So this is Carnive's something with Crown Watch Cavalry deck. Oh, it's Aegis-y stuff. Yeah, we've seen a couple of these now. Thank you for the follow. Hit 'em up 340. Welcome to the stream. Also Carboniferous. I think I mentioned you. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. I mean, I expect people are going to be really... The thing about that card is, like, I think it's actually going to be good in... I think there's actually going to be a competitive level Brimstone Altar deck, because I've seen that deck be competitive before. So, like, people are going to complain about it being underpowered until the Brimstone Altar deck starts kicking ass. And then, well, then it'll happen. We'll see. It's not a very strong card on its own. You really have to have the right deck, but Brimstone Ultra's already there, so there's a pretty obvious way to use bait. Couldn't hear over The Walking Dead? Assumedly that wasn't... Okay, yeah, anyways. Yeah. Welcome. Hey, Blackhaven89, thanks for the follow, man. Do appreciate. You know, we're supposed to have an alert box. I put it in here, and it just never showed up. I'll have to test that and figure out what's going on with it later. Okay. So, yes. Deck list is on the side, right? We're good there. Yeah. So this is standard Huru Aegis. Tinker Apprentices are really strong in this deck, and I think that's like, when I was building my Huru Aegis decks, that was actually the card I was missing, which is funny, because I am usually the first person to go for Tinker Apprentice. You're running Tinker and Inspire. You've got Hammer of Might at the top, Valkyrie Enforcer, Silverwing Familiar, Oath Books. This is really stock list for the most part at the moment, which maybe it wasn't when he submitted it to me, but it's definitely like sort of what you really want to do with the deck. 2 Oath Books. I actually like that there's only 2 Oath Books. I think overall Thunderbird is maybe the weakest card in the deck, but it's probably fine. Cobalt Monuments are a good sort of top deck card, and you could actually run Emerald Monuments if you wanted to as well. I'm actually not sure there's any reason not to run Emerald Monuments as opposed to Diplomatic Seals. Valkyrie Enforcer? Nah, I mean... yeah, why don't we just run Emerald Monuments? See how it goes. I don't know if it's actually right to run 4 of them, but I'm not sure I see a problem. So we'll give it a shot. To be fair, running 8 monuments is definitely like, you're committing pretty hard. Tinker Apprentice, Borderlands Wakekeeper, Valkyrie Enforcer. That's the kind of opening hand you want. Apprentice into Wakekeeper. Play a 2/4 down. Would be nice to have a weapon here. And Wakekeeper goes down. Can people hear me crunching, by the way? I have a noise gate to prevent exactly that, but my mic is usually a little less close to my face, so... Goodness. Alright. Well, I'm not in any hurry here. Let's just... do we silence the... Copper Conduit? I think we silence the... Maybe I am in a hurry. It's hard to say. I think if I silence the Initiate, that gives us a better chance of like avoiding serious trouble down the road later with Xenon Obelisk. Just block that. Seems fine. If I attack here, I could get blocked by any number of things and only kill 2 of them. We're probably fine where we're at. Inspire here. Didn't get the Hammer of Might that we'd really, really desperately love. So I'll just make a 3/4. Swing for 2. There's probably gonna be a... Permafrost that. Swing for 2 again. Maybe I should just push damage while I can. Like, I think I'm okay with getting hit by the 3/3 as long as I'm a little ahead on life. Now we don't want to permafrost the 3/3 yet. Time to check if the list has vanquishes, because if it doesn't, it needs vanquishes. But nope, we got 4, so we're fine. Storm Dancer! Get that vanquish. Let's go. Jito. That's fascinating. Alright, just let that through. We'll permafrost it. Got myself a 5/6. Really need those vanquishes. The nightmare is real. Okay. Oh, just you, huh? Okay, well, yeah, I'll kill you. Hang on a sec. Let me just figure out what's best. You got no units in hand, so as long as I just block with something. Got 7 damage. Is that good enough? I think it's good enough. Got a 2/2 to block with, that's pretty cool. I can swing for 7 a turn and then block. How much can he swing for? Way too much a turn. Let's just swing for 2 a turn. I'll hold on to the backlash because the backlash is going to be very relevant. Block there, block there. Probably take 8. Assembly line is definitely on the docket at some point. What can we silence? That's an important silence target. Now I'm okay swinging for 5. Because I've got 10 next turn and that's lethal. And having the backlash up means we don't get killed by a lot of stuff, so... Good, good, good. Yeah, I mean... So, like... My thought on Sandstorm Titan Index that it clearly just doesn't belong in is that it's fine, but it's not anything that you should feel pressured to do. Like, I'm not going to yell at you for not running Sandstorm Titan in a Jito deck, because obviously good synergy cards are just as good as Sandstorm Titan. If you do run Sandstorm Titan in a Jito deck, then you'll have a Sandstorm Titan in a Jito deck, and it won't really need to belong there, but it'll be fine. It's okay. Yeah, Karniv's deck is really well put together. The only change that I made were those monuments, and I think that it's a pretty much like, you know, just the standard Huru Aegis list. It looks pretty good. It's well put together. There's no major problems with it, and I don't have any major comments as far as what you need to change. Like, it's in good shape. I like this 1 backlash, actually. I might even bring it up to 2. Backlash is a really solid card in here, and I'm really glad that we had it. That just felt really natural to just have that as a draw. So kudos to him for putting it in there. Protect is the other option, but I actually really like Backlash better. So yeah, go Karnive. Good list. And now we must delete it. Hey, we got a host from Dazer777. Thanks, man. Thanks so much. Did I have new follows? Blackhaven89. Thanks for this follow, man. Yeah, I think we did. Anyways. Oh, for those of you who are just joining us, all 10 of you or so, we are doing Deck Doctor streams. Winding down, I think, now, but I don't know. Let's grab some caffeine. Maybe we'll go for a second round. I'll be right back. In the meantime, we're going to load up the next list, and we'll look at that. And basically what we're doing is we're looking over the lists. We're offering commentary on, like, what's worth changing, how you, like, set up your power, what kind of, like, you know, cards are just not good in the deck, or, like, if you have the right theme going on. I think that overall, like, a lot of the people who've been submitting to this have pretty decent lists, and that's really nice. So, but in general, yeah, we're pretty happy for it. Okay, so Viscera is next. 2 S's, 2 S's, 2 C's, actually. Okay. And then export that. We'll get the deck image up, and then I'm gonna go grab a soda real quick because my throat is almost dead, but not quite. Deck image. Deck image. Deck image. There we go. Image of the deck. straining bad guy bots deck bot as much as possible. All right, here we go. Good, good, good. Ooh. All right, 1 second, guys. Water and salt. All right. Hey, Nightma and Jirola, who... Aw, this is great. Oh man, I should have really thought about Jirola Iceheart Nightma, huh? That's pretty great. Crazy fun card. Fun deck. Okay, so what's Jirola Iceheart actually hitting? Notably, he can hit a 1-cost spell, which is Dark Return. So, I'm a little bit leery of that, and running Jirola Iceheart in general in this deck, but I think that there's some decent justification for it. Champion of Cunning is really solid. Gorgon Finai is really solid. Trickster's Cloak, actually, by the way, good choice. I like this better than the Ghost forms that people were running in previous Scream decks. I think it's pretty strong. It allows you to get like a 3/3 Beast Color. It makes Gorgon Swiftblade actually something you might want to give unblockable, which is fairly rare. You know, it's not the greatest card in the world because it does have like some general threats. Oh, I never noticed how like sort of weird the art is here. The premium version of this looks amazing, by the way. It's a significant improvement. And my Nightmaw, of course, is the shiny Nightmaw. Good times. Jirola into Devour? Oh yeah, you can actually get Jirola into Devour. That'd hurt. So there's some risks here with Jirola, and maybe not for any like strong reason. So maybe Jirola doesn't belong in here. I love him though, so we'll keep him in. I'm certainly interested to see how he goes. I kind of like the 1 Cobalt Monument. That speaks of maybe this person was just like seeing that he just had a little too much power at some point and decided he wanted like a little bit less. 1 of monuments are kind of a cool idea, and it might be something that you want to do if you want to like tweak down your power a little bit. But basically just because you have like a 6 and a 7 and that's it. Like, so this monument's totally fine. Desperado is good with Trickster's Cloak, and I like the 1 of Desperado. Swiftblade is fine. You've got like sort of an aggressive start here. If you're going for an aggressive start, I probably would go just 4 Twilight Raptors. I'm not sure if there's any real benefit to having 3 as opposed to 4. So you can probably find some space for that. Blind Storyteller is for discarding stuff into Haunting Scream. That looks like it's not going to work too well in this deck. Not only because you only have 2 Dark Returns, but also because like some of the things that you discard are things that you're actually like... Well, I guess Blind Storyteller does give you control over the discards, so you're not going to be discarding Champion or Umbran Reaper if you don't have to, but... It's iffy. I think they're probably fine. I like them as a 1 of. I like them okay as a 2 of. They're interesting includes that definitely like they're out of the norm, so we'll point them out, but I think that they're probably okay. But yeah, like Twilight Raptor and Swiftblade, I'm not sure these should be 3 ofs. I think these should both be 4 ofs. And maybe the deck is struggling to find that. I would cut 2 Dark Wisps and just roll 2 Swiftblades and 2 Twilight Raptors. Like, the Dark Wisps aren't really doing a lot for your pressure game, which is what you've got going on here. You've got Umbran Reaper, you've got Iceheart and Nightmaw, you've got good 1-drops, good 2-drops, good 3-drops, and no good 4-drops, but some removal up there. So like your game plan is aggressive, right? It runs Midnight Gale, it runs a lot of stuff along those lines. It even runs Film Banner and Seats, and you go into Champion of Cunning. Like, I want to see more Champion of Cunning. I want to see more Midnight Gale. I want to see more 1 and 2 drops that are aggressive. I want to see a little bit less of this Dark Wisp, like, drawing cards for the sake of drawing cards, because this is not a control deck. I might actually cut all 4 of the Dark Wisps in this deck, because I'm just not sure that they serve any purpose beyond being fodder for Devour. And you've got Wisdom of the Elders, you've got Gorgon Fanatic. You want Devour for Gorgon Fanatic, so it's okay to leave 2 Dark Wisps in as well, in case you don't actually end up having to Devour Gorgon Fanatic in response to a silence. Alright, let's give this a shot. Replace Jorol with Argenport Ringmaster. Yeah, that's a solid idea. I actually can think of no reason why you wouldn't do that. We'll probably do that in round 2. But, you know, let's give one shot at like actually getting Jorol through. Because Jorol. Since the theme here is aggressive, unblockable units, a card that I would try really hard to slot in is Backlash. Because what you are doing is you are creating units that simply cannot be hurt. So if you can actually protect those units for long enough, you can outclock your opponent without your opponent ever being able to really respond with, like, good benefits. So, like, throwing into Backlash is really good for, again, that sort of pressure game that I think this deck is really trying to do. And this is another archetype that we really want to explore more of. Great early hand. Always good to get Twilight Raptor on 1. It's a hard threat to deal with. And this is why I really want 4 of them, because you want to have it in your opening hand with Seat as many times as possible. And, like, this is something that I'd much rather be a 2-3 with Quick Draw, but we'll see what we can do with it. Alright, well, nothing to do about that but attack. We could permafrost it, just because we're afraid of, like, Beastcaller's Amulet. I think I'm not that afraid of Beastcaller's Amulet. Especially when I've got, like, Annihilate open. We'll just hover over Annihilate, which we don't actually have. Alright, well now he knows it, so the jig is up. Could permafrost now. I don't know, we're pressuring for enough though, right? Do I want a Trickster's Cloak? Trickster's Cloak is really good here for, like, actually pushing damage, but I don't know if it's right. Punch, punch. Oh, wow. Chose to block it. Desperado seems good. I can permafrost and then kill the 1/1. Or I can Trickster's Cloak and kill the 5/6. That's fine too. Hold off on the Dark Return, since we've got Umbran Reapers and Haunting Screams. Not ideal. Anything to throw away with Blind Storyteller here? I don't think so. Like, the hand's just full of good cards. We don't really care if they're, like, missing anything. I think I'll Dark... No, I'm pretty happy where I'm at. I've yet to permafrost this Dawnwalker, and I don't know if that's right or not. Umbran Reaper, you're so close and yet so far away. Definitely permafrost one of the Dawnwalkers now. I mean, each of these Umbran Reapers is just automatically a win, so we should just like get to the point where we can play them. Okay. Trickster's Cloak is really helpful. I don't think there's any sort of, like, removal here, so... Seven damage. Then he has to push real hard. Let's just play Fnatic down. Like, I'm just in a situation where if he cracks back, we're in a lot of trouble. That's more or less fine. It's not great. Could kill the Dawnwalker, that would give me a little time. Probably need to buy a little time here. That gets us the shadow we need. And then I would really like to play something here. 6, 5, 14. Could Haunting Scream for a Wisp to draw a card. Could toss Wisdom since I'm not actually going to have time to use it. Oh, but I need the Blind Storyteller to block here. Alright, and that's game. Yeah, so couldn't quite get to the Reapers. I just don't think the Blind Storytellers are right. Like, they're just kind of dead cards that we could probably make into Desperados or some more power to play. How much power are we running? 26? Probably more power would be better than Desperados. Roll a Diplomatic Seal or something. Not Diplomatic Seal because we need Midnight Gale and Champion of Cunning to happen, so Seek Power it is. Get those up like 1 or 2. I really like the Desperados. I like them better than the Beast Colors. Probably go 2 and 2 on those. Yeah, overall, really cool deck. And yeah, Jaral's Iceheart is interesting, but I think I'm more interested in Argenport Ringmaster. We're going to be playing anything in the aggressive suite. Swapping the Storyteller for Vara's Favors? Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. We probably would do that over Seek Powers even. Like, the Storyteller is more of like a control deck card, because what it's doing is it's occupying a lot of your time to make sure that you have good draws, good consistent draws, and I think your deck is just more aggro tempo type stuff. I notice you have 1C in your name, Vischer. Is that, was that just a typo in the list? Probably. Alright. Does anyone know when the expansion will be released next week? Nope. No one has any clue, but my best guess is Wednesday or Thursday. I am almost certain it will not be Monday or Tuesday. Redraw there. And we got some follows. Goliath and Master Zoo, welcome to the stream. Also, Blackhaven89? Yeah. Good stuff. Alright, turn 1, Seat, Twilight Raptor. Love it. Turn 2, Swiftblade, turn 3, Desperado. Draw some, like, Trickster's Cloaks or something. This is a kind of deck that's actually going to be... This deck's going to be really good, by the way, when, what is it? Cabal Mastermind comes out. Like, this is the kind of aggressive infiltrate deck that we're going to see a lot of. Okay, 3-1 with quick draw. Cool, cool, cool. Ah, charge and fails for removal. I like it. Seems like a pretty good deal. Pressure you. I've got Haunting Scream as well, so we're actually going to get control of this board very quickly. Don't knock Desperado. It's a solid card. Another Charge and Flail. He's taking a lot of direct face damage while doing this, so that's to our advantage. Here's 5. Play a Primal, and we'll be on our way. I've still only got a 2 damage clock, but man, Twilight Raptor's a hard card to deal with. Xanthier, thanks for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Perfect. Got a flying charge 4/3 that doesn't die at end of turn. And kills anything on the ground. Could Haunting Scream it? Seems unlikely to be right. Couple that Monument here is nice for Nightmaw. What's going to be better for me? I think Monument's probably going to be better for me in the long run. I just need more low-cost units to play. Alright. I think this is right. It's a tough call, though. Wreck the armor, kill the Throne Warden. Don't get to play anything else here this turn. Maybe I should play Cobalt Monument at this point, since I'm trying to get Fnatic across. A 3-2 that presses. We're happy to just swing into his face. That's pretty awful. Storm Dancer looks good. Looks real good, in fact. Nightmaw? Desperado. Attacking here's a good idea because it gets rid of like one of the 3/3s. Yeah, knock that off the list, then we can Desperado and kill the 4/4. Gonna take a lot this turn though. 7 damage. Am I dead? No, I'm at 5, so I actually live next turn if I play Nightmaw. Still, I need a Haunting Scream or a Dark Return here. I think we used one of our Dark Returns already, so... And 2 Haunting Screams. He left back a blocker. Alright, Wisdom here. Feeding time's real good. Almost out of the woods. Just need any sort of recursion. Alright. Yeah, I like the deck. I think this is a deck that Nightmaw belongs in, and I think it's a deck that Cabal Mastermind is going to love. So I look forward to playing more with this deck. Let's actually save this. Because this is an archetype that I haven't played with too much. Let's call it like Mastermind Infiltrate for the moment. And we'll come back to it when Cabal Mastermind is a card. Thanks so much, Visher. That was super helpful. And yeah, don't, like, nobody read into me like saving particular decks. This is just a deck that I don't have a list for, so. Alright. And I've got lots of Hoodoo Aegis lists, of course. So, anyways. Alright. Jay Noxes, welcome to the stream, man. We also have Xanthir, Master Zoo, and Goliath. So many new folks. How many people have followed, like, just today? Like, whew, that's actually an interesting question. Hard to say. I think I've got that number somewhere. Just hard to find it because, yeah, we'll look at it later. Anyways, it's been a really fun stream. We've got a lot of like new people here, so that's cool. Yeah. So next on the list. We are at 31 out of 46. Deck's still getting like larger at a pace, but good to have like only 15 left. Vixes is next up. All right. Deleted that deck. We're good. Import that. Clipboard. Export deck image. All of that. Oh, you don't like the Raptors? But the Raptors were like the thing that was pushing that damage. Like, in both of those games, those Raptors were invaluable. They were the reason we were as close to lethal as we were. Like, they're just a crazy good aggression card. Twilight Raptors are totally worth it. Save that image. Looks like we got Hoodoo Aegis again, just at a glance. Anything cool happening here? Throne Warden, Silverwing Familiar, Valkyrie Enforcer, Crown Paladin, Tinker Apprentice. 3 Tinker Apprentice instead of 4. 2 Inspire instead of 4. A lot more units. Valkyrie Enforcer and Throne Warden at the top. Alright, I like it. I think Tinker Apprentice is fine at 3. Cobalt Monument's probably okay at 1, but you can certainly go for 4 of them. There's no reason not to. There's a weird priority for Justice Sigils here. I guess there's just way too much green in this deck. Okay. So yeah, same thing as before. I might actually cut like 2 of these and put in some Emerald Monuments. Although admittedly, you don't want to miss too many power here because you have some good like 4 and 5 drops that you want to hit on time. But let's just put 2 Emerald Monuments in and see what happens. I don't have any like major notes on this deck. It's a standard like Hoodoo Aegis list. The number change is nice. The Tinker Apprentices, like, it makes it just a little bit more aggressive, so good times. Thanks for the follow. Hold on a sec. Oh, I've lost it. Here we are. Schweitzer CJ. And J Noxes? No, Schweitzer CJ. Yeah, welcome to the stream, man. And J Noxes, of course. I think I already greeted you, though. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate all the follows. Man, if I'd gotten my donation button today, or not my donation, my subscribe button today, then this would have been a really nice stream. I mean, it's already a really nice stream. You guys are really nice, but it would have been even nicer, you know. Hey, Gore Freak. Yeah, thanks so much. Like, it's really good. We made partner, so we'll be having a sub button soon. Okay. I'm not sure about this hand, because I'm not on the draw. I think with Waykeeper playing down and a Vanquish in hand, it's probably worth keeping. Our 3-turn plan is, at the end of 3 turns, we have Waykeeper down, and we see a Vanquish in hand to kill something big. And that's probably good enough, but I really need to draw that 3rd power, and that's iffy. However, we can still draw not only power, but not much Paladin's in the deck, right? Yeah, it would be nuts if it wasn't. Or Oathbook. Like, there are a lot of good 2-drops we can draw. So the total number of good draws that we can get is all of our power, Seek Power, Tinker Apprentice, Waykeeper, Paladin, Oathbook. Another Vanquish isn't really important. Inspire's okay. You know. And Waykeeper doing the best possible job that it can, which is being able to block a Jito deck. Just stymie it completely. This is so gross. This is what Waykeeper is made for, by the way. Like, I'm sorry you were having problems with Jito decks. Here's your Waykeeper. This is where this card is supposed to be. Hello, Ronan. Hello, Drone. He still doesn't know if he wants to attack us. Is this mono red, by the way? I think it might be. Waykeeper's a good example of how the most underwhelming of units can often be, like, actually very good. Like, they designed these cards for a reason. Yeah. You know, if you get the 3rd power, it was a good keep. If you don't get the 3rd power, it was clearly a bad keep and you're a bad player. No, I mean, like, I feel like it was right to keep this hand because we've got so many good 3-drops and stuff to play, and we had the double green for Enforcer, but missing that beat against a Stonescar Jito deck, or a mono red burn deck even, gosh, means that we're in a lot more trouble. Hello, Ticking Grenardin. Yeah, that's fine, we'll take the 3. Silencing it would be nice, but ouch. Everything to the face. Waykeeper's doing its damnedest, but I really need to actually get something down here. Yay! We're not gonna be screwed next turn. That's almost good enough. Do I play Silverwing Familiar down in hopes of getting Hammer of Might? Ouch. Yeah, it seems like a tilt forward with everything you got play. Alright, I think Valkyrie Enforcer on Jito's next. Oh, wait, hang on a sec. No, Valkyrie Enforcer on Jito. And then Throne Warden if we can manage it. But a rally just kills us. Got the torch. I mean, you're mono red deck. You should have the torch. Caleb Saver, cool. Spiked. Ridiculous. Come on, let's do this. Okay, Silverwing Familiar next. You got the torch. Got the rally? The rally's not the worst thing in the world. It's pretty bad. Alright. Almost got there, almost got there. Yeah, deck's in a solid place. I don't have any major comments. Emerald Monuments are kind of cool here. Looks like it might be a little bit power short. Seek power. How many 5-drops you hitting? 3? It's fine. 2 Seeks is 26 power, 2 Seeks. Why not just go 3 Seeks? I guess because you got 2 Inspires and 4 Tinker Apprentices. I might put 1 more power in this deck. 29 seems about right, but 28 isn't terrible. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, no major comments. Good one, Zinx. Vix? Zinx. I don't know where Zinx came from. Goodness gracious. Okay. Oh, water. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you know, there's plenty of power. We kept a bad hand. I think 1 more is not out of the question, but it's no worry. Okay, next list. That's what we're up to. Trying to remember order of operations. 32. Goran. Okay. Import deck. Ah, Herald stuff. Herald strength of the... What? Okay. It's Herald strength of the pack with 1 strength of the pack. Which is interesting. Let's export the deck image. Gotta pull this to the right. Pull that to the right. Twitch dashboard to the right as well. Close all of these. That should clean up my tabs a little bit. Cool, cool, cool. Deck list looks good. There we go. All right. So we got Celestial Omen, Strength of the Pack, Channel the Tempest. I like the Celestial Omen in a Westwind Herald deck. Being able to hit in Celestial Omen is a really good idea. Herald is a card that has like some really good combos with Mirror Image and Strength of the Pack, and that's something you want to look out for. We're not seeing that here. We're seeing 1 Strength of the Pack, 2 Channel the Tempests, Celestial Omen, and then Wisdom of the Elders, which is decent, and Polymorph and Vanquish, which are decent. I'm not sure if there's enough control to get Westwind Herald across the board for the win, but with Valkyrie Enforcers, Permafrosts, Polymorphs, and Vanquish, you might just be able to do it. I think you've got most of the keys that you need, and you've also got Harsh Rule there, so yeah, it's probably reasonable. I'm missing, what's it called? Whispering Wind, which would be really good for picking Strength of the Pack or Celestial Omen out of the pack. I kind of feel like Whispering Wind should be in this deck instead of Herald Song, or like in addition to Herald Song. But other than that, I think that the list is okay. You got Seat and Banner, that's what you want. You've got 1 Seek power, and that's wrong. Hang on a sec. Yeah, no, there's not enough power in the deck. I guess you're making Privilege of Rank happen, which does happen with Herald Song, so maybe you'll hit enough power? That requires some testing. If you're not definitely like this is a deck you have to play with a little bit to get a feel for. But if you're not frequently hitting these Mistveil Drakes, Strength of the Pack, and Channel at the top, then you might want to consider like moving up the Seek powers, because this is a little bit weird. I do like the Borderlands Waykeeper in the deck now. Like, that's a good like early protection card. I think there's a lot of good removal in here. I like the Harsh rules. Basically, this deck is gumming up the board until it can Harsh roll on 6, and then it's playing Thunderstrike, Mistveil, like really, really big threats that are kind of scary. So yeah, overall, the fundamental plan is here. Like, all of these cards fit together in a single like sort of basic idea. I'm not sure about some of these numbers, but I think that there is like a general cohesive theme, and so I do appreciate that. Let's go ahead and play it. And cohesive theme is like, it's hard to do, so it's nice whenever you see decks that get it right. You don't see the point of Justice in this deck. Oh, yeah, that's weird. I definitely see the point of Justice in that deck. There's a lot of reasons for Justice in that deck. Harsh Rule, Vanquish, Privilege of Rank. If you're going to be discarding cards to Westwind Herald anyways, Privilege of Rank is a really good way to accelerate to those big cards. And then that also allows you to cast them later. And Valkyrie Enforcer. Valkyrie Enforcer is just a fine tool. It's a perfectly good Hooter control deck. This... Play 2 out of these 3 cards early. Wisdom of the Elders gives us a decent chance of getting double green. Lightning Storm clears the early game pretty well. Alright. You usually want to keep... If you're a control deck, you usually want to keep hands with Lightning Storm early, because the chance that you just get some crazy value out of it are really good. And if you don't get crazy value out of Lightning Storm, then that means the opponent's deck is slow and you have time to draw your other cards. I would like that 3rd green, but I'll just play Privilege for it if I have to. It's, by the way, totally fine to play Privilege of Rank blank. Alright, Seat of Order. I'm not seeing any shadow yet, but I'm going to silence this anyways, just so I have a unit down. Like, the question of whether you need to silence Rakano Artisan is always a tricky one. I think this is just straight Rakano or Akaria Blue. So it's not going to have Smuggler's Stash, which means that it's not going to get Rakano Artisan back ever. So it's kind of pointless to silence Rakano Artisan. But I actually do want the 3/3 to be out here so that I don't get hit by stuff later. Let's swing for 3. Play our power. I'm not going to be playing anything at 1. I guess there's Inspire. We can Wisdom now. Permafrost. Largely irrelevant. Will be helpful for transforming Akaria later. Okay. Well, guess we're Herald Songing for Privilege. I hate putting another Valkyrie Enforcer in front of this, but I just don't want to get hit for 5. We need to be out ahead of Akaria wherever we can. Okay. Tricky plays. Inspire's nice. We actually get to do a lot of stuff, but we're struggling against these weapons a little bit. Lightning Strike is always nice to include. Depends on if you're seeing a lot of armory or not, so it's not really anything that I would say is good or bad about this deck. What are we gonna Omen for? Thunderstrike Dragon? I think I actually like Aegis Dragon better. Ouch. Yeah, Aegis Dragon actually stands in front of Ikaria. Well, now it might be Thunderstrike Dragon. No, it's still got to be Aegis Dragon, because Aegis Dragon stands in front of Ikaria. Be nice if we had some sort of health gain option, some sort of like Rain of Frogs card. A single Rain of Frogs would not be out of the question. Strength of the pack is cute. Alright. Not the best card in the world for this. And he's still got Ikaria, so we're probably dead. Waykeeper's not doing its job here. Alright, not the card I expected, but... ouch. Huru's never gonna have a good matchup against Ikaria Blue. Yeah, it's true. Like, Huru doesn't do very well against Armory decks in general. We could be running some answers to that. Rain of Frogs would be a possibility. I might like it over the Polymorph, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I feel like digging around in your opponent's hand is something that you probably want at least one of in the deck. Let's play a second game with this. Get the Rain of Frogs in. Were there any major changes that I wanted to make? Strength of the pack is currently a 7 cost. Like, I like these Celestial Omens. I kind of want to have more than one of them. Like, I kind of just want to have a slightly more diverse toolkit. We've got some good one-ofs here, and then we have Celestial Omen. And Rain of Frogs helps with that. Harsh Rule helps with that. There's only 3 Harsh Rules. Interesting. Polymorph is probably fine as a 2 of. Storm's good where it's at. I'm going to cut a Herald Song and include a Lightning Strike. Cut another Herald Song and include a Whispering Wind. Yeah, maybe that's a little greedy. I don't know. Worth trying. Like, Whispering Wind allows us to get to those higher cost cards, which is something the deck clearly wants to do. Other things worth considering, Island's Favor is really solid in this deck. Yeah. Huru, Seat, Whispering Wind, Borderlands Waykeeper, Privilege of Rank. Alright. So we want to draw power here. A shame that we didn't, but not a big deal. Could play Whispering Wind or could play... Herald Song might actually be better here because we need to draw our 3rd power. And now suddenly we have a billion cards, which is lovely. I love Privilege. Privilege is like just essentially a Wisdom of the Elders in green. It's just, you know, the fact that it doesn't draw you like great cards is always interesting, but I think it's like a really, really strong choice for like overall card advantage. I'll play Borderlands Waykeeper as well. Interesting choice. throw Silence out early. I think I'm okay with that. And I still got Herald Song for Privilege, so... all in all, not bad. What was that pause there? He has a fast spell in green or yellow. Probably Protect. Seems like the most likely candidate. Vanquish into Vanquish. Protect, Vanquish. Oh, save return. Okay. That's fine. Oh, I thought I could play Westwind Herald, but I can't. My mistake. Play Westwind Herald here. He's got a Desert Marshal and he's considering throwing it out. Alright, let's Inspire for a Vanquish. Or Celestial Omen for a Vanquish. Swing with both of these suckers. Fun. Alright. So that's most of the pauses accounted for. Good to hear. Still a pause here for Desert Marshal. Harsh roll. Harsh roll. No, we don't want to block there because then he won't harsh roll. Not that we don't really need the Westwind Heralds here. Like, we're totally fine just playing, like, Mistveil Drake out. And then we just Strength of the Packet, and it'll be a... oh god, what? 9-9... 12-12? 12-12. Strength of the Packet and Mistveil Drake is just disgusting, by the way. Look at how gross that is. Hey, thanks for the host, Zoot. Welcome, welcome, guys. We're doing like a deck doctor type stream. We are just going over like different people's deck submissions and talking about the decks and what kind of things we change with them, what kind of stuff we do differently. There's an ambush unit here. Rain of Frogs will get it. And that means we win the game. So yeah, I like that one Rain of Frogs in there. Just getting a little bit more into the Celestial Omen package gives us a few more toolkits to use. So it's always nice to have an answer to like every sort of problem. And I should run Rain of Frogs more often in decks where I'm worried about ambush units, because getting Desert Marshal or Scorpion Wasp into a 1/1 is really, really important. We should just do that more often. Okay. So that was Gaunan. Thanks so much, Gaunan, for submitting your list. Was fun, was fun. Ugh. Yeah, the two cards at the lower right-hand corner are they're not leaked, really, they're spoiled. Like, they were given to RNG Eternal for spoiling. We've talked about them once already, but there's Shadowlands Feaster, which is the 5/6 flying ambush for 7, which has the ability cards that when an enemy unit dies, it goes to your void. Super good card, lots of fun. Like, I think overall, like, the basic stat line on it is really, really strong. And even though the, like, enemy units going into your void thing is something that you might not be able to take advantage of all that late in the game, it is a good enough unit that, like, can just eat an Ikaria that I think it's actually pretty solid. Bait is a little bit different. It's going to make Brimstone Altar decks very, very good, and it's not going to make a lot of other decks very, very good. It has a very sort of limited scope, but it has some potential to be a strong card in certain decks. Okay. Who's next? So that was the list from Gaunan. Next up is Screecher. Copy this deck in. Oh, Withering Witch, Black Sky Harbinger. Oh, this is straight film control. 3 Champion of Cunning. I might even go for 4, but I think it's fine. 2 Staff of Stories, pretty good. This is really, really straightforward as far as, like, lists go. There's no Azindel's Gift in it, which is fine. If you're not facing off against control, then you don't really need it, but it's a potential include here to just sort of, like, set up and, like, finish off people in the late game, which you clearly expect to get to. Sabotage is probably fine as a one-of. I think it's actually kind of a cool one-of if you're just, like... Yeah, there aren't that many decks that are just raw units, so it's pretty reasonable to have a Sabotage or a Rain of Frogs in here somewhere. Lightning Strike at 1 is a little iffy. You could end up into some problems with, like, armory decks, but you've got the Sabotage as well, so there's at least some answers there. Felon Bloodcasters are right. Overall, the numbers look fine. Felon Banners and Seats are okay. I don't know about Diplomatic Seals. There's only 3 of them in here. I would cut them to at least 2. I might cut them entirely. Like, I'm not sure that you really need them for much, and they're kind of interfering with a lot of your cards, especially Vara the Fate Touched. Since you've only got 1 Vara, they're probably fine at 3. It's not really a big issue either way. Typically, you don't want to run Diplomatic Seals in any situation where you're trying to get to 3 power, 3 influence of any particular color, but 2 of them should be fine here. They make okay fixers, and it just guarantees that you hit your right cards, so it's okay. Yep, Entomb effects work like normal. The enemy doesn't get it, so... Alright. Deck list needs to be... Get the image up on the side. Do it. All right. And play around with it. Oh yeah, seals do hurt Champion of Cunning a lot. That's actually a really good point. I wouldn't run any of the seals in that case. I'm not actually sure why they're there. I was thinking with Vara, it's kind of iffy. With everything else, it's just, yeah. You can't count on drawing the seals early, and if you draw them late, they just actively hurt you. Sanru. Alright. Felm, Banner, Island's Favor, Felm, Bloodcaster. We'll redraw here. Seed of Cunning Primal, Vara's Favor. Alright, so we got like a huge early game suite of removal. Yeah, so if our opponent is a faster deck, then we're in really good shape. Looks like they're a slower Elysian deck, but well. Not too big a deal. Seek power instead of playing anything. I think I still want to hold on to this Vara's favor because there's too many things that you can actually hit here in Elysian. Amber Acolyte, Temple Scribe, Initiative Sands. No Amber Acolyte. Alright. Well, I'd like to have Death Strike on 4 just in case, so... You got it. It is baited out of my hand. Oh, let's adjust our seat a little bit here. Shadow Sigil, cool. Lightning Strike, fine. Annihilate's fine. Death Strike. Clockroaches. Or wait, did that echo? I didn't see. Guessing he's got a lot of removal. Might actually have been wrong to play Film Bloodcaster here. Nope, never mind. I got Vara, I forgot. What is your deck doing? Did I miss like a Curiox proc? I haven't seen what he twinninged, right? I can't tell if he echoed or not. Next turn I can Felon Bloodcaster. So I'm actually going to have to see a removal spell here. Probably worth it just to play Black Sky Harbinger. Since we appear to be the beatdown in this situation for some reason. Really not sure what the reason is, but we appear to be the beatdown. Something's gone horribly wrong here. Sixth power? Is that what you needed to actually get this going? You don't have double shadow for Death Strike. That's their problem. You probably got like a handful of Death Strikes. Or 3 lightning storms. That's pretty funny. Very well. I'll see your lightning storm and raise you a lightning storm. Alright, so this deck clearly has fun stable form to go, like, fun stable form is just painted all over this deck. It's clearly like what it's doing. Magus of the Mist, sure. Never once played a card around Fun Stable. Alright. Oh no, I did that wrong. I was thinking that I would have Death Strike up, but no, Alright, anyways. We'll just permafrost that. I have Lightning Strike at least. Hold on to all this. We need to Death Strike and Lightning Strike next turn. We're gonna hold the Death Strike until the Fun Stable comes out. And if there's no Fun Stable, we'll just Death Strike anyways. Dragging all those dragons down to hell. Alright. Oh. That's unfortunate. I certainly don't have any way to lock that down at the moment. Let's Wisdom first before we Feln Banner, because I might actually get like a Lightning Strike or something that I want. Nah. Okay, so if that comes back, probably discard the other staff. Okay. He still doesn't have the double shadow for Death Strike. Okay. Champion of Cunning next. All right. Yeah, deck's well put together. You can make modifications to it pretty much any way you like. It's all about tweaking numbers up and down, adding like a few cards that you think are going to be good in the meta. This is pretty stock Felden control, and I don't have a lot to say about it. Definitely take the diplomatic seals out, because you just don't want to run diplomatic seals in a situation where you're trying to get to triples, and especially when you're trying to get to quintuples, because Champion of Cunning is actually really important to your game plan. So diplomatic seals out. Overall removal package seems fine. I'd be running one more Lightning Strike, probably with one less Death Strike, but that's just me. That's basically a matter of like what you feel the meta's at, where you feel it is. I think with the amount of like overall armory decks that we're seeing and like the Ikaria blues and stuff, like Lightning Strike's probably a little bit better. Sabotage is really good. Yeah, looks like it's pretty solid. Thanks, Creature. So we won't play anymore with that one. What's next? What's next? 35 out of 48. Haha. Mazer is next. This has been a long stream. All right. What are we at? 7 hours now? 7 hours. I haven't done a stream this long in a very long time. Mazer. Put the deck image while you guys look at that and wonder. What are we doing? Deck image. Whoa. Yeah, the opponent never had unstable that game. What a shame. Okay, I got Camel in here. Yeah, it's Camel control. I haven't seen Camel control in a while. This was like a test stock list for a long time. Really, really good control deck in early beta. Hall of Lost Kings is a bit ambitious, I would say. How much health gain do we actually have in the deck? Camel, Temple Scribe, Lumen Defender. Okay, Lumen Defender, yeah. Lumen Defender is sort of the big like way to actually secure Hall of Lost Kings. I mean, Crystalline Chalice is your win con anyways, so it's probably fine to have two halls here. I kind of want to switch one of them for a channel, but I don't think that's necessarily key. Celestial Omen is very strange here because you're not actually picking out any particular card. Like, there's no Rain of Frogs here. There's no one of Mistveil Drake. There's no, like, particular card that you need to grab here that's going to make your deck complete. Infinite Hourglass is the only thing that I can think of to Omen for. So, like, I don't know what Omen's doing in this deck beyond maybe getting Hall of Lost Kings, in which case it could just be a Hall of Lost Kings. So that card's a little bit out of place. You usually want that in sort of an archetype where you have a lot of different tools, and you want to be able to pick freely between those tools. As a one-of, it's fine. You certainly can pick a Polymorph when you need it, or a Lightning Storm when you need it, but like I would just up those Lightning Storms. Early Lightning Storms are a little bit slim, which is fine because your deck is actually pretty like heavy on things that are Lightning Stormable. Overall unit count, 26. Looks good, looks okay. 26 is about where you want to be at. Everything's well within range of Crystalline Chalice, and I really like Lumen Defender there. I love Infinite Hourglass with Crystalline Chalice. I might even run two. I think Ephemeral Wisp with Crystalline Chalice is always dangerous but fun, and can be a really good way to stall the board and get things going. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, Obelisk does disable Chalice, it's true. It's still sometimes strong enough in a small deck, but... I don't know about Excavate. Excavate's fine if you want to fetch back your Chalice. Like, it is true that if you've got like enough removal for the Chalices, then Excavate's definitely going to help you out, but at the same time, if your Chalice is getting removed, you're already so far down on tempo that Excavate may just be, like, putting the nail in your coffin. Darkbone. Camels are so weird because they don't do anything for your plan. And they're maybe just bad cards. Polymorph Lightning Storm is sort of a plan. I like keeping hands with Lightning Storm in them early. I feel like I should be aggressively mulling for Chalice in this deck. Alright, I want a little bit more early game. Sort of got it. We get a time here, we actually have everything we need. If we don't get a time here, we at least continue to play power until 3, so we can wait until turn 3 to get Crystal and Chalice. Okay. Islands are always a good include. They protect your Chalice. They're really useful for protecting you from burn spells, which means that you don't get killed by Hall of Lost Kings all that much. Still need that time, though. Ouch. Alright, gotta get that time. Nothing like permafrosting Impending Doom. 2 Chalices. Not needed, but fun. Slumbering Stone is really just eh. And we're stuck. Maybe Taler's Favorite is actually correct here. I don't think it matters either way. We're happy to let him gain his life, as long as he's taking the damage from Impending Doom. As long as, like, things are just not going his way. That's fine. Now remember, we have Infinite Hourglass down, so anything that we exhaust for Chalice can still block, which means that it's actually quite useful to just play it. Use Chalice to draw the card. And probably play the second Chalice, actually. I'm going to want a lot of card draw here. Oh, real glad to see the Suffocates, yeah. This is all going pretty peachy. We've delayed him long enough that we're actually, like, really quite active at this point. Play the time. Chalice that. Chalice that. And this is why you might actually want, like, 2 Infinite Hourglasses in this deck, because, man, is that a good card here. Otherwise, we'd just be losing just hardcore. Suffocate hurts, but, you know, whatever. Block there, I guess? Seems fine. Gonna, like, throw a torch in there as well. What? Why can't I use the second one? I think it bugged, right? Yeah, it must have bugged. Alright, we'll report it. Oh, what? Oh yeah, you're right, I can't exhaust it twice. You're right, that makes sense. Okay, well then. Let's just, Stormlinks, I guess? I was thinking you could do it twice, but it's true that the endurance actually, like, does happen here, because you exhaust it yourself. Interesting. Alright. Well, we'd like to gain some health soon. That would be ideal. Yeah, I was thinking for some reason that it would unexhaust automatically because, you know, it can't be stunned or exhausted, but it works the way that you'd expect it to, where it allows you to exhaust it as part of the trigger, but then it just readies at the end of turn. Camel control decks are super fun if you can get control of the game early. I think this deck has Stormlinks, Lightning Storm. I want a little bit more in the early game. I want a Decay in here, especially if you've got Celestial Omen. A Decay, a Rain of Frogs. So maybe like cut a Scorpion Wasp or two, and then like throw some Lightning Strikes in here as well for weapons, because that's all a lot of stuff you have to deal with. But you're mostly there. Find the Way is really good. Deck is surprisingly low to the ground on power, and that's probably okay. Considering how much Crystal and Chalice just... Oh, never mind. We've got Temple Scribe and Taler's favored, so yeah, you're fine. I think this is like overall pretty solid. Temple Scribe and Taler's favored together mean that you have 29 to 30 power sources, so you're hitting power pretty regularly. Yeah, not too much I'd change. The Hall of Lost Kings, of course, are fun ofs. They're not necessarily the best way to close out the game, but they're certainly a classy way of doing it, so do appreciate it, Mazer. You want to like look at like making this deck competitive, you probably cut the hulls and you throw something else in. Mistveil Drake would be one option. And yeah, if you could get like a little bit more in for this Celestial Omen, because this Celestial Omen just doesn't kind of belong here. All right, next up. Oh, holy cow, 268 viewers. That's crazy. See if we can break 300. Righto Void Callus. Okay. So... next time we make this deck submission list, we are actually going to add like a title thing so that people can name their decks, because I do like having good deck names. Righto. All right. So this is a Callus deck. 3 Bloodright Callus, 2 Oblivion Spikes, Torrents, Assembly Lines, Granite and Drones, Torches, Wisps, Devours. Okay, so this is very similar to a list that we run a lot of. A thing that I think about this list a lot, or like something that I've been feeling about this list a lot, is that Oblivion Spike is maybe actually just a better card than Bloodright Callus, because it ends up being a very, very large, very, very scary card very, very early. And like, just, it's very good for Smuggler's Stash. Callus can get you into a lot of awkward situations. So I might up the Oblivion Spikes in this deck, like, immediately. And I also think that if you're running 3 Smuggler Stashes, you should be running more weapons. So I would cut a Smuggler Stash, put an Oblivion Spike in. And maybe consider going even to 4 Oblivion Spikes, because Oblivion Spike, as far as I can tell, is just like a really undersold weapon that tends to be very, very good in this deck, and is even like the focus of this deck. I think you could run this deck without Callus. Like, you could just run it with Oblivion Spike and Brimstone Altar, and it would still be good. But that's basically my previous deck that is very similar to that leaking, so don't mind that too much. Vara the Fate Touched at the top is really nice. It's nice to be able to get back your spiders and your champions and your other things. If you're running champion in the deck, you can actually get some good stuff out of Vara. Vara has surprisingly few targets here, and that may not matter. Like, it may just be fine. I feel like you want a few more targets for Vara here, like Umbran Reaper or Scrap Tank. Okay, yeah, Scrap Tank's okay. So that should be okay. Overall, how are you getting power? You've got 28 power. You're running Diplomatic Seals, which, no. Nope. Nope, these 3 Diplomatic Seals should be Seek Powers. You have Whispers in the Void in your deck, and that card requires 4 Shadow Influence. You're never going to hit 4 with Diplomatic Seals. You want Vara's Favor or Seek Power, and it looks like you've got a mix of both, so yeah, I'm all for it. Maybe go 3 Vara's Favor. Yeah, and that puts you at 25 power with a couple more sources, so I'm all in for that. Ugh. Okay. Hey, how's it going, Bitter Lemons? Now, let's look at the chat a little bit, because no, I haven't been ignoring it too much. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, Opening a Mistveiled Drake in response to a burn spell is amazing. I think if you're running Celestial Omen, Mistveiled Drake is almost an automatic one of include. Yeah, Curving Whisper into Vara is nice. Whispers in the Void is good. Whisper and Vara together are fine. Like I said, there's not that many sources for Vara, so maybe she's a 1 of, but 2 is totally fine. I think it's legit. Yeah, Oblivion Spike I would like a little bit higher, but I think you're mostly there. This deck has basically all of the trappings of a solid deck, of a solid Callus deck. I want the champion to be a little bit higher. I feel like you want 4 champions. I don't see why you'd want 3. If you're gonna run champions, might as well run as many of them as you can. So the question of what to cut to get there is a little bit tricky. That's not Oblivion Spike. It might be Torrent of Spiders. Or Madness. You got decent targets for Madness. I've generally found that if I want like Madness to happen, I need like at least 1 more sacrifice outlet for this, so I could cut like a Madness for a champion here and feel pretty happy about it. But overall, the numbers seem pretty close to fine, so let's go ahead and run it. Oh yeah, adjusting the power, Jim's one, Hyo Yan. Gameplay, advanced deck building, check this box. That allows you to customize your power cards in advanced deck building, and yeah, it's basically just like a newbie feature that you can turn off. While you're there, I recommend turning off Smart Auto Pass so that you can automatically like so that you have like a pause whenever you want to like annihilate your own units or do anything that like a normal like would normally just be passed. Disable hotkeys. I could disable hotkeys, but no, I set spacebar to like C, didn't I? So I think we're good. Also, please don't spam all caps. I am reading, so just a note. I'm actually surprised Nightbot didn't catch you there. I guess I turned off like the all cap spam on Nightbot. Just don't do it. But I'm not too unexcited if like people are yelling every now and then. Yeah, isn't that nice, Kid Chaos? That's pretty sweet. We're doing a little bit of the modding on our own, but I guess I got to appoint some more mods now that we're getting larger. Oh, I can definitely get Wreck as a mod. I'm sure he'd be fine with that. Madness, Combust, Torrent, Whispers. Alright. I probably keep this hand just for Madness, Combust and the fact that it has 3 Shadow into Whispers. It's awkward because there's not really a 3-turn plan. Like, Our plan is, if we don't draw any cards on turn 3, play Toronto Spiders. Which isn't really a plan, but it's okay. Alright, got our 4th, that's good. So, maybe we Torrent, maybe we don't. Seek Power, I've already got 4 Shadow, so Fire Sigil looks good. Hey, thanks for the follow, Shaolin CB. Also, Goliath Mark 21 followed, Dreamcore 3. I think I missed both of you guys, but welcome to the stream. Glad to see you. Oh yeah, sure. I'd be happy to like appoint you as a mod, Wodar. You've been very chill in our stream, so. Can we just do that now? Do I have to like click on you? Oops. Awesome. Okay. Don't go power mad. Alright. Well, Grenade Drone's perfect. That exactly solves my problem. In a really, really nice way. Gross. I don't like it. Do I want to Whispers here? I honestly don't know. I think I do. Yeah, it doesn't get turned into like a Voidling, so... That's intense. Uh-huh. Yep. So I'm not gonna get a lot of spiders out of this mess. But I do have a lot of Spitelings. Let's play Torrent. We want this to get as big as possible because we're eventually just gonna Madness it and kill him with it. Anything to Dark Return here? I could Dark Return the Tormentor and just make myself a 9/9 Flying Overwhelm charge, but that seems aggressive. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna combust this. I think this is just too much of a risk overall. And we can Madness Devour next turn or whatever. We just let him have like a gajillion cudgels, and we're totally okay with that because we have good sacrifice outlets. Brennan and Drone. Swing for 1 here, I think? Don't see why not. Probably grabbing a Steward at some point. Steward's the real risk here, right? Like, it's just unfortunate if he has a Steward ever. Stone Scar Banner. Oh, if you Madness Devour it, it goes to your Void, yes. Is there a Whispers in the Void deck built around it? I don't know what it is, but there are Whispers in the Void decks, yeah. This is one of them. Alright. Lightning Storm. Let's just devour one of these, whatever. I don't know, that is risky. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Spitelings are doing work. Eventually Steward comes down and wrecks our day. Okay. That's fine. Really tempting to Dark Return the Tormentor and just like go swag, but nah, we'll be fine. Alright, so I'm gonna Madness this next turn, pretty much no matter what he does. Yeah, I feel real bad about not taking that Combust. Or not losing that Devour. I should have maybe just kept a hold of it. We don't have enough sacrifice outlets for the Madness. And I knew that when I talked about the deck. Ooh, can I get him to blow it up? That would be nice. Alright, Spitelings are still active. That was a weird torch. Oh, no it wasn't. It was for lethal. Yeah, I shouldn't have thrown away the Devour there. We knew the risks. We messed up. That's okay. So yeah, Varas are good, Madnesses are good. I want like an extra sack outlet pretty badly. Maybe a Brimstone Altar. I think this deck is pretty close to like one of our own, so you know I can show off the list that we run, which is very, very similar. What is it? Here it is. And you know, it's a pretty similar idea. More Oblivion Spikes, more Calluses. We got a Brimstone Altar fit in there somehow. Stone Scar Leviathans and Venomspine Hydras are really cool at the top. What are we not running? We're not running Vara, but I think Vara's totally fine there. So yeah, looked cool. Good stuff. All right. Ooh. There are 3 other spoilers also. Yeah, I've got a YouTube video up on those. Like Google Loco Pojo Jek, and you should find it. Jekk. Ow. 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 Alright. Well, we won't run a second one of that, because we run that deck a lot, so... But thank you so much for the list, Raito. Void Callus is a fun deck, and we love playing with it. Area's next. We are on 37 of 49. So, getting there, getting there. All right. Import here. Export deck. Oh, we didn't need to export it, it's fine. And deck image. A bit of a while is how long we've been streaming, yeah. Quite an intense stream so far. Save image as. Deck list, yep. I will probably be not streaming one of my regular nights tonight, or regular nights this week, because we're gonna try and get something done with my, like, I haven't seen my girlfriend in a while, and she wasn't able to hang out this weekend, and she won't be able to hang out Wednesday, which is usual, like, day off type thing. So we might have to take one of these days off. It'll probably be Monday or Tuesday. Save the list, if we haven't already. So, just so you know, we'll probably not be around Tuesday. That's my best guess for when. Okay, Staff, Herald, Rain of Frogs, Feeding Time, Whispers in the Void, Zindil's Gift, Channel, Death Strike, Wisdom. So this is Felon Control again? Felon Control with Westwind Herald. Okay. One mirror image, as opposed to a strength of the pack. Okay. There's no units in the first 4 power that you're playing, and then your 5th power is Westwind Herald. Oh, it's literally all spells. Okay, we've got 5 units total. So we got Westwind Herald and Scourge of Frostholm at the top. Grasping at Shadows for Scourge, but no discard outlet. I feel like you have a little room here for a discard outlet, because the discard outlet both helps you to cheat out Scourge for grasping at shadows, but also helps you with Westwind Herald and getting like a faster spell like Celestial Omen or Whispers or Channel out very, very early. I'm not sure if this deck benefits too much from not having any units. Like, I feel like 3 Plague is just like an easy place where you can look and say, this isn't really necessary, and just throw in like a Felm Bloodcaster or something. I do appreciate unitless control decks, but I'm not sure if it's actually like all that important here. And like, if Westwind Herald is your focus, I'm surprised there aren't more cards focused around Westwind Herald. Like, this is your 1 unit, so you're not playing any units before Westwind Herald, and then you play Westwind Herald, and your opponent has just got removal after removal after removal stacked up in his hand, so he's just like, oh, I'll just Varus Favor that and Annihilate it, or Annihilate it and Annihilate it, because I have 2 Annihilates, because I haven't had to play them for any reason. Scourge of Frostholm, like, is always good in, like, a even spellless control deck. I think that's totally fine, but it surprises me that there's not, like, a Felm Bloodcaster here or something, just to, like, tide you over. And I'm curious if you're going to survive the early game with this area. How do people send lists to you? It is the link in the bottom. There's like a... It's currently on the announcements. It's for February 5th or something like that. So it's like 2 announcements down. And we're going to be making a new deck list submission thing for next time around. So after we finish up with this one, I won't accept any more submissions on that one, and we'll just close it out. I might close it out now just because I currently have like 13 left. And we're certainly not going to get through all of them tonight. Oh wow, if we hit 300? That's awesome. Well, that's what happens when you stream for 7 hours. Goodness gracious. Alright. Oh, I only see 281, but sure. Alright. Yeah, it's true, they have no removal after gift. That's entirely so. And you do have 2 Celestial Omens to pick out those gifts when you need them. So, there's that going on. I don't know. Felon Bloodcasters seem like they should work pretty well in this deck, but yeah, I mean, if you're not, like, giving them any reason to focus on your units, then... Seems fine. Let's try it. Power base. What are we doing with power base? I don't see any Seek powers. Oh, and this list is actually longer than the deck's ability to... Alright. Oop. I feel like Seek powers are kind of important. Unless you're running Varas and Dylins together. Got some new follows, Milsani and Demigur. Also, I think I missed Playful Muskrat, Jim's One Hyohyon, Soldier Token. Welcome to the stream, guys. Glad to see you, glad to see you. Yay. So many people. Alright, Feeding Time, Death Strike, Lightning Storm. We'll redraw. Hey, how's it going, Cirrus? Hope you're doing well. Oh, goodness. Varas, Lightning Storm, Celestial Omen. Cool, cool, cool. Got the last word. Hey. Hey. No man is an island. Okay, so we're up against like a film control deck. That should be fine. I actually should Varas because I need to Death Strike next turn against like Champion of Chaos. I guess we're fine. Still want a Varas though, because this deck doesn't really have any like 1-drops. Maybe like Oni Ronin or something. Sort of whatever. Okay. Yep, that's fine. How much are we willing to get hit by that? I think quite a bit. I could polymorph it, but it just doesn't seem right. Our next play is Celestial Omen, so we should definitely make sure that we have like a decent amount of clearance here. We want to Death Strike on this turn. Alright, we'll leave it be. Ah, Suffocate. See, that's the card we wanted to draw. And my turn. Cornix and Milsani, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see ya. Glad to see all the folks. We got a lot of folks in today. This has been a lot of fun to do. I wonder if my voice is going. It's still fine. Oh, I do love wanting to like grab that, but yeah, we'll just grab a Zindal's Gift. Isn't it fun how the Zindal's Gift just like automatically props that like good game, my friend? Alright, we'll Suffocate here. Pretend that's what we were supposed to be doing. And Westwind Herald will get some removal spells out of his hand, but I think it's actually right to do that because we want him to not be playing anything so that we can have Zindal's Gift next turn. Like, if he's just Varas into, like, something, that means that when we draw a power, we can just Zindal's Gift, and then he basically has to, like, panic play something, and we Death Strike him. Alright, done. Dunzo. Gone. Sold. Ah, I can't quite staff. I might as well staff, actually. Let's get some more card draw going. I don't care if that takes 2 damage. I suppose he could have always, like, thrown a torch at me, but he would have thrown that at my face anyways. Yeah, we're fine. Scourge of Frosttome. Vara's favor here. And I'll Death Strike that. I've got Last Word next turn, but I should probably just hold on to Last Word, get Scourge of Frosttome down first, and then Last Word. I like how we have Rain of Frogs. Not super useful here. This deck's mean, you know? Alright, Islands. Wisdom. Scourge first, then Last Word. And that's just unstoppable. You can't actually beat that. I can't think of anything in Felmskar that can beat that. Don't need the staff anymore, so it's perfectly fine to ignore the Steward. We'll just play the Scourge. Like, we don't need cards anymore. We have the win sealed up. Okay, so I see some effect here, but it doesn't look like it's showing that he can't play a card. No blocks. And it was a Death Strike. Okay, so the effect does not actually show when he can't play a spell, which was something that we were concerned about. Anyways, Last Word here. And that should be game. I don't have to attack with the 8-8. There's no way for him to recover here. All right. Ah, yeah, well, you know, that's not necessarily a name that we would have put on stream, but sure. What's the best deck right now? It's Stone Scar Maulers! I have no idea. Stone Scar Mauler is very strong. It's got a very high win rate. Rakano is quite good. There are a lot of good decks. Xenon Killers is still in a really good spot. Puru Aegis is going okay. Armory's back, and Armory's doing well enough. Yeah, so that is like the full control list, and we love it, and we're always happy with it. Like I said, I would probably put like even like a single Herald song in there, just because like you've got the Grasping at Shadows for some reason, so why not? Bring that stuff back. But yeah, looking good. This is a solid control deck. Felm Bloodcaster is still something that I could consider. The Plagues are really iffy, in my opinion. But I guess you're facing down enough Jito on the ladder right now that Plague is actually really fun. So, yeah, sure. Does better than Felm Bloodcaster against Jito decks, I guess. Okay. No, I actually like this list a lot. Let's go ahead and save it. Unitless control. I don't think Westwind Heralds are super necessary, but yeah, could be fun. Okay, do I have more space? I do. Good. Okay. King Tide, also known as Sir Hobo Joe, submitted this list. Which, that's not how you do that. Why not run the Witch? The Withering Witch? Which Witch? Which Witch is which? Yeah, like, Withering Witch is quite good in that deck. If you're running Plagues and Lightning Storms, then Withering Witch is solid. Alright. Deck image. Now this one's very, very small in comparison to the last list. I see Wump. I see Scouting Party. Already a winner, right? Okay. Whispers in the Void X4. That is a kill condition. Like, if you got that many Whispers in the Void, you just win eventually. I don't have that many Whispers in the Void. I'm not even sure I have 2. So I can't really do this deck justice. We might have to come back to this one sometime. Okay. Like, yeah, I don't have a substitution for 4 Whispers in the Void. I guess Witching Hour would be my substitution. Because, I mean, this deck is just a Witching Hour deck, right? And then, yeah, you just want more Whispers. Okay. From Frost, Vara's Favor. Let's throw a Vara's Favor in, because we got a ton of Whispers. Heck, let's go 4 even. Okay. Really, really simple, really straightforward. Devouring Shadow's weird. You're 2 colors, and are you missing some other cards that you could be using instead of Devouring Shadow? Polymorph, potentially. You're half and half on Shadow. And you still don't have banners either. Definitely put banners in here, because you want Shadow influence. Like, if you're gonna be making Grasping at Shadows happen, not even the Witching Hour, just Grasping at Shadows, you want that to happen. Oh, and we need the list, the name. King Tide. All right. So yeah, Feln Banner's definitely in here because you really need to hit the purple for Grasping for Whisper in the Void. We're not going to talk about it in terms of Witching Hour, but obviously I want that too. Champion of Cunning is also important, right? So Feln Banner, just you need it in here. Vara's Favor is really, really good here, and you definitely want it like 100%. Looks like it's just lots and lots of control. Steward of the Past is kind of like a cheeky 4-drop. I think I like it. Wump Party Starter probably doesn't need to be a 4 of, but it's certainly fine as a 4 of. I mean, you're running Yetis at least. Yeah, I don't think Wump needs to be as heavy in this deck as you currently have it. It's certainly nice to have for 9. Once again, this is really a unitless control deck. There's almost no units in it at all, but we are using like Whispers and Scouting Party and Champion together, so we're just like trying to make like a really, really nasty Champion buffed like board full of stuff. So that's really nice. To that extent, you should be running Backlashes. Like, 100%. Because the thing that kills this deck is Lightning Storm. And, like, there's another thing that kills this deck, and it's called Black Sky Harbinger. But I don't know that you have an answer to that. You definitely want Lightning Storms. Or Backlashes. So, let's cut 2 Devouring Shadows, and I'm going to throw in a Backlash, and probably Arena Frogs, because I really, 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 really don't want to get hit by a Black Sky Harbinger. So let's just throw one of those in there so that we have an answer to like a giant board clear. Being able to clear out their board like that is pretty useful. Could you see the purple carpet shuffle deck? Yeah, it's in our deck list, I think. But yeah, here, we'll show it off real quick. I believe it's in exclamation point deck list. I could be wrong about that. We also submitted it to the tournament. It didn't do very well at all, but that was partly because I just sideboarded really terribly. I didn't take the right sideboard, and I didn't sideboard properly. But yeah, like this deck needs a little bit of modification before it's ready. Overall, I really like it. It was really fun in ranked and ladder, and you know, good times. Okay, so anyways, let's play Hobos, or King Tides rather. Devouring Shadow does definitely hurt Dawnwalkers. Make sure that lots of things can't come back. Okay, Vara's Backlash, Whispers of Witching Hour. I don't think this has enough of an early plan. We should toss it. A little bit better. Felton Banner, Rain of Frogs is okay. Permafrost is good. Alright, I wonder if this is going to be a... We always want Shadow. We've got double blue already for Wump, and Wump is the only thing that takes double blue, so... No need to consider that beyond the double blue for Wump. Does this deck have Wisdom? No Wisdom of the Elders. I would put Wisdom of the Elders in. If you can find some space for it, it would be a good idea. Seek Power, grab a Shadow. And then we're going to Rain of Frogs next turn. Actually, I might Rain of Frogs this turn. Ouch. Okay. Okay, so that Auric Runehammer, Harsh Rule, Torch, Steward. 4 cards. One of them is a power. Auric Runehammer, Harsh Rule, Torch, Steward. We're gonna pop the Auric Runehammer, I think. Permafrost. Next turn we play Wump, and we have Backlash up to prevent Harsh Rule and Torch. See, this is why you run Backlash. Wump. Alright, now he knows the scouting party's coming, so he might just Harsh Rule. No! He drew into the card he needed. Alright, Champion of Cunning is real fun. I think I'll just play Scouting Party. Like, we got hit, but we get to counter that pretty well. Devouring Shadow, like as you can see, not doing a lot. Probably just want to cut it for feeding time. Play a champion out. Just to get that going. So he's got the harsh roll. Good. We actually really wanted that board clear. Now I've got Annihilate and Devouring Shadow. I've got Champion, but I want to wait until it has Aegis, if I can. Or at least something useful. There's just not a lot of point into playing it into this. Alright, Frog's kind of a pain in the butt. Eventually weapons are going to get on us, so that's something we have to worry about. Scouting party's pretty nice. What does Rise to the Challenge get? Ikaria? Ikaria. Worth considering, I guess. So we do want to kill Ikaria if we can, which means Devouring Shadow, Death Strike. I'll just draw my 2 here. I suppose I could have annihilated that frog. Okay, so we Death Strike Ikaria here, then we Devouring Shadow her. Oh, not what I was expecting. Okay. Well, should have played Champion down then. My bad. We're dead. No, we're not. Yes, we are. Wait. So close. No. Shadow gets Champion of Cunning here. Like, we could almost Devouring Shadow our own Yeti to live, but no, that does it. Ridiculousness. Yeah, I think the Stone Scarmal was a solid addition to Ikaria Blue. So yeah, here's my thought. Rather than Devouring Shadow, I would just prefer to have feeding time. Steward of the Past is good enough, I guess. Backlash is something that I really, really want 2 of. For exactly the reasons that we showed. Sabotage is pretty solid if you can get it. Rain of Frogs is really good if you can have it. Grasping at Shadows is not that important. It's good if you got Whispers in the Void, so yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's just cut a Steward. Oh, and I don't think I need that many Wumps. I think maybe 3 Wumps is good enough if you're running 4 scouting parties. And that would allow you to have a little bit more in terms of like control. Maybe another feeding time. Like, because normally like the reason to play 4 Wumps is you have so many Yetis, not just that you're trying to get that one combo. Sorry, Goor. Since you have so much control in the original deck, +1 ones. Yeah, Storm still kind of wrecks you. You really need Scouting Party to draw cards. You don't have Wisdom of the Elders in here, so like once you Scouting Party, if it gets Lightning Storm, that you're out of cards. You have nothing left. Like, you really need to actually make Scouting Party happen. This deck is not running Wisdom of the Elders. I think that's pretty crucial. Oh yeah, and Wisdom of the Elders is a card that I would also consider putting in. Alright, could have held on to that Varas maybe. Let's play Wump Down. He can serve as a blocker for this 2-2 since we don't have a Scouting Party yet. We don't mind him just being a trade card for an Aegis unit, because Aegis units are pretty hard to deal with. That gets a weapon, we Lightning Storm Annihilate it. If it doesn't get a weapon, we don't care. Tempting to blow the card right there, but there's more Aegis units that we might need to take care of, so I think it's worth it to wait. Oh, Second Sight, interesting. Why are you running Second Sight? What is your deck doing? Inquiring minds must know. So I get Champion down. And now we're very glad that we held on to that Lightning Storm. Whispers in the Void comes out before Champion. The more of these ugly Spitelings we can make with the Champion, the better off we are. And this deck does not have Void Hate, so already off to a good start. Seriously considering waiting until we have blue as well, but eh. Is there actually a benefit to playing that power? Maybe not. Hey, thanks for the follow, Brolig. Also, Prudent Bot. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Alright, we got Lightning Storm. I don't care about that too much. Champion being Armor Frost is just, like, really not a big deal. Cool. We're in good shape now. Alright, maybe I should have, like, saved the rod. But no, we're ending up spoiling the children. Alright. Swing, swing, swing. I think it's actually detrimental for me to Lightning Storm here. Let's just Feeding Time this 4-4. Block here. This is a weird fight. A lot of strange things going on here. Steward blocks the 4-4. Champions just go into town. Grasping at Shadows gets back what? Let's do it. For the win. Swing! I don't think this actually wins us the game, but it's pretty funny. Oh no, never mind. I think we actually do have it. Oh, we're one short. No, the Spitelings die, so that's it. That's fun. Thanks for sharing the deck, man. That was really good. Enjoyable. I want more Tormentors. Like, 4 Whispers in the Void is super classy. I actually do enjoy it. I think Witching Hour might end up being like... I might go like 3 and then 1 Witching Hour or something like that, but it's pretty cute. Champion Whispers is just, yeah. It's a great archetype that we haven't seen enough of. So, thanks again for submitting that list. King Tide. And next up. 39? Was that 39? Tiny Sad Robots. Wait, hang on a sec. Did we actually get like a... Did we miss one? Yeah, we missed Captain Jack. Okay. Ooh. Heyo, Captain Jack. Okay. Do I have the list of decks anywhere visible? I do not. Could print all responses to a PDF document and then upload it, I guess? And that's a thought. I showed the list for the unit list control again. I cannot at the moment. Let's print all responses. Microsoft print to PDF. That sounds good. And then we will just deck list to Google Drive. Go to Google Drive. Hold on a sec. I got it. Oh, thanks for the follow. Oh, lost Streamlabs. Get that dashboard up again. Thanks for the follow, Dreadful Lamb, and Driftwood AHS also followed. I think I missed Brolig as well. Welcome to the stream, guys. Glad to have you. Okay, so we're gonna put this in a PDF document and put it on the deck list. And in order to do that, I need to go, is it new? Yeah, new file upload. And it's in downloads right now. It's called what? Deck list? What did I call it? What did I... Oh, it's not decklist.png. I downloaded it or printed it as something? Hang on a sec. Sorry, guys. Almost there, almost there. Okay, so we print this as a PDF. Microsoft print to PDF, that's fine. Print to... Okay, it's printed to pictures right now. So I dashboard. Control-Shift-T reopens closed tabs. We are new. File upload. So many new people following while we are doing this. That's really wonderful. I will get to you guys in a second. And did I actually print it as decklist? I printed it as decklist2. Okay, so upload that as decklist2.pdf. That's great. Less than a minute left because it's enormous, of course. Ooh. Okay. And share. Get shareable link. Anyone with the link can view. Good, good, good. Nightbot. Exclamation point Nightbot is right, not right. Up, 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 up. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Customize, commands, custom, deck list. We got it. Cool, cool, cool. This is a whole process, but we're clever, so we know how to do this. All right. Submit. And exclamation deck list. Good. second list is up, so now you guys can actually look at that if you want to. Okay, in the meantime, Supreme Pineapple, Kid, and Telcassium, welcome to the stream, man. As well as Master Guts, glad to see you, glad to see you. Yeah, so Captain Jack's deck, what are we doing? We got Rise to the Challenge, we got Recurring Nightmare. Ah, okay. I've run, oh man, 4-color Nightmare. Why 4-color? For Rise to the Challenge, I guess. Okay. Okay. It's a little intense. I like it. A card that I recommend for this deck, if you are willing to go for it, is... Hold on a sec, what's it called? You got 3 Protects, you got 4 Inspires. I'd maybe go for more Protects, more Haunting Screams, like more just general recursion would be nice here. I feel like Recurring Nightmare is, you're very likely to hit it with Scheme and Rise to the Challenge, but once you hit it, there's a chance that you just die. Lightning Storm is fixing for your like overall removal, Annihilate's a pretty good choice, Death Striker Feeding Time is pretty good, and Harsh Roll is the clear at the end, so maybe actually just cut the Death Strikes. The card that I really love in this deck, if you're running a deck like this, is, let's take out the Death Strikes. And what is it? Up the Protect one, because Protect is good, and we want Protect. Vanquish we've got early, Annihilate we've got early, that's fine. But the card that I actually really like putting in this deck, and people who have seen me do these types of decks know this already about me, but I really like this card. Order of the Spire. Like, I think that if you're running like a Haunting Scream archetype, where you're just constantly recurring stuff from the void, like, I really like doing it that way. And, you know, if you're already into green for Protect, that's a solid place to put it. Inspires, of course, get you Order of the Spire faster, so we can keep those in. Finest Hour is pretty intense. Does provide you with protection, the same as Rapid Shot does, which is really nice, and allows you to just sort of speed along. So I like that. I'd probably cut the Rapid Shots entirely, actually. Yeah, let's try this. This is just a fun combo deck, and I really like it. I think you definitely need 4 Protects and probably 4 Haunting Screams. And I would probably even recommend Dark Returns, depending. The Rapid Shots are really good for like super aggressive stuff, but I agree that like the Finest Hour are more important. Okay, so right away we got Order of the Spire, which is cute. We have Protect, we have Finest Hour. It doesn't have Recurring Nightmare in it, but it might be worth keeping. Oathbook does speed up your clock, it also protects your stuff. Hey, there's Nightmare. Alright, no play on 3, that's scary. What could you have? You could have Lightning Strike. Let's Scheme. I love Finest Hour. Yeah, let's take Finest Hour here. We're gonna go Recurring Nightmare, Finest Hour if we can. Order of the Spire is also an option. That is available to us. But, you know, it looks like there's gonna be Annihilates here, so let's just go for the Nightmare plan. Oh, I forgot to Finest Hour. That's fine. We didn't need to Finest Hour that turn, and we can do it next turn with Vanquish, so... Don't care about that in the slightest. Yeah, Finest Houring first would have been a good idea. That's okay. We can admit that we did it wrong. I could have also Finest Houred twice, because I had 2 Finest Hours. But what I might want to do here is Finest Hour Vanquish. Like, killing that Steward seems super important. No, I think we're good. We're gonna swing. We have Protect up. We'll Finest Hour again, so we'll have 10. Bonk. Back into hand. 17 damage seems pretty good. And even if he silences that, that is just like nuts for Haunting Scream. So we don't care about this Seward all that much. Alright. Well, got there right away. Finest Hour didn't really matter either way there. Gotta have fun. Oh. Alright, well, we're gonna play one more with this. But yeah, like Order of the Spire is just the card that I recommend here because I really, really like it. And that's pretty much all the reasons. We'll redraw here. Since we're like desperately searching for units, this is a way to get that extra unit. Okay, and we don't have red for Ski for Rise to the Challenge, so gonna have to be relying on actually getting our Nightmare otherwise. Early game, we got enough removal right. Harsh Roll late is good. Yeah, so deck's overall like decently structured. I don't think the Death Strikes are super necessary because we've got Vanquishes, we've got Annihilates, and we've got Lightning Storms. So once you get to Harsh Roll at the top, or once you get to 4, you're usually already like removing big threats. Oh good, I don't have to annihilate anything. That would have been sad. One thing I could do is protect myself this turn. But I don't think there's anything that's going to target me, so we're fine. Grab the 1 red in the deck, because why not? Could fetch Nightmare. Ah, never mind, we got him. Alright, you're a mono green deck. Do you have anything? Anything at all that can hit Nightmare? I don't think so. Pretty sure that you are just out of options. Okay. Nightmare, Fire Sigil, Finest Hour. Have all the war cries you like. There is red here. So we could end up with like a torch or something. Could end up with 2. Seek Power. Is that right? Yeah, it is right. Grab a Shadow, I guess. Nightmare. Swing. No. Alright, just protect here. Since there wasn't like a response of any kind, protecting there allows us to have the Aegis automatically on the card, and that just means that the game is over. Like, Valkyrie Enforcer is the only thing you can play, and then I can just annihilate that. I guess Ikaria would be bad too. Would be very scary. Ha! I like it. Putting him just outside of range. Alright, Nightmare. Scheme is really nice here, but I actually need to hold up Annihilate in case a Warcried Soulfire Drake comes at my face. Because if a Warcried Soulfire Drake comes at my face, that's lethal. Ouch. Alright. Alright, don't have it. I don't think I would have had it in any particular sense, but yeah, unfortunate, he got to Ikaria. That is game. We didn't have the Death Strike for the 4-4, you know, like we didn't have the Death Strike because we didn't have the Death Strike in the deck, so, you know. But we were hoping for a harsh roll instead, so. I don't think it's wrong to take the Death Strikes out. I think maybe upping the harsh rolls by 1 might be a good idea, since we're only at 3. But yeah, solid deck, real fun, good combo. Obviously the combo is somewhat unreliable, so you're not gonna get like an amazing amount of tiers with that, but it's still cool. Telcassium and Supreme Pineapple. Oh yeah, yeah, okay, we got everybody. We got everybody, it's all good. Delete that. Ooh. Page 116. How is there 116 pages? There's only like 40 submissions. 50 submissions. Alright. Should we call number 40 good? It's 8:27 at the moment. I've been streaming for a long time. Imports. This one's Tiny Sad Robots. Get the deck image. Ooh. Okay. So, Vault of the Praxis we've got. No Xenon. Oh, no, there they are, Xenon Obelisks. Okay. So this is tokens. Tokens with Torrent. Tokens with Scorpion Wasp. Tokens entirely in Shadow, which is cool. What is Sporefolk doing? Sporefolk is enabling Torrent to spiders. Alright. I like a lot about this deck. The one thing I don't like is this. Like, the only thing that you're excavating here, I guess you can excavate Vault of the Praxis if it gets destroyed, but you care so much more about Dark Return. Like, just, it's way better card advantage. You actually draw the unit, you get that +1/+1 bonus, which is really nice. Like, I see no reason not to run Dark Return instead of Excavate. Oh, yeah, I guess Sporefolk throws Vault of the Praxis into the void and then you excavate it back. Alright. So if you're gonna keep Sporefolk as a way to get Vault every time, is that worth it? My instinct is that it is not, but we will try it the other way. Torrent is the most important card in the deck. You want to torrent as many times as you want? Okay. I sort of see it. I feel like once you've done like 1 or 2 good torrents, you're probably fine, but let's give it a shot. The deck definitely seems to have a pretty important, like, it does seem to consider Torrent very, very important. But you're running 4 of them. I don't know. Like, I'm curious if Sporefolk actually enables this in a way that you really want it to. I think it's possible. I think it's very potentially possible that it's good. But I think, like, my instinct there is just, like, Torrent is great, but why not run Dark Return and not run Sporefolk? Sporefolk is possibly gonna get you there. I don't know about its overall potential to load the board enough for Torrent to be good. And I haven't used it that much in that respect. I usually use Torrent to try and hunt a particular card. So this will be an experiment. I'll give it a shot. Yeah, Striking Snake Formation definitely seems like a really good card in this deck. I think instincts might even be a little low right now. Okay, got a time sigil and an amber acolyte. Need to draw something here. Oh, there's no space in the deck doctor bit. Hold on a sec. Let me fix that. Nightbot, Nightbot. Oh, it's not on the side? We even made a picture of it, we just didn't save it. Hold on a sec. Save image, or rather, open original. Save image as. Checklist. Done. Ah, dang it, I was delaying MG No Coast. Oh no, I wasn't. He's not there? Well, we got power screwed immediately, but the Seat of Mysteries and Xenon Banner are in there. Diplomatic Seal is in there. Is Diplomatic Seal a little much? You have 2 double time units to hit. No shadow. I think seals are fine. Seals should be okay here. They do actively, like, they interfere with seats a little bit, but it's not too big a deal. You could cut them and I'd be fine. You don't have to cut them. It's really negligible. Ushambudo. Fire's Instinct, Towers favored, Torrent of Spiders. Yeah, Shadow and double time. And Volt to the Praxis, which is important. Alright, Shadow. Time, Tallard. Talliers. Could have played Amber Monument first and then Diplomatic Seal for Shadow. But then I don't really have that much to play on 4. Alright, so right away we basically just want to play Torrent to stay alive. Seems good. Okay. So glad to see that torch getting thrown away. Torrent to save alive seems really important. Would like a Temple Scribe here. Good old 1/1. There to block the 4/4. Oh, what kind of aggro deck runs Varas? I guess this one does. Whoa. Both my monitors just flash for no reason. We've had some weird power outages, so if my stream suddenly goes out, that's why, guys. Alright. Maybe it's Rapid Shot. I think we have to risk it being Rapid Shot. But it's probably Torch. It was Rapid Shot. Okay, good news for us. Temple Scribe gains a health, saves us 2. Just getting beaten down, though. Is that game? That doesn't look like game, unless you've got double red. Oh, or a rally would work. Oh, and he has Rapid Shot. Yeah, he does have Rapid Shot, so that's game. Alright. So Sporefolk didn't help a lot there, but we didn't get in our opening hand. Torrent of Spiders had to be played a little too early. Don't really like keeping hands with Torrent in them anyways. I'd like to play at least one game with like the Excavate actually working or with the Spore Folk working. Just get a feel for how it feels if you have the right kind of hand. So I'm not going to make any major changes here. What are we considering about this? Scorpion Wasp at 4. That's interesting. I think I'd up the Predator's Instinct even one more. And I might move for more Marison's Disciples. In fact, you could cut the Sandstorm Titans out completely, roll a few more Predator's Instincts, and then roll Marison's Disciples. Since you've got Torrents and Direfang Spiders in here, just like roll some Shadowlands Guides. Shadowlands Guide is pretty solid in this deck. It's a good little token. Gets you back a lot of stuff that you want. I don't know if you need the Sandstorm Titans at all. Xenon, Amber, Predators, Initiate. Tricky. This does have the Spore Folk in it automatically, which is sort of cute, but the power is a little bit messed up. Let's hold on to it. See where we can get with it. We'll get to play Initiate, of course. Monument, huh. Not quite what we're looking for. Spore Folk next. All right. How many did that throw? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, decent amount of cards. So I can see the Excavates. And you've got so much card advantage with Vault of the Praxis if you get it with Excavate that yeah, I think it's probably okay. So Scorpion Wasp Instinct is definitely a thing that happens here if we want to. Not necessary, but it's nice. Jeez, Brian. Alright, let's go ahead and go... Oh, I can't go Obelisk. Nuts. You could drop a Scorpion Wasp in, but it seems wholly unnecessary. Oh, Shadow Icaria. Okay. Cute. Probably keep the flyer. Push for these two. Statuary Maiden, huh? Alright. Statuary Maiden is definitely the enemy of this deck forever and always. Why are there two fire things? I don't own a fire monument. Why is mine a fire monument? More cudgels for you, of course. Rather than excavating for Torrent, we want to excavate for the Direfang Spider. Oh, I actually could have done that this turn, but it's better to get the cudgels on the thing. Spider. Murder. Good spider. Sandstorm Titan next. We hope. Gross. I don't like it. Especially since we're, like, still in range of Stone Scar Maul. Alright. So, ran out of useful cards, didn't have enough power in there. I just don't know about the Spore Folk. Like, the whole Spore Folk enabling Torrent thing is probably not as strong as cutting, like, into, like, maybe, like, 1 Excavate, 4 Dark Returns. An extra Predator's Instinct, an extra Direfang Spider, and then, like, maybe going for, like, less Sandstorm Titans and Shadowlands Guide? Because keep in mind, Shadowlands Guide also triggers Vault of the Praxis, which is really, really nice. Like, it's a solid card in this type of deck. And I just, like, I think that works better than actually running the Spore Folk out. You get to build a lot more early advantage that way. You just generally soak a lot more stuff. I feel like having a lot of spiders is really nice, but it's not your ultimate goal. Does that make sense? So if we cut the Sandstorm Titans and we put like 1 more Temple Scribe in, or took a Temple Scribe out just to take some filler out, then our deck's a lot lower to the ground. We've still got Amber Monuments, which are fine. Not sure about the Seals, but I think it's okay. And you can just roll like 1 Excavate to pick back a Vault of the Praxis or a Torrent of Spiders when you need to. There is something for Spore Folk enabling Torrent, but I'm not sure if it's in this deck. I feel like you want other synergies with Spore Folk, and that's the main thing about it, is that there's no other synergy with Spore Folk. It doesn't really do much else other than maybe pick out something for you to Excavate, which is nice. But like, you need at least 1 other like synergy with that card, because that card never does anything on its own. And if a card is only if a card doesn't give you anything stat wise, the only thing that it gives you is some sort of wonky combo, then you want at least 2 ways to activate that wonky combo, and Torrent of Spiders isn't just not quite enough. All right. It's like, you don't want to pin your hopes on 1 entire card, unless that card also can, like, hold its own. Yeah, I don't know. That's sort of how you would explain it. Okay, so Diplomatic Seal for a time. That leaves Seat available for next turn. We will get Vault of the Praxis. These Dark Returns are a little too intense. I probably should have gone for 3 of them because, yeah. Exactly this reason. Wisps could be cool. They're fine in this deck. They don't do anything special. They're okay with Obelisk. They have no other real synergies, but they're fine. Diplomatic Seal's good. Primarily want to play Vault. I think it's worth doing a draft or just picking cards you need. Yeah, doing drafts is pretty much usually worth it if you're just picking cards you need. Like, I think it's pretty decent. You should, of course, try to make a deck. And you can get a lot of like stuff just by leveling up the Forge and the Gauntlet. Once you get them up to around Master, like, you already have a decent collection. All right. I kind of held on to that so that I could, like, play it along with another unit, but I think that's maybe not overly greedy with Xenon and Obelisk as the other play. Yeah, I guess I could have held on to it so that I could play this and then, like, Temple Scribe or something. A lot of follows. Lonely Bear Hunter, ADB421, Krulla, and Krulla. Welcome to the stream, guys. Glad to have you. Really? Again? What is this? This is the second time we've had to face down Statuary Maiden with this deck. Statuary Maiden is just not the card you want to see ever. Alright. How many Suffocates are in this deck? Probably none, would be my guess. Oh yeah, no hard removal whatsoever. I might consider Suffocates in this deck, because the two cards that you hate are Statuary Maiden and Steward of the Past, so Suffocates or Death Strikes. Maybe worth doing. Yeah, we're in so much trouble. Taler's favored here. Reinarch Initiate draws us a card with Vault of the Praxis. Every time something gets killed, I can't do anything about it. We need Killer and we need Deadly. Just call it there. Turn 4, Statuary Maiden. Never mind. Alright. A little bit of control wouldn't be out of the question. Death Strike or Suffocate. Already got Marison's in here, Xenon's here. Scorpion Wasp is okay. I think you can just sort of stomach it. I'd take the Dark Return up to 3. And then up a Marison's Disciple? Sure. Alright, I want to do one more with this because that's the second Statuary Maiden we've run into, so we're going to give it one more shot. Peanut Butter Fox and Bert the Bear, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you guys. We've been streaming for way too long. I'm going to have to stop soon. Yeah, Jack's Bounty is definitely going to have some lore. We'll see how much lore. Gorilla Hengst. Banner. Shadow. Alright. Alright. We'll keep it. Direfang Spider, Xenon Banner. Don't get to play Temple Scribe, but Amber Monument makes Temple Scribe happen on 3. So, yeah, it's weird, but fine. Welcome, welcome, Geoquake. Glad to have you. Lots of people. Bopping him on the head. Well, the spider's clearly a relation to the feaster. Or at least has kind of a similar bent to it. Alright, Seed of Mystery or Amber Monument. I think Amber Monument because I actually want to play something on 4. So if I can draw a power... Now, I guess it doesn't matter either way, right? So if we draw actual power, then Seed of Mystery will be fine either way. Fine just booping you. You might have like Navani, but whatever. We want the Scorpion Wasp for that. And this prevents it from getting silenced by Valkyrie Enforcer. Okay, Seed of Mystery, Vault of the Praxis. Marison's Disciple makes either a 2/2 Locust or a 3/3 Sandcrawler. I think I'm kind of on the side of the Locust here, since I've already got a Direfang Spider. There are options. Locust or Sandcrawler. Or another deadly unit. Scorpion it is. Probably gonna get that torched or silenced. Okay. Yeah, and that's sort of the unfortunate circumstance that happens, but, you know, if it was gonna be a torch, it's gonna be a torch. Let's block here. We need to stay somewhat close to living. That would be useful. Happy to have Torrent here. I think for 2, why not? He might have another torch. Suppose I could have double blocked there and it would have been better. That's fine either way, though. Five there. Now I've got 2 deadly flyers. Scary. Might as well play the Torrent and get our card draw. Oh, Temple Scribe. Yeah, I'll play that as well. Vault of the Praxis slowly wearing him down. If I can get a Predator's Instinct here, that's really the key. Shadowlands Guide, grab a Scorpion. More card draw, always lovely. We'll hold on to Talers since we can play it with Reinhardt next turn for a card draw. Yeah, I think we'll play at least a couple more Pangolin. Am I planning on doing a Deck Duster every now and then? Yeah, I think I am. Goodness, what? I think it's right to throw that in front, since we really don't want to get hit by that. Let's go ahead and swing with everything. I actually should have drawn first, because Xenon Obelisk just wins the game, right? Hey, got Killer, that's useful. Hello, Ikaria. You are not enough. I think I win. Yep, got there. You wanna, like... Let's overdo it. Didn't get the obelisk, that's fine. Everything! Hey, and that's what happens when Statuary Maiden isn't on the ground. It wasn't that BM. We actually did need to get the extra stuff out in case we could get an obelisk early, because... Oh, well, no, he had 0 power. I was thinking he might have torches, but fair enough. Oh. Yeah, you never see that many Statuary Maidens. It's usually not too unsafe to run something like this. Alright. Okay, so we played like 3 games with that. Let's do another one. Pangolin! Here we go, man. Import. I can type. It's okay. Thick image. Are we gonna get them all done? I've got 50 right now, right? Okay, I'm going to lock the responses on this. We're no longer accepting responses on this Deck Doctor one. We're going to put up a new Deck Doctor one for next time around, but I'm going to lock it at 50, and we're going to finish out all 50. I'm going to do 10 more tonight because I am a masochist, but it's okay. Yeah, no, we're good. We're going to do a big, long stream. We're having a good time. This has been a lot of fun. I hope people have been enjoying themselves. Okay, Madness, Xenon Cultist. Oh, yeah, we built this. Haunting Scream? Haunting Scream? Yeah. Okay. I like this deck. Backlashes. Screams. You've got Devours, which are... you're getting Dark Wisps here. That's good. 2 Dark Wisp. Direwood Beast Color is a one-of, which I really appreciate. I think Beast Color is really, like, a decent one-of. Felon Bloodcaster is also a one-of, and I'm not sure about that one. Like, you could probably run down a Subvert and run up a Felon Bloodcaster and just have a lot better card advantage. Subvert is a card that tends to roll a little bit worse late, so having 3 of them can be a little too much, especially when you're running, like, Rain of Frogs as well. There's a lot of hand hate in here. Cabal Recruiter at 2 I really like. You could fit, like, a Desperado in here if you wanted to. But you've got at least Madness with 3 Devours, which is pretty good. Or 4 Devours, rather. What other ways do you have to actually hit stuff with Devour? Okay, in a deck with not that many sacrifice outlets, I actually think you should probably run around 2 Madnesses. Just because you're not going to hit Madness and Devour together as often as you want. And you're not necessarily going to hit Madness at a time when you necessarily are going to get your kill. It can still be useful in those situations, like if you're stock full of Madnesses and your opponent's playing Umbran Reaper or Soulfire Drake, you can always Madness and annihilate your own unit, but that's a very specific set of circumstances. Sometimes you just have too many Madnesses and you don't have anything you can do with them, so that's something worth considering. Since you don't have that many sack outlets, maybe cut the Madnesses down a little bit. Vara the Fate Touch is lovely. I always like it in a Scream deck. I like Cabal Recruiters in Scream decks. I think that card is getting even more solid with Cabal Mastermind coming up, so yeah, good times. Glad you guys like bait. Good times. Okay. Will it mess up your draft if you look at the cards you already own? Nope, not at all. You can do that whenever. Okay. Haunting Scream and Madness, and you are correct, you can right-click on any card to see how many copies of it you have in draft. So... we have Madness Devour. And that's almost good enough, right? But I just don't have anything to do on the first 3 turns, so I'd probably toss this. Am I making a mistake here? Are there, like, just not enough things to do on turn 1 and 2? I don't think there are film anything in here. We gotta get the deck image set up, right? Two film banners as opposed to 4. That's interesting. Like, yeah, there's no early stuff, right? We have Dark Wisp, and that's it. So maybe I should have kept that hand. The only thing I can do here is Beast Color. And it's against a deck that may potentially have Silence. Is almost guaranteed to have Silence. Like, I'm actually going to... I think I'm going to Beast Color and suffocate my own Beast Color. I think that's where we're at. Suffocate here. Alright. Let's see that Valkyrie Enforcer. Come on. No. I think it's just wrong to play Beast Color and provoke the Valkyrie Enforcer. I think we need to actually hold out. Like, that Valkyrie Enforcer is definitely in his hand. There's no way. Okay, well now Beast Collar is fine, because Valkyrie Enforcer just dispatches it, but it still gets Orc Runehammer, so I at least get value out of it. We could play Dark Wisp as well. I guess Dark Wisp would have been better bait. Ho ho! Alright, well that's a different kind of thing than we were expecting. Devour. Haunting Scream. He didn't have the Valkyrie Enforcer, or at least he wasn't willing to use it. Don't get to do that too often. Very satisfying. Alright, odds are this deck does have Harsh Rule, so we don't want to Haunting Scream twice. Maybe we do. Yeah, I don't see why not. And we devour that since it's going to die anyways. Now we've got a third Haunting Scream because life is fantastic. We already backlashed the Wisdom, so that's great. And we're not going to get Harsh Ruled next turn, so we will just win if we attack. Without doing anything else, I win next turn because I counter Harsh Rule and then we just score. Let's go ahead and go with Dark Wisp. Could Levitate, don't need to. Harsh Rule me, bro. Good game. This is why you run Backlash and Scream decks. Yeah. So delicious. Alright. I'm worried about that deck's early game. There's no Lightning Storm in here. There's only 3 Suffocates. Like, your early game just doesn't have anything. And I think that's kind of a big sacrifice, but obviously this deck is going to just wreck control decks as a result. So it's heavily oriented towards control. Lightning Storm is definitely something that I would consider including in here, both as a way to like kill your own units and also as a way to like set things up. I don't think you need 3 Subverts. I think 2 would be fine. So you can easily make some space there. Bane of Frogs is probably a good card to include in addition to Subvert. Feeding Time is good. Xenon Cultist is really fun. Xenon Cultist Scream is just always delightful. Overall unit count's a little bit low. So yeah, Lightning Storms are worth taking. Maybe cut 2 Madness and put in 2 Lightning Storm. And cut a Subvert and put in a Film Bloodcaster, and I think you're basically there. Good deck, Pangolin. I like it. Let's do the next one. Alright, Copper Conduit. We got 2 of these. I'm not going to do both over Master, sorry. So we'll just do the first one. Alright. Combre Healer, Rise to the Challenge, Righteous Fury, and Marison's Disciple Schemes. Okay, Righteous Fury. What are we doing? Some of the numbers here are a little weird, and the deck is very scattered. But there's some stuff going on here that's okay. Pyro Knight, Copper Conduit, and Dark Return and Safe Return all work together very, very well. Desert Marshal and Safe Return are okay. Marison's Disciple and Safe Return are okay. There's full synergy with Safe Return in every one of your cards, so that's fine. Safe Return is okay in this deck. Madness is not, I think. I don't see any reason for Madness to be in this deck. Or Devour, really. Although I guess if you're running, like, you're running 2 Devours just so that you can, like, eat your own stuff if it gets silenced. You really don't want your stuff to get silenced, so that's happening. I don't know. At that point, I might as well just run Protects, I would say. So you could probably just cut the Madnesses here. And cut the Devours. And then run Protect instead. Like 2 Protect instead of 2 Devour. Because you're making big Righteous Fury Overwhelm units, and you're constantly bringing these things back to your hand with Safe Return, which renews Protect. And I just don't know that Madness is helping you at all. You want Death Strike or, like, some sort of removal spell. You don't really need Madness. It's greedy, and it's great in that respect, but I'm not sure that I'm overly into it here, because there's just no sacrifice outlets for it. There's two Devour, and that's it. And if you've got 2 Devour and 3 Madness, that's way over the line, I think. Oh, Madness Safe Return. Alright. 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 You guys caught what I did not. That's true. Alright. Fine. We'll put it back where it was. Womp womp. Madness Safe Return is a real thing. And in that case, with 4 Safe Return and 2 Devour, that is enough to fit exactly 3 Madness. So this person knew what they were doing when they built the deck. I apologize. That was my mistake. Oh, alright. So, Find the Way gets 4 color power, which I think is probably suitable. And you're only using seats for that. Seats are... I'm gonna assume these seats are numbered properly. They're real scattered. I feel like maybe you could be running just like a couple of these and probably be fine, but... Yeah, okay. Well, we'll assume that these numbers are where they need to be at the moment. This is a little too complicated for me to necessarily parse in one go whether or not the power is in the right spot. But you got 26, and you got Seeks, and you got Find the Way, so you have way more than enough power for a deck that terminates at 4. And that's good because you are using a lot of soak, like Pyro Knight at 6, and Copper Conduit, of course. So having extra power is never any sort of problem. You have lots of ways to soak power, so that's totally okay. It's even good. Oh, many new followers. Let's check on those. Oh, thanks, Moose. Moose, Jojo, Spider, Olm Stranger, Geoquake, Peanut Butter Fox, Bert the Bear, Lonely Bear Hunter, Lonely Bear Hunter, and immediately after the bear. Thanks for following, guys. I do appreciate it. Lots and lots of new people. ADB421, I think we picked. Yeah. Okay. Naming everybody. Okay, Dark Returns, Devours. Okay, yeah. So. Combre Healer works with Safe Return. Man, this deck has a lot of really interesting synergies, and I'm not actually sure that I've ever built anything like this. So kudos to you for running something like Safe Return Pyro Knight, which I have never seen. Marison's Disciple Safe Return works, Copper Conduit Safe Return works, Desert Marshal Safe Return works, Combre Healer Safe Return works. Every card here has synergy with both Safe Return and Dark Return. So yeah, this is cool. Scheme X3 is probably the card that I'm most worried about. Schemes and Rise to the Challenge. I'm not sure if you need to fetch new stuff so much as just have this stuff. You might just want to make this deck more aggro, because there's no removal here. So you're not scheming for anything in particular except for Madness. But maybe that's right. So we'll give it a shot, and we'll see how it plays, and then I'll talk a little more about what I think. Okay. I mean, you definitely want to play more things than 3, to be sure. You want a curve. You can play 8-cost cards in even ranked, but it depends on what your deck is and how you're structured around it. Rise to the Challenge is really, really weird. I really like Righteous Fury here. Okay. This is a hand. Red, yellow, green, no purple. Safe Return happens, Copper Conduit, Combre Healer. Yeah, okay. This is going to be tricky, but I think this hand is keepable because it's got 3 power in it, and then it has Copper Conduit. Combre Healer is playable. Safe return Combre Healer's cool, but I don't worry if Combre Healer gets silenced, obviously. Okay, red. Yeah, that missing purple might end up being really, really problematic. Probably just play Copper Conduit this turn, since we need to stop this thing right away. And we have the ability to search up a purple. Like, if this gets torched, next turn I seek power for a purple, dark return it, and play it again. And then it's like a 3-3. And that's fine. I'm gonna have to, like, bypass safe return and Combre Healer for a bit, but like, this is sort of the early game situation where we don't have removal. We know we don't have mass removal, so we want to actually play aggressively and get some tempo cards going. Alright, so you're going to get some War Cries. Really like to just draw a shadow here, but you know, we're in good shape. Ouch. Shadow. And this speaks to the versatility of this deck, that we can do stuff like this. Like, clearly there's a lot of ways that we can play around, like, this deck. This gets vanquished. I'm gonna cry, but, you know, it's fine. Okay, plus a torch, I assume? And I want to power here so I can Marison's Disciple, because pretty please. Okay, didn't quite get it. I think it is right to find the way here. Justice Sigil. And then play Marison's next turn. Or Combre Healer next turn. Got safe return for the Scorpion, so that's good news. No, that's fine, actually. We leave it out as a blocker. Oh, just you, huh? Okay. So going good so far. Got most of the stuff we need. Gonna have some problems dealing with this Valkyrie Enforcer, but 12 damage. I could use that madness right about now. All right, that's game. I might even run 4 madness, honestly. Like, after trying so hard to take it out, I just want more. Like, we've got safe return, we've got devour. That's 6 sources. Might even be better to, like, just run, like, I don't know. I think that hand was pretty bad in general, so for considering how well it did. Wait, what did I take out aside from madness that I suddenly am missing a card here? 26 power, 3 madness, Combre. Oh, I must have hit a Combre Healer by accident. Okay. Let's try it one more time. I think the deck's actually in a pretty good place. Find the Way is maybe a little too intense. I might go to like 3 of these. It's really nice for like fixing, and that's important because you're 4 colors, but yeah, okay, so my thoughts are cut the Rise to the Challenge completely. Like, there's not that many solutions that you need here. Marison's Disciple doesn't actually solve a problem. Desert Marshal, it does solve a problem, but is maybe not something that you need to like pull for. And maybe instead you should just be running like an extra Madness, an extra actual removal spell. Anything else that has like good synergy here, like you've got Pyro Knights, you could run Shadowlands Guide, of course. And we're all about Shadowlands Guide nowadays, so maybe we'll play that. Yeah, sure. A single Shadowlands Guide fetches Pyro Knights, and it also fetches Silenced Copper Conduits, so could be good. And then, like, what are we doing in red otherwise? Righteous Fury, which, yeah, I do like Righteous Fury, so I'm okay with that. I think Find the Way is probably the card that I'd point to as, like, being the most, like, just kind of weird. I think it's right for 4 colors, but I'm not sure if you need 4. In general, we're not going to change the color identity of a deck unless it's truly unnecessary, because like that would just be changing the deck to something that is not what our person who submitted it wanted, basically. Like, that Righteous Fury is actually really, really super good, and there's a clear reason that you want that in the deck. I'm not sure that there's a clear reason for Rise of the Challenge. So, like, even though I'm not necessarily certain this deck needs to be 4 colors, it's built well enough to support 4 colors, so we will leave it that way. We're not going to completely alter the spirit of the deck. Okay, well, I cut that Shadowlands Guide without anything to pull, so that's entirely my fault, but whatever. We still get to basically just need to pull into safe return. Okay. Well, whatever he oath books will eventually be ours. But only if I can pop that Aegis. The other thing I could do is I could get an actual deadly unit. Oh, you got Predator's Instinct here. You could go Direfang Spiders, you could do like that whole thing. So, like, if you're gonna cut the red, you throw in the Direfang Spiders instead, and then, yeah, you've got some good stuff going on. Oh, yeah, the other reason that you definitely keep the red is Pyro Knight. That's way too good. Do I want to Righteous Fury? Anything? I don't think so. I think we're just kind of holding tight for a moment. Suddenly we're just awash in power. Nothing like last time. I'm gonna Righteous Fury that now. Just in case we get Devour or Safe Return. This deck could very easily be running Protects. Dark Return doesn't do anything for us. Ouch. Scheme! This mine now. That's totally fine. Silverwing Familiar. Give that killer. This is mine now. Scheme! Which is better? I think it's Predator's Instinct, right? It's gotta be Predator's Instinct. I'll just play Shadowland's Guide. Or I could Dark Return Combre Healer, that's actually better. Oh. There we go. This is a fun deck. Thanks for submitting it. I appreciate it. We're probably gonna keep this one. Oh, that's never not funny. I like how we're both like above 30 at the moment. Alright, gotta draw into more Dark Returns. I think the Scheme's definitely a good card here. That's dirty. There's no reason that should have happened. I understand your concerns. Alright. I think we have to stay put, right? Like, that thing just gets too big if we don't deal with it. So we need to find a way to deal with it. Get another Predator's Instinct or a safe return or something. Yep. Ooh. Yeah, nothing I can do with that yet. But soon. What else you got? Okay. I haven't yet gotten a single thing to Shadowland's Guide. The Shadowland's Guide has been dead in my hand the entire game. It was clearly a mistake. But, you know, we enjoyed it. Oh good, find the way I'll pull some power out of the deck. Get the fire out, I guess. Swing for 12 because we can. Alright, that's gonna get scary. So now we just gotta push. As hard as we can. He's gaining 5 a turn. My Shadowland's Guide still can't get anything, but it's probably going to be really useful here. I've got Madness Safe Return. Is that worth it for any reason? I don't think so. I think we just pop the Aegis on this at some point and steal it. also safe return the 12/12 if I ever need to. Okay. That's a pretty good reason to do it. But we've got it, right? Righteous Fury just wins us the game. Alright. This was wonderful, Overmaster. I've never seen Safe Return Madness before. At least it's been like since the start of closed beta, if I've ever used that combo at all. So, yeah, super cool. I'm gonna save this one. We're probably gonna fiddle around with it a little bit more and see if there's anything we can do to do that we like to it. I think it's in a pretty good spot for the most part. What do we want to call this? The Shadowlands Guide, man. I mean, without Marisons or spiders. But I probably will end up putting spiders in here. Maybe. Or at least Marisons. Upping the Marisons. Like, you don't need that many Combre healers, but Marisons is super important. There we go. Hang on a sec. Got it. Nailed it. The other option is for every season, return. Okay. Okay, we can do this, right? We're down to 8 more lists. So. Oh, Overmaster actually had 2 lists, didn't he? Well, we might have to look at that other list sometime, because that first one was golden, but not today. Iliac's list is enormous. Here we go. And now I actually have to make room. Goodness. I don't think I really need this deck right now. Okay, so yeah, Kimich. Sure what Ilya is submitting his deck lists for. Like, I assume his decks are probably in pretty good shape at this point. He spent a lot of time with them. But we'll see. Now to take all of the credit for the idea. Now, this was by Overmaster, and I really, really like it. No, it did wind up working out for you. Okay. So what are we doing here? Looks like straight control. Lots of straight control. It's sort of like a Felnscar control, except you got green instead of red. Harsh Rule's good. Auric Runehammer's iffy. Throne Warden's also iffy. Like, how many things does Throne Warden hit? Well, if you're gonna run Throne Wardens, I think you should have Staff of Stories. Like, that's probably pretty crucial. Doesn't really matter if Last Word has armor or not. But Staff of Stories is definitely something you want in the deck. So let's go ahead and throw that in. Are there other relic weapons in these colors that are worth playing? Life Drinker, Last Word, Oblivion Spike. Sword of the Sky King, of course. Auric Runehammer's Ceremonial Mask? How do I feel about Ceremonial Mask here? 'Cause, 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 basically never sees ranked play, but if we're given an invitation to experiment with this deck, I think that's actually probably where I'd be going, right? Like, we got Steward, we got Film Bloodcaster, we got Black Sky Harbinger and Withering Witch. Maybe this is just us getting silly at the end of the game, but I don't know. Auric Runehammer is kind of iffy, and Withering Witch, Black Sky, that does things. Steward is okay. 2 Withering Witches, right? Film Bloodcasters are good. Suffocates are at 1, which is iffy. Suffocate and Vanquish together are a very, very strong combination because then you have like just good answers to everything. I think there's a lot of spread on this removal, and the removal is a little bit light, but you're probably going to want Suffocates for the early game and Harsh Rules for the late, so up the Suffocates a little bit. Cut the Death Strikes down. I don't really like running Death Strike in the same room as Harsh Rule. I think I've mentioned this already. Like, if you're going to get to 5 and Harsh Rule, then the Death Strikes aren't as necessary. And then you've also got Feeding Time for like Void Hate and the like. No space for Ceremonial Mask yet, but we'll fiddle with it a little bit, and then maybe we'll add the Ceremonial Mask for fun. Throne Warden Last Word is pretty cute, and Staff of Stories is the only card that I really say I want to put in. Alright, let's try this. I planning on changing the deck list in the sidebar. Was it not changed? Should be changed. Okay. That list is super close to your list. Well, you know, we can just like offer some advice and move on if that's the case. It's not a big deal if we don't play every list. Okay. List number 44 is not a list because somebody wants me to change it to sub only. I don't know. It's a weird way to send me messages. Xanthir, it will be the next one. So we'll actually only have 6 more because, hey, I finished my backlog. Let's redraw. Seat of Order, Seat of Cunning, Seat of Order, Wisdom of the Elders. Good times. Dang. We had power. We'd be on time. Do I want to permafrost this? There's not going to be that many good targets for permafrost. The real risk here, of course, is that eventually it gets silenced after you're getting big, which is not really what you want to see. And is that seat problem a constant issue? What are we after? We've got banners, seats. Okay, so there's a lot of non-traditional sigils in here. Probably be running 4 Seeks rather than the banners. We're gonna Wisdom here. That's a pretty good Harsh Rule. Done and done. Nothing like that 4 for 1. This should be game, actually. He played into that pretty intensely. Alright, Throne Warden will gum up the board a little bit if we want to. I guess I'll just Wisdom here. There can still be a stand together here. I'm not digging it. I like this Steward here, but the silence is pretty likely. Getting the silence out of his hand would be pretty good, though. Okay. Look at that pause for stand together. Such discipline. Does he have Finest Hour too? Okay. So next we Throne Warden. We know he has Stand Together. Oh, never mind, we Harsh Roll. Because he messed up and he's not in position to stand together again. Well, we know one of his remaining cards is a stand together. So Last Word will be really, really good on 9. Probably just play Throne Warden here. Then I could play Staff or I could play Last Word. Either one would be okay. Last Word's nice because Desert Marshal's really just not going to stop us. And I know your last card is Stand Together, so we're going to Last Word. Played it for no reason. Good show. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. Almost BM'd him. That would have been bad. Come on. Alright, got a Last Word kill. Utterly satisfying. Oh, hey. Actually, my first one of open beta, apparently. Well, cool. Yeah, seems like the deck is in pretty good shape. I think the Suffocate's up is definitely like a good thing, but overall I don't have too many comments on it. It looks like it's mostly decent. So. Do you want to hold on to this one? I like Harsh Roll a lot. I like having film. I don't have enough film control lists, and so having some special, like, I need to play a little bit more film control is the thing. I've been meaning to do some in tournaments and the like, because this is a list that I just haven't played with very much on account of the fact that Rhino plays it a lot. But yeah, well, we'll probably hold on to that. Yeah, keep it as Iliacs. Tourney sideboard can go away so that we can have more space. But yeah, I want to play more Last Word games, and I think that's going to be pretty solid. Hey guys, we're almost at 20,000, so we'll be ready for that that whole thing. Ilya K. Ilya K. No, we're not deleting Ilya K's. We're deleting the one that says Tourney Sideboard. Where is Tourney Sideboard? Here it is. Got it. Cool. All right, next up. Xanthir is our next one. Import. Yeah. Xanthir. Good, good, good. Export. Oh, I don't have to export, but whatever. Cool. Okay. Card draw with Hatchery Hunter. Oh man, I haven't seen this deck in a while. This is adorable. I don't have enough familiarity with this deck to know really how well it plays. I know that, like, oh man, with Find the Way, Voice of the Speaker, like, you have enough card draw here to definitely just fill your hand for Hatchery Hunter every time. And you're gonna hit Hatchery Hunter every time, so it's really a matter of whether or not your overall removal is gonna be good enough. And I guess whether Voice of the Speaker actually does its job. This deck will be really cool with a little splash of Combre once Combre Emissary comes out, because this is exactly what you want to do with that deck. And I'm kind of excited about it. This is a different archetype than what we usually run. We never run professional, we've never run Hatchery Hunter in a competitive setting, because I don't like the card all that much. I don't find having a bunch of Sky Serpents all that interesting, but this is the reason to do it. You have a lot of flyers. You have a lot of stuff to push across. I kind of want Backlash in here, but it does sort of defy the point if you have Hatchery Hunter. Polymorph's right. Permafrost is right. You could use some Lightning Storms or Lightning Strikes in here, like just a little bit more control, because Temple Scribe and Initiate and Cloud Snake are maybe not going to get you there. Cloud Snake in particular is the card that I'm just like, about. Like, I don't think Cloud Snake's really competitive here. But maybe with all these Teriax, Hatchlings, and Second Sights, maybe that works. I think more likely you're like aiming to be more of a control-based deck until you get to Hatchery Hunter, and then because you just will have 100 cards in hand, that's how it'll go. But all the same, this is pretty cool. Let's play around with it. Oh yeah, Second Sight does save key cards from Hatchery Hunter. That's an important note. So like, yeah, I might run a little bit more of a varied control suite, but I think it's pretty solid. Was this hand actually worth keeping? Initiate Voice is like sort of a plan. Now we're definitely gonna like, if we draw a blue, then Hatchery Hunter comes out on 5. That's pretty cool. Double Voice is actually really important to the overall game plan, so I think that's good. Yeah, let's play this. Use the Evos pretty much indiscriminately, right? Get yourself above Lightning Storm range. How about Endurance for both of these? Just make Permafrost rough. You could also like not use them indiscriminately, save it for Hatchery Hunter, and that'd be good, but this looks like more of a beatdown situation. We're gonna Polymorph Film Bloodcaster. Film Bloodcaster's gonna be sad about it. Need that yellow for Temple Scribe. Really just need power here. Do we have Talor's Favored in here? Talor's Favored works out very well as opposed to Temple Scribe for actually getting you power. But at the same time, you're also not really looking for that much yellow, because you're mostly looking to make Hatchery Hunter happen. Should I have played the second voice? Looks like it was fine. Grab some more Primal. Draw up to more cards in hand. I think I probably don't play Hatchery Hunter next turn. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe having that many flyers is a good thing. Nah, we can play around with this a little bit. Okay. Hatchery Hunter seems like a good idea next turn, though. Temple Scribe for a card draw isn't really important, and we have basically just nothing but power left in our hand, so we're going to go for the full wipe. Alright, I can make do with 4. My hand is now Serpents. Sorry, I did that wrong. Look at your screen, now look at me. Now look at your screen, now look at me. My hand is now Sky Serpents. Oh, that so doesn't matter at this point. I think 4 here seems good. Let's go double Sky Serpent. Nah, we're gonna go triples. Withering Witch is probably the answer here. Like, Withering Witch Lightning Storm is really scary, but I think we can't play around that at this point. Gross. Cute. Swing for 4 doesn't work. This is what? 3 damage. He gains 6 back. He takes 10. Let's do it. Oh, he's got an Annihilate for this too. Okay, that's unfortunate. Yeah, this black sky is rough. Did I play a power this turn? I did not. I still think maybe Voice of the Speaker is probably right. Want to just overload the board with Sky Serpents. Ah, Thunderstrike Dragon. A welcome addition to even this deck. And sometimes just a better card than Hatchery Hunter. So 3/5, cute. Teriax Hatchling's pretty sweet. Temple Scribe here. Hey, good, the Permafrost. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's a lot. Murder! I imagine you're gonna want to do that. Sky Serpent. Good. Oh, Cloud Snake's pretty cute. Let's play that down, I guess. And I think I do play the Primal Sigil. Attacking doesn't win me any favors here, so we'll just stay put. More Thunderstrikes. Did he get those off of a second sight, or did he just have 4 of them? I guess he just has 4 of them. Yikes. All right. So you've got a lot of dudes. I'm worried about double Lightning Storm ruining my day. Have we got lethal? 3 blocks. So that's got to be at least a 3/3. Probably want to fully beef it if we can. One of the cards in his hand is... No, wait. We kill this, probably. Then 2 get through for 6. Yeah. Okay, that should be lethal. Not lethal now, though. Just stay put. Okay. Where are we at now? 5. 5 get through. I find it hard to believe that there's a world where that isn't lethal. 2 get through. He gains 3. And then the 4s and the bottom cards get through as well. So play the Sky Serpent. Play the Find the Ways because we want the power. But I think we're done. Yeah. Yeah, he's only got one card in hand, so there's no world in which this isn't lethal. Good lord, what a weird knockdown drag-out fight. Weren't those Thunderstrike dragons? That would have been a really close one. Like, so it wasn't still lethal because we had to watch out for Annihilate. Like, there was a situation where we attacked in, we got a bad trade because of Annihilate, and then he gained the health back, and I lose all of my Sky Serpents, and that just ruins the game for me. So we had to secure, like, lethal with Annihilate. And if we didn't have that, then we needed to hold off. There's always the chance that he was holding, like, a Lightning Storm and waiting to draw another Lightning Storm, but that was probably what we were going for. So yeah, pretty fun deck stand there. I still don't like Hatchery Hunter very much. I'm not sure about the Cloud Snakes at all, but yeah, like a decent setup. You got a lot of good stuff in here. You could definitely run, like, you just run Thunderstrike Dragons instead of Cloud Snakes. I'd be pretty happy with that. You're always going to hit 6, right? So yeah, could be fun. Oh, didn't mean to cut the Cloud Snake, but yeah, anyways, cool deck, cool deck. Thanks for posting it up. Let's go and go with the Shifty Dan and Moose for the last follows. Jojo the second Spider. Yeah, thanks for following, guys. I think I mentioned you, but maybe not. Okay, we're nearing the end. We're nearing the end. 5 more? 5 more. All right. This deck is called Climb, or the person is called Climb. I think it's Climb the person, but here we go. Climb's deck has 3 crowns in it. It's almost an excuse to skip it. Okay, what are we doing, actually? Alright, we've run a lot of decks very similar to this today, so we'll probably skip it, but the one thing I can say here is that I see no reason for Clockroach not to be in this deck. Like, you've got Pathfinder and Trailblazer, and I guess you're trying to get Sandstorm Titan with Pathfinder. You've got Second Sights with Trailblazer, and that's cool. You've got Curiox, of course, and that's great. Like, I'm not sure if there's any reason not to have an Echo unit that you can play early that will secure you the game if you have these Twinning Rituals and these Second Sights in here. You have the right amount of removal. The Initiates are pretty grand for actually getting up to the stuff that you want to play. Just play the Clockroaches, though. There's no reason to actually take them out of this deck. It just doesn't really do anything for you. And if you hit Pathfinder, then it will actually go to the next top unit of your deck if the top unit of your deck has Echo. So there's no reason not to run those Clockroaches. Beyond that, the deck looks fine. There's a lot of draw in here and not enough units early, but you have a decent amount of removal to make up for that. So you're going to get there mostly. Oh, goodness, my nose is clogged up. I'll have to blow my nose. Yeah, like the Excavates are really cool and lots of interesting things going on there. I like the seats in the Elysian Banners. I think Seek Power would be okay in here. Yeah, you've got 10 of each. You can roll Seek Power instead of running these Primal Sigils because you're not doing all that much on one, and you're likely going to find the time to Seek Power. So, totally worth doing. Yeah, other than that, it seems like it's a pretty solid deck. So, thanks for submitting it, Climb. I think it's pretty good overall. I like the crowns. I think the crowns are in the right place. I think you just need one unit here early for pressure, because having some units early for pressure really helps out with the removal. It's a really nice thing to do for your deck in most instances. Emmer Monster and Luvoke, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Okay, this is cool. We've played a lot of crown decks, though, and I don't have enough crowns still, so yeah. Thanks so much, Climb. Like I said, we're getting to the end of the stream, so sorry if I'm like skipping a little bit, but I also think that like we have played a lot of those decks and given some decent advice on them. Pugget's next. Pugget's deck is probably a Scream deck, so once again it might be something we we just evaluate real quick and then move on. But there could be some cool things in here. Ah, we got some green screen. Okay. Splashing Harsh Rule. Just Splashing Harsh Rule. Okay. 1 second. I have some thoughts on this, but I have to go blow my nose. Be right back. Ugh. I hear this might be an allergy thing where I talk a long time and I get stuff in my noses. They're very mild allergies if that's the case. I went to a doctor once and they were like, "You have allergies," and I was like, "To what?" And they didn't tell me. So never got an allergy test. But I don't think I have like any major allergies, so we're mostly okay. Yeah. Okay. This has been a long stream. Yeah, we are about done, but we're feeling it at this point. Direwood Beast Colors, Felon Bloodcaster, Gordon Fennec. Yeah. Haunting Screams are good. Westwind Herald, love it. Yeah, all looking good. So Harsh Rule in this deck. I don't think that Harsh Rule is supported in this deck at the moment. As a 3 of Splash, you're getting pretty close. But, like, notice how many sources you actually have of Justice, which are 2 and then Seat. So you're seeking power here for Justice 1 or 2 or 3 times. And you've only got 3 Seek powers is the other thing here, which is, I mean, probably just wrong if you're trying to get these double Justices. I think actually cut 1, put up a Seek. There you go. I don't understand why people don't run 4 Seek powers. It's usually just right in most instances to run 4 Seek powers. Like, I understand that there's like sort of a desire to like not hit a blank power all of the time, but most of the time it's way more important to hit your influence. And this is one of those things where like you see this in so many decks, and like where you just don't have enough Seek power or you don't have 4 Seek power, and then like what's the most common complaint in Eternal? That like you didn't get your power right, or that the deck screwed you in some way. Like, this is super important, and you should be like overly cautious towards that. And this is not like a criticism of this deck in particular, it's just a comment on decks in general. Like, definitely run 4 Seeks if you're going to be running that much power in the first place. Totally worth it. Yeah, no problem, Kazuja. Glad you liked it. Yeah, so Herald's Song Privilege is the general way to get 2 green for Harsh Rule. And like I feel like it's pretty good in this deck. You could certainly just run even 1 Privilege and be pretty happy with that. And like 1 Herald Song. Right now, it's going to be really hard to get those Harsh Rules on time. So that worries me, that you're just splashing that much. Anything else in this deck I'm kind of iffy about? Yeah, there's no... Okay, there's Gorgon Fanatic. Okay, good. Your Haunting Scream targets are Beast Color and Fanatic. And I think you could vary these up a little bit more. Desperado is usually okay as like a 1-of. You could run Order of the Spire. You could run like a lot of interesting things. Cabal Recruiter. I feel like having a few more like possible Haunting Scream targets would make this deck better. Right now, Felon Bloodcaster is kind of the coolest one. Like, Felon Bloodcaster Haunting Scream at 9 is really neat, and I like that. And I think that's sort of what you're going for with this deck. You've got Westwind Heralds, so if you got Westwind Heralds, you might as well bite the bullet on the discard. You actually have the Herald Song even. So yeah, just get a Privilege in here, and that'll get you up to Harsh Rule, and then you can run even 4 Harsh Rules. Maybe 2 Privileges for Justice Sigils, but if you're having real problems, then maybe not that much. But I think you're okay. Overall unit count is 12. That's low. Looks like you're heavy control. So that's fine. But you gotta worry about what your deck does if you don't hit those units. Like if all of those units get silenced, or if you just get a beast color and it gets silenced and that's it. Like you may not draw the rest of these cards. You don't have scheme, you don't have any way to actually get access to that. So we might be in trouble if that happens. But it's maybe worth it. Yeah, cat is on a rampage, it's all good. No, that's actually that's my roommate and also the cat meowing. The cat is upstairs because the roommate is, so foods. Okay. Yeah, like the deck actually is pretty well put together. I think there's a lot of good things about it. Felm Banner is cool. I don't know about Felm Banner. You're not trying to make champion happen. Probably just cut this for a Justice Sigil. Or a Privilege. Well, I can't put Privilege in, but yeah. Got Islands and Varas. That's okay. Wisdom's at 3, which makes me a little nervous, but with Fanatic is fine. You've got enough card draw. Feeding times are right. Dark Returns are intense, but probably right. I might go to 3 of these, and then like actually just try to include like one extra unit like Desperado. Levitates at 2 is a little bit worrisome since you're really relying on those infiltrates to get you across, but oh yeah, and you don't have that many Suffocates or Annihilates as well. So where is the removal going? We got 3 feeding times, 1 Suffocate, 2 Annihilates. There's 3 in Lightning Storm. Eye of Winter is a 1 of, which is okay. This feels a little light on removal. I would cut a Dark Return and put a Death Strike in here, or another Suffocate, or another Annihilate. Just because you're not getting enough to get your stuff across. But let's give it a try. I could be wrong about this. Whose deck is this? I didn't actually put the name on. Puggett. Sorry, Puggett. Alright, here we go. We'll play around. That's a weird message. Okay. Anyways. Oh, Fragster. We're up to Seed of Vengeance, Seed of Vengeance. Good. Let me check my Twitch real quick. See what people are. Yeah, okay. Fanatic, Herald Song, Islands Favor, Harsh Rule, Annihilate. Redraw here. Weird. Alright, so Felm Banner first. Get that set up. Looks like it's fine as a 1 of. Fanatic comes down, then Beast Color. I can sort of read Spanish. So like, you know, I'll understand about like every 3rd word. It's not great. Also, like, I don't speak Spanish on stream or anything, so. Alright, Fanatic's right here because, yeah, it's just extra health gain. Mono Red might have a torch. Seems pretty likely. Bet I can get 2 blocks out of this. Oh, just 1. Alright. Well, we're waiting for Harsh Rule, so do what we can. Ah, that looks like lethal if I don't do anything about it. Brutal. Waiting for 3. See if we can get it through. Wisdom for wisdomy reasons. Lightning Storm. That's not what I wanted to spend my harsh roll on, but okay. Okay. Mono red Soulfire Drake. No fun at all. Islands helps out here. And yeah, see, we're into this problem where we're just sort of like really light on units. We're waiting for Harsh Rule or Haunting Scream or Dark Return. Admittedly, we're mostly just getting flooded. But so is our opponent, so that's nice. Beast Scholar. That's likely to draw even like a Flame Blast, which would be really, really good because he's currently like waiting in the wings with a Flame Blast, like just like, See, isn't that great? That's really nice. Fanatic gets me health, but Firewood Beastcaller gets me the game, I guess. Also, this is like the only turn where it's not going to get torched. Definitely keep holding onto our Varas. Overall, I don't think Soulfire Drake did a lot for him. He's really relying on assembly lines to get his damage across, so... Levitate here. Sweet. Swing. Looks like he probably has a torch. We'll play a Fanatic. See if we can get that torch out of his hand. Anything that's not aimed at the Aegis on our face is really, really good. Because we're just trying not to get burned to death. Oh. That was an unfortunate circumstance. Okay. Oh, wow. Does he have it? Important questions. Varus. I can't imagine he has it. It could be Obliterate, could be Fire. He's got Flash Fire and Flame Blast, so yeah, maybe he does. Looks like it's game, though. If he's pausing this long. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Definitely not Raphael. Sorry, man. Also, do I have to run that to a translator to make sure that it's not... No, my girlfriend speaks Japanese, but I have no idea. Okay. I took a couple of courses a long time ago, but I can't read kanji for certain. I only recognize like every 10th word of Japanese. Oh. Yes, next deck. That was cool. So yeah, like just overall like pretty simple Haunting Scream deck. I think it's not quite enough support for the harsh rules. Definitely want the privileges in there. 1 or 2 would be good enough, or like maybe not splash for them at all if you don't need to. But that's fine. Cool, cool, cool. Thank you, Puggett, for the deck. Got 3 left, guys. Dreamcore 3 is next. Alright. Import. Flipboard. Deck list. Or deck image, rather. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. Yes, I'm sure that we have played your deck on one of our... We've played through almost every deck, Dresden, and yeah, I think I have played yours as well. We are on the last 3 in the list. So, we have done your deck, and I'm pretty sure it was good. I've done like 50 decks right now, so I'd have to double check to see which one yours was. I honestly have no idea which one it was. 45, 46. We could like open up the print. It might be a little bit to actually find it again. Okay. But yeah, having a good time. Stream's actually gotten a little bit calmed down, so yeah, probably a good time to call it at this point. So, do we want to do the last two? We do. Okay, so Dreamcore is the one we're on. Gotta do 50 decks. Go ram it. 50 decks for $50. I don't know. It's a yeah. Anyways, Orc Greenhammer, Valkyrie Enforcer, Harsh Rule, Throne Warden. Okay, what are we up to? Steward, Death Strike, Wisdom's Channel, Azindal's Gift, Last Word. Okay, so this is similar to what Iliac was running. We have Throne Warden here with Staff of Stories. Again, I like that. Throne Warden with Last Word, Auric Runehammers. This is really remarkably similar to Iliac's deck. It's true. I like the Inspires here. They're really nice. I think Valkyrie Enforcer is intense with only 2 Justice Sigils in the deck and Huru Banners and Seats, but you might be able to make it. You probably don't need it. You can just use Feeding Time here, and that'll probably do about the same thing. So it's not strictly necessary to have Valkyrie Enforcer here. Overall, like, this deck looks really similar to Iliac's. I probably will give it a play, but I think that, like, most of the same comments that I made on Iliac's deck apply. Double Staff is really intense. I am not a big Double Staff fan, but I understand why people run it, and I think it's actually a reasonable decision, but yeah, to each his own. Page 31, yeah, so it's somewhere in the middle. We started on like 20. Feln, Huru, Throne Warden, Harsh Rule. We'll redraw. Banner, Seat, Seat, Seat. I'll go Banner. Inspire here. Double Inspire. The Inspires and Control are pretty cute. And fun. Seat of Vengeance, Seat of Order. Seat of Vengeance gets us Wisdom, which is nice. This deck looks like it might be Elysian tokens, but if it is, it's certainly not using them yet. I love the Azindal's Gift. I think it's actually like a really important card in Film Control. It's never my favorite thing to play, just because it's so mean, but, you know, if you're getting your power every turn so you can get to 7, it makes sense. Oh, hey, look at that staff. That's pretty cool. Could Auric Runehammer here. I think I'll just Wisdom. Yeah, and like I said, like, Feeding Time wouldn't be bad. I want to just annihilate Lightning Storm here. Like, Harsh Rule gets the job done in 1 card, but we might really need Harsh Rule for a lot of, like, nasty Elysian cards later, namely Surso. Yeah. Oh, that's never not fun. Yeah, Inspire with Staff of Stories is pretty great. Vanquish that, I think. Yep. Yeah. Swing away. Alright, we actually hit the Valkyrie Enforcers. There wasn't any problem getting the greens, so maybe I'm totally wrong about the Enforcers. They're fine cards. I feel like Feeding Time, like, removal is just nice, but this is good too. Yeah! Are you gonna throw something out in front of me here? Okay. That works. I'm gonna go ahead and, like, put a Steward down in front of that. I think a Valkyrie Enforcer as well. Staff of Value. Cool, cool, cool. Draw my cards. Swing for my 6 harsh roll. Boop! I love the machine gun noises of Steward of the Past silencing 4 Yetis at a time. We have an Azindal's Gift, but that's just because we haven't had to. Like, this is just stupidly on the nose. Oh, hey, cool. Staff of Stories there. Cool, cool, cool. Draw a bunch more cards, why not? Inspire because we can. Boop. Staff has just killed like half of his stuff. It's great. Alright, you ready for the next one? Throne Warden. Like, maybe we could win this with Last Word at this point, but this is too much fun. Boop! I've got Celestial Omen. There's just no chance. Amazing. Yeah, love the Inspires. Love the deck. It's great. Thanks so much for submitting it, Dreamcore. Was there no Seek Power? Yeah, drawing a random card is better than Seek Power later, but I think you still want Seek Power. How many card drawers do you have? 30 power? Yeah, you can just cut some power here. You don't need banners. You can just run Seeks instead. Probably Huru Banner could come out, or no, not Huru Banner. Probably Argenport Banner for Seeks would be good. Because like you've got way too much power in the deck to not run Seeks. But yeah, otherwise like pretty solid. A lot of fun. That might save this version over Iliak's version. I don't know. That was goofy and wonderful. I want to play some more, but we got to move on. Okay, last 2. Ready? Miyuki. Import. I hope the advice is still helpful at this point. I realize I'm probably getting into like the end of the brain functioning times. Okay, so Feln Banner Seed of Cunning means you can make Champion of Cunning happen in this deck if you want to. Don't really need to, though. This is standard Feln control. I don't have a lot of comments on this list, actually. Whispers in the Void is cute, and Borderlands Waykeeper is cute, and both of them are probably right. Like, a 2-of Borderlands Waykeeper is really neat. Herald's Song for Grasping at Shadows. Okay. If you're running Herald's Song for Grasping at Shadows, I kind of prefer that you have like at least one more card here that's decent with Grasping at Shadows. Maybe a Scourge of Frosttome would be my recommendation. I don't think you need 4 Herald Songs for that, and I don't think that you have that many things that actually synergize well with Herald Song, so I'd probably cut one of them, throw in a Scourge, and just call it good. And we'll play around with this, even though it's kind of pretty standard compared to like everything else we've played. Not that standard. It does have like the cool Reanimator shell going on. Oh, this is Miyuki's deck. Let's name that correctly. And the deck image is up and saved, right? Nah, it's still green. Okay, there we go. Save that. All right, we'll run around with it. Like, I don't know if there's enough, really, to support that Reanimator shell. Why didn't you not save as Miyuki? Did you save the other changes? Yes, you did. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. So 1 round with this, 1 round with the last one. It's secretly a 24-hour stream. This is the longest we've ever streamed. Maybe not. No, it's probably the longest we've ever streamed. But I got popcorn to carry me through. that's not true. Alright. We actually ate some food. Primal Lightning, Herald Song. Redraw here. Permafrost, Felm Bloodcasters, that looks good. It's just going to do something. Waykeeper. Cool. So Waykeeper defends against these tokens the way that it's supposed to. Oh, that's glorious. And Felm Bloodcaster does the same thing. You're getting sick of Jito decks. These are cards that really help. Not enough answers, which is unfortunate, but fine. Okay, got Grasping at Shadows, so... yeah, maybe you didn't have to cut the Herald Song. Like, this would actually be a situation where I really want to draw one. Up. Ah, you're not a Jito Rush deck, you're running Impending Doom. Permafrost that sucker. And I might just Grasping at Shadows the Borderlands Waykeeper. I feel like having a blocker for these 2/1/1s is actually really useful. As is having a Felm Bloodcaster. Yeah, if I'm just gonna draw power every turn. Felm Bloodcaster. Let's get it back. That sounds like a rapid shot you got. Alright, I'll let you have it. Felm Bloodcaster's gonna draw me some cards, so... I'm secretly quite satisfied with this. Alright, Vara's Favor's pretty cool. Snow Crush Animist is the killer. We needed the card draw really badly. If he's got a rapid shot, I prevent 1 damage either way, so it's fine, right? Yeah, it's fine. Oh, I guess he's just got a torch. Huh. Cool. Oh, please draw me a power. Come on. No! So close. Permafrost that. Block there, for sure. Take some damage, that hurts, ouch. Dark Return Ronin? I think we could care less about Ronin. Let's just blow his board. The nice thing about omening into decks that aren't yours, you have no idea what you're gonna get. I think it's worth it though, let's do it. Yeah, Scourge of Frostholm seems pretty solid. Is that my win condition? Yeah, probably. Just hold tight with that. We don't care if this dies because then I get Grasping at Shadows, so that's awesome. I'd probably just Lightning Storm this turn. I guess Grasping at Shadows also does the same thing, so... and prevents Bandit Queen from kicking my butt. Alright. Got there. Yeah, Animist is a lot of fun. So yeah, like, the Herald songs are fine there if you've got the Grasping at Shadows. I think you just don't need it in your deck, so it's kind of like a 3 of is fine. Overall, the deck looks solid. Good job, Miyuki. That was fun to play. Like I said, I really want to play more Felm decks, so I'm glad we have a couple of lists saved, and we'll also be, like, making some of our own, of course. We're gonna make an effort to play more of those. Last one. The very last one. This has been a good stream, guys. Thanks so much. Oh, looks like I closed it by accident. Or okay, found it. Oh, but now it's actually going to be really hard to find the bottom of it. No, I don't want to print. I want 50 out of 50. Round Square is our very last person. Before we open up a new one. And, there we go. So what can we leave as advice for everyone and Round Square? Well, we've got Xenon Killers with blue. Sort of. Yeah? Okay. Xenon Cultist, Dawnwalker, Predatory Carnosaur, Sandstorm Titan, Beast Caller, Fanatic. I think Predator's Instinct is pretty strong in this deck. With the 3 Dark Returns, with the Haunting Screams that you've got access to. Haunting Screaming a Dawnwalker is actually pretty fun, because when Dawnwalker is played from the void exhausted, it's only when you play a unit with 5 or more. If you give Dawnwalker Killer, and you really need to kill something like the turn that you play it, Haunting Scream and Dark Return both do that. So that's nice. So maybe Predator's Instinct in here? That could be a good card for this particular list. I like the Stewards at 2. I like the Xenon Cultists in general. I like that this is a Haunting Scream list with also Ephemeral Wisp and Dawnwalker. Like, it's really working hard on the whole recursion effect. And since you're working so hard on the recursion effect, I think Predator's Instinct is a really solid choice, as opposed to, say, like, Death Strike. Let's cut, like, 2 of those and put in a Predator's Instinct. Oh, we could actually run them instead of Annihilates. That seems like a much sounder policy where we do that and then keep, like, 2 Death Strikes and 2 Annihilates. Yeah. Okay. Ephemeral Wisp doesn't do a lot in this deck, especially since we don't have any way to kill it ourselves, apart from Annihilate. So that's a thing that you want to look out for. We'll keep it as a fun of course, but the thing about Ephemeral Wisp is that you need some way to sacrifice it to Xenon Cultist, or else you're just gonna... It's not going to do anything. Like, they're going to ignore it, they're going to silence it, it's not going to die on the same time that Xenon Cultist is alive. They'll probably just kill Xenon Cultist and use Ephemeral Wisp. I'm not sure why I'm going into Xenon all of a sudden. I've never said Xenon before. Just like a weird slip of the tongue at the end of the night. Anyways. Round Square. Let's play his deck. Screamin' Killers. Yeah. This is the most ambitious Xenon Cultist deck I've seen, and I really, really like that. And I appreciate you for being creative with it. So, a lot of these decks have worked. A lot of them. Like, we had 50 lists, and most of them actually seemed really, really good. Which is nice, you know? Like, we want to do a Deck Doctor stream to be like, you know, here's all the things you can fix about your deck, but most of these are above par, or like at least like a demonstration that you can do a lot of really interesting things in Eternal and build a lot of really interesting and fun decks and still get somewhere with them. So that's nice to know. And it's nice to know that like people are being like awesome and creative with their decks, and we saw a lot of cool stuff. So pretty happy about it. Oh yeah, it's true. Carnosaur is pretty deep as a splash, but we'll live. I think I would probably prefer it as a 1 of to a 2 of. Alright, Haunting Scream is something. Right away, we're running into power issues. Is the deck list in the side? It is not. We'll fix that. Alright. There are 4 Seek powers in the deck, that's what's important. Well, I think we just forfeit here. Just didn't get power. Was that on the mole? I think that was on the mole. Fair enough. Did we make that the last game? I don't think so. I think we play one more round with this. Also, did we gain ranks in Master? I went to 400, and then I went back up to 347. On-curve champion into Umbran Reaper. Stuck at 2. You know. It happens. Seed of Mystery, Primal Sigil. This is tempting, but worrying. Yeah, there are a lot of really heavy influence requirements in this deck. There's no Diplomatic Seals or anything, right? We might consider banners. This is a rare situation where you might want like 3 or 4 banners. Just because you've got double purple and double yellow to meet. Redraw here. Because, yeah, the power base here is so intense, right? We have Xenon Cultist is double purple. Dawnwalker is double yellow. I missed the Umbran Reapers. You got Predatory Carnosaur, which is triple yellow. Sandstorm Titan's double yellow. So there's some issues actually hitting the cards that you want. Case in point, we're not going to hit Sandstorm Titan, which is really, really bad. But maybe I should have played Seat first. No, it doesn't matter, actually, because we're going to play Seat second either way. Okay, got the third. That's good. Time Sigil gets Dawnwalker back. It doesn't make sense to give Dawnwalker charge and flying, really. It'll get flying, but it won't get charge because it exhausts when it comes back. Okay, Seed of Mystery, play Dawnwalker. So now we have an answer to that, but not to the 2-2. That's fine. No blocks there. What else you got? Inspire to try and draw a torch. If you don't draw the torch, it's all mine. Looks like he drew a power off the Inspire. Ambitious. Alright, let's go ahead and throw the Sandstorm Titan out. I've got Beast Color as well, but chance of Valkyrie Enforcer in this hand is pretty high. Did have the Vanquish. That's unfortunate. On the other hand, this is a deck, and this is my favorite thing about the deck, by the way. This is a deck that can Haunting Scream Sandstorm Titan. So we're not overall unhappy with this. Play Beast Color. Do I Haunting Scream Sandstorm Titan? Yes, I do. And here's why. We already know that Valkyrie Enforcer is a problem that can be faced, although I guess it probably doesn't have it. Either way, Haunting Scream Sandstorm Titan gives me a Flying Charge Titan and also gives me my Dawnwalker back. And then we just get Beast Color killed in like a random accident. That's totally fine. I probably didn't even need to play Beast Color, but... Cool, block here. All good. We can Haunting Scream later. Alright, well... Play Steward. Nice to see all those war cries going somewhere. Even if Valkyrie Enforcer silences the 3-5, which is no guarantee, by the way. He hasn't drawn one yet. Okay. That I pretty well hate. Got a block there. Why was that a 7-6? Alright, Beast Color soaks a sword. That's unfortunately going to be it for tonight, I think. How are we feeling about those Beast Colors? How many are there? There's 3? I would cut 1 for a Sandstorm Titan. Good enough. Like, Beast Color's just a little bit unreliable in the wrong situations. And this deck has so many interesting things that it wants to do. It doesn't really need them to be in the deck at all. It can be doing a lot of other fun ththings. So I'd probably cut the Beast Collars, actually. But yeah, I think it's a cool list. It's really, really fun. It's a good variation on Xenon serial killers, good variation on Xenon cultists, and a good way to end out the stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. This has been a 10.5-hour stream. We started at 12 PST. So, it was pretty exciting. It was a lot of fun. We got through 50 decks and gave advice on all of them. That's really cool. As a reminder, we made partner, so we are going to have a sub button soon. So if you want a sub, come by probably around Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm guessing Wednesday will be the best time, but I will not be here on Wednesday. I think I'm actually probably going to be out until Thursday. But I'll be playing Monday at 6 p.m. PST tomorrow. And then we'll probably take a break on Tuesday, but it might be Thursday. I don't know. It's gonna be a whole thing. We're gonna find a night to hang out with my girlfriend, and then beyond that, we're gonna make sure that we do our stream, which is Monday through Friday, with Wednesdays off. So that's the basic idea. And yeah, so we'll be here Monday, and either Tuesday or Thursday or Friday will be off, but almost certainly we'll be streaming most of those days. Anything else? We'll be up with a new Deck Doctor list soon. I will post that on Twitter and also on the stream. So like I'll actually have like the ability for people to name their decks this time. If your deck doesn't have a cool name, like, or if your deck like has a kind of an offensive name or something, it's not going to get on the stream. But you know, other than that, like we will actually like name the decks if you want me to. So we'll have a new list for that one. The current list is now closed, but I'll have a new one up soon, and we'll start looking at like options to do this as like a regular weekly type of stream where we have like a little bit more going on. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you so much for watching. This was really fun to put together. This was just a ton of fun. Thanks again to Viper Magus for sponsoring the stream, the bonus Sunday stream, putting the $50 in towards the $75 goal. That really helps a lot. If you guys want to donate to the stream or anything, that's always good, but you don't have to do anything that you don't want to, you know? So yeah, I'll have more videos up on YouTube sometime soon. I was planning to make some tonight, but I kind of messed up and streamed all night, which is not really a mistake, in my opinion. This was great. Have a good night, everyone. I will see you next time. See you Monday at 6 p.m. PST. Bye-bye.